End conversation. The skeleton, who had gone to deliver goods to the troll territory, returned once again. Several wooden boxes filled with warfire coins were piled at his feet. Under the restrictions of the Trade Alliance rules, even the quick-tempered trolls adhered to the agreement. Sir, the total transaction amount this time is 510,000 warfire coins. The Trade Alliance will deduct 2% tax, leaving 499,800 warfire coins, said the skeleton merchant. Damn it. This Trade Alliance deducted a whopping 10,000 of my warfire coins as tax. This is a quicker way to make money than robbery. Well, good job. Arrange for someone to deliver them to the Lord's mansion. My maid, Era, will tell you where to put them. Yes, sir. The skeleton merchant and his men, carrying the heavy boxes, headed towards the Lord's mansion. The structure of the Trade Alliance is much like the e-commerce platforms of the past. It connects all the original producers and facilitates rapid transactions. In this chaotic world, the genius who came up with the idea of establishing such a platform deserves praises. After dealing with the orders and getting a decent understanding of the Trade Alliance's functions, Fang Hao began looking at the blueprints he had just bought from the Trade Alliance. Iron Claw Rad Nest Construction Blueprint, green. Black Iron Kite Shield Production Blueprint, blue. High-Speed Hardwood Shortbow Production Blueprint, blue. Black Iron Battle Axe Production Blueprint, green, and Apprentice Mage Robe Production Blueprint, green. These blueprints were chosen by Fang Hao from a myriad of items, based on their potential usefulness and his capability to gather the needed materials. As for the other blueprints and items, he can buy them whenever needed. Iron Claw Rad Nest Construction Blueprint, green. Wood 100, hay 1100, trace of the forest 3. Selected the construction in the empty space. A green light appeared, and a building resembling an animal den appeared before his eyes. Ironclaw Rad Nest. Type: Special Building. Available Recruitment: Iron Claw Rat. Iron Claw Rat. Mist Cloaked Crystal 1 inch. Description: Ironclaw rats can be recruited from this building. Their sharp front claws can break through soil and rocks. Wow! A new recruitment material has appeared. I bought this blueprint because I had enough materials for construction, but didn't expect a new material to appear for recruitment. It's called the Mist Cloaked Crystal. I can't recruit for now, but through the introduction, I can learn about some of the abilities of the Ironclaw rat. It should be similar to a pangolin, capable of using its front claws to break the ground. Digging tunnel or mountain, it should come in handy. After viewing the building blueprints, Fang Hao proceeded to the equipment blueprint column. Black Iron Kite Shield Production Blueprint, blue. Cast Iron Block 40, Iron 5, Metal Parts 2, Thick Leather 5. High-Speed Hardwood Shortbow Production Blueprint, blue. Hardwood 5, Metal Parts 3, Thick Leather 2. Black Iron Battle Axe Production Blueprint, green. Hardwood 3, Cast Iron Block 5, Metal Parts 3, Leather 5. Apprentice Mage Robe Production Blueprint, green. Cotton Cloth 4, Spun Yarn 5. These are the 4 blueprints that Fang Hao can use and currently needs. The high-speed hardwood shortbow even happens to be a blue-quality blueprint, suitable for equipping the newly recruited skeleton archers. According to the quantity of troops, he began to manufacture each equipment. A dense array of equipment was produced, filling up every inch of the surrounding open space. After production, Bloodhunter was called over to arrange for the soldiers guarding the territories to replace their equipment in batches. All the equipment that was taken off, which had reduced durability, would be repaired by the blacksmith. The skeleton merchant would then take them to the territories for sale. Fortunately, many buildings at the village level had opened markets. Whether it was the gear that was taken off or newly produced items, there was no worry about offloading sales. Earning a substantial amount of warfire coins is only a matter of time. Next morning, Fang Hao just woke up from his bed. As he sat up, he noticed that the sound transmitting shell on his bedside table had received a new message. This was not the shell he had left with the bronze bull, but the one the slave trader had given him when he bought slaves last time. The point was that when there were slaves available, Fang Hao could be contacted immediately. Picking the shell up and placing it to his ear, he heard the voice of the orc slave trader. "Human friend, I have a new shipment of goods and will be staying at Manum Market for 2 days. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. As an old friend, I can guarantee you a discount, said the orc. His oily tone still made one feel uncomfortable all over. These slave traders were truly hardworking. The fight with the Skullcrusher tribe had just ended, and they were already rushing to do business at Manum Market. Fang Hao didn't have anything lined up for today, so he could go to Manum Market. Also, he could ask Bronze Bull about the intel on the Skullcrushers. Walking out of the room and finishing breakfast, he brought Angia with him, hopped on the Bone Dragon, and flew directly to Fireblade's affiliated city. From there, he rode a horse to Manum Market. The only reason for taking this inconvenient route was because Manum Market was still open to the various orc tribes. Fang Hao was counting on the market to make some money for him, so naturally, he had to consider the impact of the undead on the market. When they arrived at Manum on horseback, the bull-headed guards looked at him in awe. Sir, sir. The bull-headed guard came forward to take the reins of his horse. Good morning. Is Telok there? Fang Hao dismounted and asked. Yes, sir. Let him know that I'll be there shortly. Oh, okay. As the bull-headed guard went to deliver the message, Fang Hao, with Angia by his side, went directly to the spot where the slave trader was parked. From afar, the orc slave trader, who was dressed in expensive clothing and jewels, spotted Fang Hao. After a slight pause, a smile appeared on his face. Human friend, you have come just in time. Somebody just showed interest in these slaves. Had you come a little later, you would have missed this opportunity, the orc slave trader said, rubbing his hands together as if he had already sold everything. Fang Hao did not believe the slave trader's words at all. If you regard the orc in front of you as a simple-minded creature only capable of shouting and killing, you are bound to be taken advantage of. He won't hesitate to cheat you to death and take all your money. All right, whether I want to buy or not, let's take a look at the merchandise first, Fang Hao cut him off. True, true. Let's look at the goods first, the orc immediately responded. Entering the stinking warehouse once again, the greasy rags on the iron cages got removed. This revealed the slaves held within the cages. When the slaves appeared, Fang Hao was slightly taken aback. The slaves brought by the trader this time were not the usual rabbitmen, but a new species. Human friend, I figure you must be bored with rabbitmen by now, so this time I brought you something different, the slave trader explained, observing Fang Hao's reaction. He was worried that this human might not like what he saw. If Fang Hao declined, his trip would have been in vain. Through the greasy railings of the cage, Fang Hao's gaze fell on the weeping figure coiled up in the corner. She was noticeably different from the rabbitman. She had a pair of ears akin to those of a canine, a fluffy, brown tail curled up in her lap. The moment the oily cloth covering was torn down, she looked horrified as she stared at Fang Hao. This is not a rabbitman, right? Fang Hao pointed at the girl in the corner. The girl cringed again, obviously frightened. Ah, you are indeed smart, my friend. This is a member of the Foxman tribe. I met an orc army on the way who had just dealt with a Foxman village. I thought you might need her, so I bought her at a high price. Hearing the slave trader's words, Fang Hao was at a loss for words. Damn, he can really talk up his product. I'm not blind. Can't I see the characteristics of these two races? Didn't you say that all the slaves have been trained? These have just been captured. Won't there be any issues? Fang Hao looked at the slave trader. The rabbitmen he had purchased last time had a blank expression, clearly accepting their status as slaves. However, these fox ladies in front of him were crying and frightened, clearly just captured. If he bought them, and they acted out, it would be too much for him. No, my friend, the slave trader walked to the iron cage and struck the bars with an iron rod in his hand. Shut up. Anyone who dares to cry will be fed to the dogs. The roar and the clinking sound of the iron rod made the fox ladies shudder, biting back tears. As you can see, although the fox people are a group of weak orcs, they are still quite intelligent. They know if they should choose to stay with you, or be eliminated. The slave contracts are complete, there won't be any issues. The orc slave trader professed with conviction. He had captured these fox ladies just to sell them to Fang Hao, just like he had done with the rabbit people. With just a few of them, it was not worth it for the slave trader to transport them to human cities for sale. If Fang Hao didn't purchase them, they would be at a loss, and the fate of these fox ladies would not be good. What's the price of fox people? Fang Hao hesitated. Look, we are old friends. I cannot give you a high price. The price is the same as the rabbit people. 10 warfire coins each, the slave trader said. He had sold 40 rabbit people to Fang Hao earlier. After bargaining, they were sold at 10 warfire coins each. After returning, the slave trader had recalculated the price several times. He found that it was more profitable to sell it to Fang Hao than transporting it to a human city to sell. So, while selling other slave orcs, he had also brought along the freshly captured fox ladies and directly contacted Fang Hao. Okay, get the contracts. I'll take all of them, Fang Hao said directly. The slave trader was immediately overjoyed. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch them right away. He went to the side room, fetched a few slave contracts, and handed them to Fang Hao. From now on, the fox ladies before him had a new master. A human who came with a female orc hero. Okay, everyone come out and follow your master. You can enjoy a full meal, the slave suggested, continuously clanging the cage to urge the unwilling slaves to come out. The 5 brown-tailed fox ladies just stood there blankly, with their heads down, unable to raise their gaze to Fang Hao. Okay, stop crying, follow me. I'll give you food first, Fang Hao said to all of the slaves. After speaking, he led the fox people out of the warehouse. He headed towards the direction of the clan leader's hall. When he arrived at the clan leader's hall, the Minotaur guards respectfully greeted him. Sir, the clan leader is waiting for you inside. All right, get them some food first, Fang Hao looked at the 5 slaves following him. Yes, sir, the Minotaur guard immediately followed Fang Hao's instructions. He entered the hall. Bronze Bull Tailok was polishing his battle axe. Seeing Fang Hao and Angia come in, he immediately put down his weapon and bowed, Lord. Bronze Bull is a purple hero. Among the heroes, he is considered to be a high-ranking battle hero. But in Fang Hao's hands, he is but a small part of his forces. Having him would allow for an additional commanding hero, but not having him wouldn't affect the situation at all. Alright, has there been any news from Skullcrusher? Fang Hao asked, sitting down on a seat at his side. Bronze Bull did not sit back on his seat as the clan leader, but instead sat on a chair at the side. He said seriously, Sir, I have already arranged for people to explore the Frostwind Mountains for information, but they might not have arrived yet. Today was the second day after the battle with the Skullcrusher tribe. The people he had arranged were still on the road, they hadn't reached Frostwind Mountains, let alone gathered any information. That's right. By the way, the merit training ground has been built in the territory. If your clansmen need to advance their hero level, they can go to the main territory. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Bronze Bull's eyes instantly narrowed as he immediately said, That's great. Establishing the merit training ground can motivate my clansmen to improve and increase the number of heroes in the territory. The presence of a merit training ground can greatly influence a faction. Having a merit training ground will attract 10th Order soldiers from neighboring cities to become heroes. Those aspiring to become heroes also require the merit training ground for their upgrades. Therefore, the existence of a merit training ground not only cultivates more heroes but also attracts other talents to join. Well, as for advanced materials, you and your clansmen need not worry. I'll prepare them for you, said Fang Hao casually. There aren't many heroes who can be promoted within the territory. Nelson, Angia, Bronze Bull, and the materials needed for the trial can be purchased from the Trade Alliance. The cost is bearable, so there's no need to fuss over it with the heroes. Letting them prepare on their own would only hamper their growth. Thank you, Master. The Minotaur clan is immensely grateful to you. Bronze Bull stood up and paid his respects again. At the same time, Fang Hao also received a system prompt. Bronze Bull, Telok, has increased his loyalty towards you by 20 points, current loyalty is at 85. Bronze Bull's loyalty has finally improved. If it were to improve, it improved by a straight 20 points, reaching 85 points. This loyalty is already quite high, and he will be more obedient to Fang Hao's commands. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. If there is anything, get in touch using the sound transmitting shell. I'm going back first. Fang Hao stood up. Alright, master. Before leaving Manam Market, Fang Hao went to the tavern. In addition to getting some condiments, he also got a single map. Map. Cave Camp. Category. Single map. Description. A map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the path and terrain of the cave camp. Manam Market just opened, and this is the only blueprint in the store. Last time, the unknown cave blueprint that was obtained from the tavern, because it was on the west side of Manam Market, Fang Hao had Bronze Bull send someone to scout it first. After confirming the message, he could explore it. When Fang Hao left Manam with the purchased slaves, Bronze Bull arranged a Minotaur guard for protection. Primarily to ensure that Fang Hao was safe and won't face any danger here. He returned to the territory without any obstruction. The scene that had been performed several times repeated itself again. When the slaves saw the dense undead army, except for 2 who fainted, the remaining 3 hugged each other and wept bitterly. Having seen this repeatedly, Fang Hao didn't bother to explain or comfort them anymore. He left them crying there. When the team entered the city, Era, along with a group of maids, came out to greet them. On seeing a few fainted fox people on the cart, everyone looked somewhat peculiar. But thinking about their own experiences, they understood why this happened. Era, explain the rules in our territory to them and tell them about the work they'll do in the future. They can rest today and begin work tomorrow. Understood, master, replied Era softly. They had to specially instruct the new fox people about the territory and tell them where they can and can't go. Especially the undead region, a single misplaced step could turn them into skeletons. Fang Hao left everything to Era and started making stone slabs at the warehouse location. Stone slab. Stone material 3. The stone slab was a reward obtained from fighting the stone element previously. It had been busy previously, so the construction of the stone slab was pushed till now. The function of the stone slabs is simple, they serve as the paving stones for outdoor roads. Currently, the ground inside the territory is all made of compacted earth. It wasn't that Fang Hao arranged manpower to deliberately fix it, but rather it was packed down by hundreds of thousands of skeletons every day. That was why the ground was ripe for paving with stone slabs. Now, some tasks can be undertaken by the bot slaves, so the paving of stones can proceed normally. The production quantity is set to 100. Hundredfold amplification triggered, stone slabs obtained, 10,100. After lunch, Era continued showing the newly added slaves around the territory. Fang Hao was contemplating his afternoon plans when he was alerted to a private message in the Book of Lords. It was from Dong Jiayu. It had been a while since he heard from her, after she was injured and received a curative potion from him. Brother Hao, I have finished exploring the ancient tomb. I've obtained some shadowstones and set them aside for you. Dong Jiayu said. Fang Hao opened up the designated trade page and saw the traded shadowstones. There were quite a few, 49 in total. Fang Hao put up several weapons, and they concluded their trade. What's in the ancient tomb? Any exceptional bodies? Fang Hao asked. Yes, there was a body in a bronze coffin. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I had it completely burned, there's no danger. Dong Jiayu reassured him with a serious tone. She thought Fang Hao was concerned for her safety, worried that the corpse in the tomb might turn into an undead and attack her. Ah, it was burned. Was anything left? Even bones would be fine. Well, no, Brother Hao, just tell me what you need next time, I'll keep an eye out for it. Dong Jiayu caught on to his hint. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, I have a building here for the undead, the remains of the strong can be useful. Oh, I didn't know that. Would ashes work? I can have someone collect the remaining ashes now, would that be useful? Dong Jiayu continued. She was grateful for Fang Hao's help, and since he had saved her life with a treatment potion, she thought of him as her lifesaver and wished she could repay him in some way. No need for that, just save any powerful creatures, bodies safely for me next time. Fang Hao advised once again. Oh yes, Brother Hao, I have a map here called the Desolate Battlefield which I can't explore, so I'll give it to you too. Dong Jiayu remembered a newly acquired map. After opening the trade page again, he saw the map Dong Jiayu had placed up for trade. They carried out the trade, and the map appeared in Fang Hao's possession. Map. Desolate Battlefield. Type. Single-page map. Description. The once thriving city has become a burial ground. 500,000 commoners and over tens of thousands of soldiers have died. The land was stained red with blood, bodies scattered throughout the mountains and fields. Gathering from the description, it was likely a dangerous place on the map. Dong Jiayu had just recently managed the ancient tomb near her territory. If she led her troops to conquer the desolate battlefield, it would likely be a monumental task. She might suffer injuries, or her troops might suffer heavy casualties, leaving her with a skeleton crew. Therefore, she didn't want to take any risks now or in the future. It would be better to give the map to Fang Hao, who was ranked first in the region. Perhaps he might figure out a way to conquer it. Fang Hao stored away the map. The location on it was to the northwest of his territory, quite a considerable distance away. Looking at the description of the desolate battlefield stirred some interest within Fang Hao. According to the description, this used to be a battlefield where hundreds of thousands of people perished. The entire landscape, engulfed in death, had become a wilderness. If this location hadn't been desecrated, there was certainly an abundance of shadowstones, thereby resolving the shortage of shadowstones and the inability to upgrade and construct undead buildings. He would certainly explore it, but not right now. It wasn't that he was afraid of the danger of the desolate battlefield, but that the location shown on the map was far away. Leading an undead army there would not be easy. Once the undead army was mobilized, they would likely be attacked by other creatures along the way. It would be a hassle. Fang Hao's strategy was stability. His advantage was clear: as long as he developed steadily and became the top power in this region, surpassing the other native powers was only a matter of time. Okay, thank you. I will consider exploring it when I am able. Fang Hao replied. Okay, Brother Hao, if I find any good items in the future, I will keep them for you. Okay. Since Dong Jiayu was limited in the number of times they could talk, after a couple of pleasantries, they disconnected the call. Fang Hao thought for a moment and sent another message to Zhang Bin. He directly shared the location of the desolate battlefield with Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, arrange for people to explore this area. Just map out the route that's necessary. Fang Hao sent the message. Zhang Bin was now one of Fang Hao's city lords, or one could say, the mayor of a dependent city. The city he was currently managing was Li Teng's former city. It was located to the west of Fang Hao's main city and relatively closer to the desolate battlefield. Received. I will arrange for it immediately. Shortly after came Zhang Bin's second message. Boss, can you send some horses? The attached village's wheat transportation is too inefficient with manual labor. Zhang Bin's current city was far superior to his previous one. Without worrying about food and clothing, all he had to do was coordinate the farmers, deploy troops to protect the city and villages, safety. Of course, Zhang Bin was smart enough to know that everything wasn't his, but Fang Hao's. When Fang Hao asked him to be the mayor, he became the mayor. Without Fang Hao, he couldn't even do a farmer's job well. Therefore, he didn't slack off in his duties. He was afraid of making mistakes, which might affect his current position. Okay, I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you later. Also, keep an eye out for silkworms while surveying nearby villages. Fang Hao instructed. At the same time, in the Book of Lords, he unlocked the authority for Zhang Bin to construct a stable. Understood, boss. After finishing the conversation with Zhang Bin, Fang Hao turned to a maid and said, call the blood hunter. Oh, okay, master. The bunny maid hopped away to summon the blood hunter. Shortly after, there was a ripple in the air outside the door. The blood hunter landed in front of the lord's mansion, flapping his huge bat wings. He entered, bowed, and asked, Master, what are your orders? Zhang Bin's territory needs some horses. Transport 10 of them over to him. Yes, Master. There weren't many horses in the territory, the majority were breeded in the pigmen village. In the beginning, He would transfer 10 of them, and then bring over more from the pigmen village later. The blood hunter left the mansion and headed towards the stables. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to secure the horses to his back. Despite the horses in the territory not fearing the undead, this still caused much chaos. Eventually, 10 horses were securely tied to the dragon's back. Amidst the terrified neighing of the horses, they ascended the sky and flew towards the city where Zhongbin was. Just as Fang Hao was exiting the mansion, he looked up to see the bone dragon flying overhead and heard the neighs of the horses. His eyes widened. Damn, there aren't many horses in the territory, don't kill them off. After the blood hunter left, the skeleton merchant, Dujin, came knocking again. Lord, here are 2 orders. Would you like to take a look and see if you want to fulfill them? Order. Beautiful corpse coffins X100. Order. Requirement. Beautiful corpse coffins X100. Trade possibility. 10,000 Warfire coins, Blood Clan influence +10. Even without the Blood Clan's insignia, Fang Hao had guessed that this was related to the Blood Clan. The undead, it seems, demand coffins either in stone or in bronze, covered in complex incantations, designed to better preserve their mortal bodies. The kind of grave that focuses on comfort and luxury is only demanded by the Blood Clan, who have a luxurious need for life. From this, one can perceive the fundamental difference between the undead and the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan has a long life, but still remains engrossed in worldly pleasures. However, the everlasting undead seem to transcend all boundaries. After achieving immortality, they lose all worldly desires. Whether or not to do something completely depends on its value, not on the pleasure it would provide. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and started examining the production category. As expected, he found blueprints for the beautiful corpse coffin. He had remembered having it. Come on, let's go to your place. Having stated this, he headed towards the Trade Alliance building, followed by Dujin. Upon receiving the order, Fang Hao began his crafting process in the warehouse. Beautiful corpse coffin. Hardwood planks 12, leather 6, cotton 5, fine cloth 6. Fine cloth is produced during tailoring, albeit at a low rate. During these times, the work of 101 tailors has accumulated a significant amount of fine cloth in the stockroom, just enough to meet today's production requirement. Production count. 1. Hundredfold amplification triggered, received 101 beautiful corpse coffins. One by one, the glossy black coffins appeared in the warehouse, scattered randomly throughout. He handed the order to a skeleton merchant, who vanished along with all 100 coffins, embarking on a journey to the Blood Clan's base. Just as the skeleton merchant, who had been dispatched to the Blood Clan, left, a message from the Book of Lords popped up. It was a private message from Zhongbin. Boss, there's no need to rush. Can we not use the bone dragon for carriage next time? The horses are now on the ground, completely spent, vomiting and panting heavily. Image. Accompanying the message were multiple pictures. All 10 horses were seen kneeling on the ground, the area beneath them a total mess. A few farmers were trying to comfort the horses, but judging by the conditions, it would take quite a while before they could get back to work. Fang Hao hadn't expected this kind of reaction from the horses. He was uncertain whether the bone dragon had spooked them, or if they had not taken well to their first flight. Either way, unless time was of the essence, he figured he should not use bone dragons for horse transportation in the future. Alright, let the horses rest for the day and assess their conditions before putting them back to work. Left with no other choice, Fang Hao decided to give the horses a day off. Okay. After exchanging a few words, the skeleton merchant who had gone on the delivery expedited his return. Armed with 9,800 Warfire coins and increased reputation with the Blood Clan. Sir, the Blood Clan was very satisfied with the quality of this batch of goods. They will place specific orders directly with us in the future, and we need to ensure the quality of goods, the skeleton merchant informed. That's good, there won't be any issue with the quality. With the system overseeing production, there were simply no issues with quality. There were no defects, no best products, all goods are made to a uniform standard. If they're satisfied now, they will naturally be satisfied in the future. All right, sir. Having completed the order, Fang Hao returned home, pockets heavier by 9,800 Warfire coins. Meanwhile, at the Skullcrusher tribe equals, greater than. Seated on his throne reigning over his tribe with a powerful and heavy breath, Skullcrusher Shaw emitted an aura akin to a roaring wind box. Below him, a group of orc leaders waited, their heads lowered, hearts filled with anticipation. You're telling me that all 300,000 troops under Chief Amiri are dead? Not a single one managed to escape? Shaw asked grimly, chilling the atmosphere in the hall further. It had been days since the 300,000 orc army had set out to fight the undead. Without any news of victory, they dispatched scouts to investigate. The news that came back today was that they had found the battlefield, but not a single orc warrior had survived the massive battle. They wondered what kind of force could annihilate their courageous 300,000 orc army without leaving a single survivor to tell the tale. Great Chief, we found traces of the battle. The ground is soaked with blood, but strangely, we could not find any bodies or even limbs of our fallen orc warriors, reported the scout, swallowing hard. The scene had been difficult to put into words. The earth was awash with blood, flowing through the crevices in the rocks, staining both the ground and rocks a crimson red. They couldn't find any remnants of the orcs' encampment other than the traces of blood, neither tents nor bodies were left. Only the dark red ground and scraps of flesh mixed into the dirt bore witness to the battlefield that had been. How is the city of undead? What has happened? Skullcrusher Shaw asked further. To the west of the battlefield, we saw a city controlled by the undead, housing a large undead army. It seems like they formed the first defensive line in response to our protocol, the scout swallowed again. Great Chief, we specifically went to visit the Bronze Bull. His market is still operational. It seems that he did not participate in the fight. Boom. Hearing this, Shaw slammed his fist down, breaking the stone table in front of him in half. He roared, Telok, how dare he? Great Chieftain, we should not delay. Let the priest resurrect Amiri to find out exactly what happened, advised an orc. Indeed, this was not a time for anger. With an entire army of 300,000 wiped out, they were not facing an ordinary opponent. They needed to gather information quickly to respond. Shaw sat back down, chest pulsing violently. He ordered, bring the priest here. Yes, Great Chieftain. Soon, an orc priest, dressed in a long robe, arrived. He leaned on a root staff, bowed slightly a form of salutation. Great Chieftain, you summoned me. Priest, Amiri has fallen in battle. You are needed at the altar to resurrect him, Shaw replied, his tone noticeably softer with the clergyman. Amiri is dead. How did he die? The priest asked, taken aback by the news. Amiri, leading an army of 300,000 orcs, could obliterate not just the Wind Mountain ranges, but any area he set his foot on. Yet within days of his departure, news of his fallen status had returned, barely believable. We are curious too. We can only wait for Amiri to resurrect and reveal the truth, said Shaw helplessly. The loss of a 300,000 strong army is a significant blow for the Wind Mountain ranges no matter what. It's hard enough to gather an army of this magnitude, but the defeat would inevitably weaken his standing. Very well. Let's proceed to the altar, the priest declared, leading the way. Everyone followed him to the altar, where the orc priest began the ritual. However, as time passed, sweat trickled down the orc priest's forehead, his expression becoming more and more strange. After a long while, the orc priest returned to Shaw and reported, Great Chieftain, Amiri is in the same situation as Kent. His soul is bound and unable to be resurrected through the altar. Shaw's expression darkened even further. This meant that Amiri's death had a direct connection with the undead. Wake his soul. I need to ask him some questions, ordered Shaw. Understood. The priest returned to the altar, and an image of Amiri gradually appeared on it. Amiri, how did you die? Great Chieftain, the undead had too many troops, including high-ranking units like bone dragons and skeleton trolls. The orc army had no power to resist. Amiri's soul showed a painful expression. The crowd started talking immediately upon hearing his words. Bone dragons. They had only heard of this type of undead units in legends, and to have them here was shocking. Shaw was also surprised but quickly recovered. Amiri, do you have any other intelligence? The strength of the undead army is too great, and the orc tribes that had promised to be our vassals were also conquered. If we continue this fight, great chieftain, the odds are against us, he said, his form starting to blur and eventually faded away. The whole room fell into silence, with everyone's eyes falling on Shaw. Once the war began, it won't end easily. Even if Shaw wanted to back down, would the advantageous undead agree? Shaw took a deep breath and descended the altar in large strides. Assign scouts. I need more detailed information. Within the territory, Fang Hao stood in front of the Lord's Stone Tower, preparing to upgrade the building. The materials for upgrading the Lord Hall to level 6 were ample. All that was left was to upgrade it. Upgrade. In an instant, the Lord's Stone Tower was enveloped in light, which died down after a moment. Level 6 Lord's Stone Tower. Belonging to the Lord Fang Hao. Ability. Production collection plus 3%, troops movement plus 3%, all attributes plus 2%. Existing buildings. Level 5 Underground Cemetery, Level 5 Stable. Note. Core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade. Hard resilient wood 5,200, stone bricks 7,000, iron 700, metal parts 520. After upgrading the Lord's Hall to level 6, 2 additional bedrooms were added, and the original rooms also expanded in size. From the outside, it now resembled a small castle. Expanding the stone tower was just one part of it. What Fang Hao was even more interested in was the attribute enhancement of the stone tower at Lord level 6. Compared to level 5, all attributes increased by 1%. After upgrading the stone tower, Fang Hao continued to upgrade other buildings such as the warehouse wall, arrow tower, all buildings that could be upgraded without the use of shadowstones, raising them all to level 6. He was trying his best to enhance the overall strength of his domain. With all the buildings upgraded, he had dinner, drank a couple of warm fruit wines under the moonlight, returned to his room and had a good night's rest. Early next morning, he woke up to bright sunshine. After his daily morning workout, he began to continue today's work. Good morning, my lord. Era came up to him. Morning, why didn't you sleep a bit more? Fang Hao greeted Era in passing. Era was always up early. Even if breakfast wasn't served so early, she still maintained the habit of rising early. This presented a stark contrast to the lazy Angia. My lord, I've just assigned work to the newly joined fox ladies. One of them is in charge of handling the lord's cellar, and the rest are all responsible for the sanitation within the domain. As soon as she finished speaking, a fox lady came out from the stairway to the cellar in the lord's hall. She was already dressed in a maid's outfit and carrying a piece of cloth. Both her ears and tail were snow white. She was a white fox. When she was bought, all the other foxes were filthy, so he didn't even notice this white fox. Seeing Fang Hao and Era chatting, the fox lady stuttered, trying to retreat, but it seemed a bit conspicuous. She had no choice but to keep her head down and walked over with some apprehension. My lord, Sister Era. She greeted the two of them proactively. Well, good morning. Work hard, but don't forget to eat breakfast. Fang Hao said. The other maids didn't dine with Fang Hao and the others. They had specific meal times. If they missed it, they would have to wait until noon to have lunch. Oh, thank you, my lord. Then I'll go ahead with my work. Then she walked away with her tail swinging, head down. Watching the retreating fox lady, Fang Hao helplessly looked towards Era. Did he really scare others that much? My lord, we have a new order. Dujin just came over. Joining the trade alliance was indeed good. There were new orders every day, automatically making money. Well, let's see what new order we have this time. Fang Hao said. Dujin passed over the order. Order. Demand. Silver-lined silk alchemy robes 10 pieces. Gain. Warfire coins 10,000, enlightening potion 1, alchemy guild influence plus 10. Goodness. Aside from the Warfire coins, they also paid with an enlightening potion. Although he couldn't see the properties of enlightening potion, based on the order alone. He could guess a bit based on its name alone. After all, the reason he could learn magic now was that he drank a potion called Enlightening Magic Power Potion. The problem was, he didn't have the blueprint for the silver-lined silk alchemy robe. Dujin, we don't have the blueprint for this order. Does the Trade Alliance shop sell it? Fang Hao asked. My lord, I specifically checked before coming over and none were on sale. If needed, we could issue an order and we might acquire the blueprint by chance. Dujin proposed. It's okay, you can go back first. Let me know if there are new orders. Yes, my lord. Dujin left. After a busy morning, Era had also prepared breakfast. After breakfast, a group of pigmen arrived at the Dominion with various tools. My lord. The pigmen saluted. The team was not led by Bolton, but another middle-aged pigman. Well, Petty should have told you the purpose of calling you here. You guys don't need to work, just direct the skeletons to pave the stones according to the map. Fang Hao said to all the pigmen. Yesterday, Fang Hao had made a large number of paving stones. In addition to those inside the Dominion, he also intended to connect the 2 affiliated cities and 1 affiliated village. The pigmen didn't need to work, they just needed to direct the road construction. If the skeletons were left to lay the stones, who knew where they would lead the road to? Rest assured, my lord, we guarantee to fulfill the task. The pigmen assured loudly. Connecting roads was not a difficult task, and besides, they didn't need to do the work. It's much more relaxed than staying in the pigmen village. Good, I have a map here. You all check it and then you can start working. Yes, my lord. Next, the pigmen began to get busy with the skeleton laborers, starting to pave the territory's ground. After assigning work to the pigmen, Fang Hao began to gather his troops. According to the plan, he was going to explore the newly acquired map Cave Camp today. After being integrated with the map of the Book of Lords, the map's location also appears in the large map. The location this time is to the south and slightly east of the territory. Further south of Shadowwind Castle. After making sure that 50,000 troops were waiting outside the territory, Fang Hao returned to his room and directly cast God's Presence. The large troop force left the territory in a mighty manner, heading towards the direction of the target point. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton warrior, laying on a cart, with his black iron knight's sword and black iron kite shield next to him. The soldiers' overall equipment had been upgraded, and the outdated ones were sold through various channels. Along the way, the army advanced halfway. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Just when Fang Hao was bored, fiddling with the dirt in the shield's crevice with his skeletal finger, the sound of dense horseshoes came from the front. They weren't attacked by the skeleton army, proving that they were the cavalry scouts sent out. Fang Hao, we caught a spy ahead, who looks like a lookout. Angia's voice rang out from the front. Angia rode a strong horse, with a man bound tight on the horse's back. His face was full of bruises, and his left eye was so swollen that only a slit remained. My lord, I am not a spy, I am not a spy, the man defended loudly. The man was thrown in front of Fang Hao. Looking at the undead in front of him, whose pupils burned with soul fire, the man trembled slightly. But it must be said, he still had some courage and didn't show any other strange behavior. Human warrior, tier 4. So who are you? Fang Hao looked at the man in front of him and asked. This was already deep in the forest, without even a proper road. Ordinary people wouldn't appear here, especially alone. I'm a merchant from a nearby city, waiting for my caravan nearby. My lord, if you would let me go, I am willing to reward you accordingly. The man indeed had some courage. Facing Fang Hao and the thousands of undead around him and the bone dragon, he managed to calm down quickly. He answered the question while trying to negotiate his release. What kind of merchant? What do you primarily sell? The man quickly answered after hesitating a bit, cloth. Where are you going to transport the goods with your caravan? Fang Hao continued asking. The man looked at the troop and seeing that the undead army was coming from the north, he immediately answered, to the east, my lord, there are many orc tribes there. They can't make cloth, and we transport it there to make a profit. Oh, Fang Hao said something and then asked, there is a camp ahead, is it from your convoys? Ah, the man answered reflexively, then quickly changed his words. No, I don't know about any camps. Fang Hao carefully looked him up and down and said, all right, how much are you willing to pay for your life? My lord, I will give you all the money I have, at least 100 gold coins. The man said. Untie his rope. A skeleton pulled out the iron sword from its waist and cut all the hemp ropes binding the man. As soon as the ropes were loosened, the man took out all the money from his body voluntarily. The gold coins he was mentioning were not warfire coins, but a type of common currency made by humans. It was stamped with a king wearing a crown. The exchange ratio between human currency and warfire coins is roughly 3-to-1. The workmanship of human currency is better than beasthead gold of the orcs, and its value is also higher. My lord, that's all I have. The man nervously stole glances around. Fang Hao nodded his head, accepting all the gold coins he had given. Okay, you may leave. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. The man staggered to his feet and darted straight into the forest. As the man's figure disappeared, Angia looked at Fang Hao with a puzzled face. He is not a merchant. His hands are full of calluses. Do you think he got them by handling cloth? Angia reminded Fang Hao. She thought Fang Hao didn't seem like a fool, but it was also possible. Of course, I know. Then why did you let him leave? Angia asked curiously. She was a hero and bound by some contracts, so she couldn't intervene in Fang Hao's decision, but she just couldn't understand why Fang Hao would do it that way. He's from that camp. I let him lead us there and check out what these people are doing. After finishing, Fang Hao continued, Angia, you lead the team. After saying that, the soul fire that burned in the pupil of the skeleton warrior was extinguished, and it lit up again in the pupil of the skeleton giant bat that followed the cart. The bat wings flapped, chasing after the man who had departed. The giant bat followed the man from a distance and led them to the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a deep cavern, and the disorderly traces of human activity were apparent outside. Bang! The man kicked over the iron pot in front of the cave and yelled, stop fucking hiding, pack your things and leave quickly. Rumble! A group made up of orcs and humans rushed out of the cave, carrying all sorts of weapons. Poker, have you lost your mind? You were supposed to keep a lookout and wait for the ransom. What are you yelling about? A beast-like orc, carrying a studded mace, roared aloud. He expressed his anger and dissatisfaction at Poker's unauthorized return. Screw the ransom. There's an undead army coming from the north, thousands strong. You're still thinking about money when we're about to lose our lives, Poker continued to shout. Doesn't that old man care for his daughter's life? He dared to bring an army. I told you, they are coming from the north, the undead. What the hell is in your head? Hurry up and pack. Take the girl as well. Let's dodge this batch of undead and think about the ransom afterwards. Poker rushed into the cave and brought out a little girl. The little girl's hands were tied, and her eyes were blindfolded. All right, quickly pack your things, leave the useless stuff, take all the valuables. Everyone started moving, taking out all the valuable items. Where are we running to? To the east. Let's go. The bandit group started fleeing towards the east. And behind their group, the skeleton giant bat continued to observe their movements. ... After a few minutes, listen to the footsteps. Poker looked terrified at the silver-haired woman blocking their path, and the undead cavalryman behind them. How could this be? How did they know our escape route and alter it? Thud thud thud. Dense footsteps caused a minor trembling of the ground. The White Bone army approached in an orderly manner, encircling this small group of just over 40 men. How could you? Poker's face turned pale. He then quickly realized, you deliberately let me go to track Maya. Well done, Poker. As promised, the ransom will be paid to you as compensation. A voice resonated from within the undead army. It was the skull with blue flames in its eye sockets. Poker was slightly taken aback, trying to infer the meaning of the skeleton's words. In a rage, he yelled, don't trust him, they. Thud. A muffled sound interrupted Poker as a spike from a mace penetrated his skull. Unbelievable was etched in Poker's eyes. He gave a confused gaze towards his rear, looking at the large orc holding the mace. You idiota. Poker died, his eyes still wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Damn, he even dared to betray us. I hate people who call me brainless. The orc flicked the blood bead off the mace and spat on the corpse. Then, he turned towards Fang Hao and coldly said, "Humph. Your number doesn't matter. As long as this little girl is in my hands, I dare you to take any action. If she dies, I would like to see how you explain it to Tavok." The orc was holding the little girl, arrogantly taunting. Gloating that he wasn't afraid because he had a hostage. "I don't know Tavok. How could you threaten the undead with a human?" Fang Hao countered. The orc frowned slightly and shouted, "Bullshit, wasn't it Tavok who asked you to save his daughter? You just promised to give Poker the ransom money. Do you think you can deceive me with your dreams? I really don't know Tavok, and I was only bluffing you just now based on your conversation." Impossible. The orc could not accept this fact. He turned and looked at his companions. "Don't believe him. It was Poker who betrayed us, that's why I killed him. It has nothing to do with him always giving me nicknames." The moment his companions turned, they involuntarily took a step back. "Kill him." Seeing the orc turned his back towards him, Fang Hao immediately gave the order. The skeleton archers who had been steadily aiming all this while, let go of their bowstrings. The bowstrings oscillated, and the air echoed with a high-frequency hum. The next second, thud thud thud. Arrows pierced the back of the orc who turned back towards Fang Hao. It looked like a standing porcupine before collapsing onto the ground. At the moment the orc fell, all the skeletons launched an attack on the other kidnappers. The number of kidnappers was too small, not creating any significant trouble. Just after a brief confrontation, they were overwhelmed by the undead. After the battle, they started to clean up the battlefield. Fang Hao then approached the little girl hostage. Her hands were tied, and her eyes were covered. "We're not the kidnappers, and we won't hurt you. I'm going to remove the rag from your mouth to ask you a few things." Fang Hao tried to make his tone as calm as possible, but the rasp of the undead still sounded unsettling. The little girl nodded, behaving very obediently. Fang Hao removed the cloth from her mouth, and the girl indeed didn't scream or shout. "Where is your home? Is Tavok your father?" Fang Hao asked. "I live in Proul City. My father is Tavok, he's a cloth merchant. He'll pay you a handsome reward if you're willing to take me home," the little girl said in a steady manner. Wow, this child is extraordinary, not only calm but also very astute. At the same time, Fang Hao realized why Poker had claimed to be a cloth merchant. It turned out the girl who'd been kidnapped was the daughter of a cloth merchant, so that's what they thought of when lying. "I live in a city to the north. Do you know how to get to your city?" Fang Hao continued asking. He usually relied on the map when he was traveling. If he didn't have her exact location on a map, even if he wanted to help, Fang Hao wouldn't find the place. "Yes, my father took me to many places, I have a good sense of direction. Just let me survey the surroundings, and I can find the way," the little girl said. "All right, then you follow me back first, prepare a bit, and then I'll take you home." "Okay," the little girl obediently agreed. Falling from the kidnapper's hands into someone else's, the little girl had no other choice. Fortunately, the person who was talking to her was willing to communicate and appeared quite friendly. The girl's hands were untied, but her eyes were still covered, and she was told not to remove the blindfold, or Fang Hao wouldn't take her home. The girl agreed and sat quietly, waiting. After the battlefield was cleared, everyone started taking the girl back home. At noon, Proul City welcomed 2 new guests. The sun was blazing, the air somewhat warped from the heat, and pedestrians squinted because of the glaring sunlight. A man and a woman riding horses entered the city. The man was a young human, sitting tall on his horse, hands tightly clasping the reins, chest thumping like a victorious knight. But what really drew attention was his attire. He wore a mage's robe with a bright silver metal armor outside, a knight's iron sword at his left side, a ruby-encrusted magic wand on his right, and a dazzling golden dagger on his belly. What was this? A knight? A mage knight? Well, doesn't seem like anyone heard of that profession before. Looking at the woman behind him, she was from the Beast clan, in leather armor, and had a pair of tiger's claws hanging at her waist. While Prul City does not discriminate against the Beast Clan, it is still a human city, and seeing members of the Beast Clan, aside from merchants, was rare. There was a human little girl sitting in front of the woman. She kept pointing here and there, like a guide, introducing the city to the Beast Clan girl. Hey, isn't that Tavok's little girl? I heard she was kidnapped, and he was raising ransom money recently, right? Yes, my wife's younger brother's cousin works for Tavok. He told me that Tavok's little girl was kidnapped. Tavok must have secretly hired mercenaries to get her rescued. That can't be right. My wife's cousin said that these days Tavok was about to sell off his property to raise the ransom. He never mentioned hiring mercenaries. Are you daft? They'd definitely keep it a secret. If your cousin knew, the kidnappers would too. The two strode into the city. They were coming in with Tavok's missing daughter. Even after verifying their identities and intentions at the city gate, they still drew the attention of the patrolling soldiers. Both of you, please state your purpose. Human warrior, 5th Order. The patrol guards were all in uniformed equipment, standard leather armor adorned their bodies, and longswords hung at their waists. Behind them, several soldiers held weapons similar to long spears. The leader of the patrol didn't draw his sword from his waist. It seemed he was merely conducting a simple interrogation. I ran into a group of bandits in the wilderness and rescued this child from them, then brought her to find her father. Fang Hao stated his purpose straightforwardly. The patrol captain turned to look at the girl behind him. The girl spoke up. Yes, this man and woman saved me. The patrol captain nodded and said, well, sir, the residential area is straight ahead. It's best if you dismount. All right. Fang Hao immediately got off his horse and removed the starfire wand hanging from the side of the horse. Best of luck to you, the patrol captain said, and then left with his men. After the patrol captain had left, there came the sound of hurried footsteps from ahead. A nicely dressed, well-built man was rushing over with a group of people. His expression was slightly agitated. My daughter. It's all my fault. I should have taken better care of you so that you wouldn't have been kidnapped by the bandits. The man remorsefully embraced the girl. Without need for any introduction, it was clear that this man was Tavok. Father, I'm all right. These siblings rescued me. Compared to the man filled with self-condemnation, the girl was much calmer. Tavok took his eyes off his daughter and looked back at Fang Hao and Angia. He bowed in gratitude. Tavok thanks you for rescuing my daughter, and I will forever remember your kindness. A servant beside him then presented a satin box, opened it up, revealed a box full of gold coins. 2,000 pieces. Fang Hao didn't hesitate to accept. Along the way, he had heard some talks from other residents, knowing the ransom demanded by the bandits was absolutely more than 2,000 gold coins, otherwise, the ransom would have been gathered by now. It was merely lending a hand. Fang Hao replied politely, then continued, I heard Mr. Tavok is a successful cloth merchant. I'm quite interested in this area. Would it be possible to learn from Mr. Tavok? Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Tavok was taken aback. He hadn't expected a man in full armor like Fang Hao to show an interest in the cloth business. How should I address you both? Tavok asked again. My name is Fang Hao. This is my bodyguard Angia. Fang Hao introduced. Oh, Mr. Fang Hao, how about I take you to my cloth factory for a visit? If there's anything that piques your interest, feel free to ask me any questions. Tavok thought for a moment and then said. That would be great. Please come this way. The group climbed onto a carriage that Tavok had prepared and headed to his cloth factory. As an experienced merchant, Tavok had a sharp eye. He had some guesses about the identities of the young man and woman in front of him. Although Fang Hao was dressed as a warrior, the combination of a mage's robe and an iron armor seemed a bit odd. With his smooth skin, he doesn't look like a seasoned fighter. With an attractive female bodyguard following him, he could easily be mistaken for a rich young man fantasizing about knightly adventures. Taking into account the fact that he had brought a well-equipped army to rescue his own daughter. This further implied that Fang Hao's family must possess a significant military force. Otherwise, they would not entrust such a delicate young master with command of an army. As a merchant, establishing a relationship with a person like Fang Hao is certainly not a bad idea. The factory was situated in a corner of the city. Inside the vast premises, workers could be seen performing a variety of tasks like spinning and weaving clothes. From raw materials to spinning, processing, the whole process may not be difficult, but it does require a rather complex set of procedures. Nowadays, the best-selling fabric among the nobles is silk. From silkworm farming, harvesting, it all requires expert personnel even for rearing. Even environmental factors may lead to the demise of the silkworms, leading to total investment losses. Tavik introduced while leading the pair around the factory. Being in the business, Tavik had a way with words, and wanting to build a rapport with Fang Hao, he was especially detailed in his explanation. They toured the factory for a long time and gained a lot of insights. Just as they were leaving the factory, some silk was brought over by the workers. Mr. Fang Hao, I can see you're really interested in this business. This is our finest silk. Thank you for saving my daughter. Tavik carried the silk towards Fang Hao. Holy snow silk. Type. Silk. Description. Textiles made from silkworms, highly sought after by nobles and royalty. The silk in his hand was as white as snow, smooth and delicate to the touch, had a good hand feel. I appreciate it, Mr. Tavik. Without refusing, Fang Hao took the silk and placed it directly into his bag. No need for formalities. Mr. Tavik, I was actually intending on buying the blueprint of the silk-making machine and some silkworms from you for rearing. Would that be possible? Upon climbing onto the carriage, Fang Hao brought up this topic again. Tavik furrowed his brows slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of Fang Hao encroaching on his business. To make a business out of cloth production and sell it, it's not as simple as having a few spinning machines. What surprised him was the speed at which Fang Hao made decisions. A sewing machine, starting right from silkworm farming. Mr. Fang Hao, you're my friend, and I am naturally willing to sell to you. However, this business requires a large initial investment and progress is slow. It might not be as simple as it seems. Tavik advised on the side. No worries, Mr. Tavik, please go ahead and sell them to me, I've got everything under control. Alright then, I'll have someone prepare it all and pass it to you when it's ready. Thank you, Mr. Tavik. The carriage slowly made its way back into the city. Fang Hao declined Tavik's dinner invitation, stating that he would pick up the blueprint and the silkworms at Tavik's mansion when he was ready to leave. It wasn't that Fang Hao couldn't enjoy the food outside, but that he had other plans. Before leaving, he planned to visit the city's pub to look for single-page maps that he could buy. After all, his progress depended on these camp bases, where he could open treasure chests and obtain various blueprints. After bidding farewell to Tavik, Fang Hao and Angia went straight to the pub. Although it was already afternoon, it wasn't yet the pub's peak time, and there weren't many customers inside. Behind the counter was a busty barmaid, moving about seductively, joking with the customers. What can I get you? The barmaid returned to the counter and asked in a soft voice. I'll have a beer, Angia, what about you? Fang Hao said. A beer. A large one. Angia took a seat next to Fang Hao. Alright, coming right up. The barmaid started preparing their drinks, her eyes never stopped observing the man-woman pair. With the beers placed before them, she asked out of curiosity, I heard you two saved Tavik's little girl. Who were the bandits? A tavern has always been a place of a motley crowd, where you could learn many secrets about the city. Many people come for a drink and to hear some rumors and stories. I just happened to come across them, a duo of humans and orcs. I don't remember who they were, Fang Hao replied, taking his beer. There was no secret about it, nor was there any need for confidentiality. A human and orc pair. The proprietress, arms folded across her chest, started recollecting people fitting this description. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Is there an orc with a mace as his weapon? Not very sharp-witted. Damn, she figured it out. Seeing Fang Hao's expression, the proprietress knew she was right. It must be them. They came by recently, said they were part of a mercenary guild, tried to find out about a lot of things around here. I can't be sure, after all, I just arrived here. Maybe we are talking about the same person, Fang Hao replied. As a customer in the distance flagged her for a drink, the proprietress left a plate of sliced meat in front of them before leaving. On the house, come back again sometime. With that said, she left to serve other customers. Fang Hao sipped his beer, his gaze falling on the notice board nearby. The Human Clan's tavern notice board was different from the ones at the Torin Tavern. In addition to posting single-page maps, there were also details about various activities happening at the tavern. For example, late-night exotic dance performances. This was not Fang Hao's misinterpretation, it was explicitly mentioned as an exotic dance performance. I just wonder if the generously endowed proprietress is the performer. Returning his attention to the maps. There were two. Bandit Camp and Pond Monster. Map. Bandit Camp. Category. Single-page map. Description. Map drawn by a traveler, detailing the route and the terrain of the bandit camp. Why? Planning on taking out these bandits. The proprietress walked back, seeing Fang Hao examining the maps on the notice board. Just looking, how come there are bandits? Aren't the city guards supposed to deal with them? Fang Hao asked curiously. The city guards seemed reliable, which questions the existence of bandits nearby. Who knows, people did organize against them a couple of years ago, but when the troops arrived, they ran. When they're outnumbered, they lose. It's been like this for years, now nobody bothers anymore. As long as the bandits don't attack the city, everyone is fine, the proprietress said, preparing some food. How many are they? A few hundred, or so I've heard from customers. You aren't thinking of engaging them, are you? They're not the stupid type. Don't go off doing something foolish, the proprietress cautioned. I'll take these 2 maps, how much will it cost? You're seriously going? Do you have a death wish? The proprietress asked in amazement. I won't be going myself. I know a group of mercenaries, I'll ask if they're interested. Fang Hao found an excuse for himself. Seeing that Fang Hao didn't seem impulsive, the proprietress didn't say any more and replied, a map costs 5 gold coins. Oh right, the bounty on the bandits was announced by the city lord. If successful, you can take the bandit leader's head to the city lord's mansion and exchange it for gold. Well, that's not bad. Fang Hao pulled out 10 Human Clan gold coins, handed them to the proprietor, and then casually picked up the 2 maps. The tavern began to fill up with more and more patrons. While the proprietress went to tend to her customers, Fang Hao thought about finishing off his last beer and leaving. He'd then go and collect the blueprints that Tavik had prepared for him, and head back to his territory. Just as he was about to get up, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared on a wooden platform to one side of the tavern. He took a large swig of his beer, smacked his lips, and announced loudly, tonight's story. The bloodthirsty Countess, Hilda Ford. The appearance of the middle-aged man silenced the noisy tavern in an instant. Everyone quietly sipped their drinks, waiting for the man's upcoming story. The man didn't keep his audience waiting and began his preamble. Hilda was the daughter of a member of the kingdom's council. Born into privilege, by the age of 21, Hilda had become more beautiful and smart. She helped her father solve problems and assisted the city's poor in childbirth. In her eyes, there were no differences between nobles and commoners. She loved children, and every time she saw a child's smiling face, Hilda smiled too, dreaming that one day, she too would have a lovely baby with her fiancé copyright. However, this kind-hearted countess had a peculiar hobby, collecting various weapons, including 12 finely crafted swords. Fang Hao's eyebrows slightly furrowed upon hearing this. 12 finely crafted swords. This reminded him of Little Yu's task to gather 12 swords of absolution. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? The story continued. Suddenly, the beautiful and kind Hilda was bewitched by a demon. She lay in a blood-covered bed, surrounded by the corpses of 12 children, killed by 12 swords. Soon, Hilda's actions were exposed, and her brutal killings incensed the entire city. Overnight, the beautiful and kind countess became a bloodthirsty demon. The townsfolk nailed her alive to a post in the pillory, and 12 swords pierced her body as punishment for the lives of the children she'd killed. Clap, clap. The middle-aged man gently clapped, pulling the crowd out of the story. Well, that's the story of the bloodthirsty countess. Wow. As the story ended, the tavern once again began buzzing. People sighed at the twist in the tale. Of course, it's a story. No one would actually believe it's true. Wasn't her father a council member? Would commoners dare to kill the daughter of a council member? Can't you just enjoy a story? Do you really think it's all true? It's made up. Have you ever seen a countess be a midwife for the common folk? True. The storyteller, the middle-aged man, clapped again, saying loudly, today is not just for stories. As for Hilda's father, we'll discuss him in another story. Some say Hilda was caught up in a conspiracy against her father. Because of what Hilda did, her father lost his position as a council member and was ultimately killed on his way out of the city. The patrons continued to question loudly, pointing out loopholes in the story. To prove it was just a story. All right, I have proof. The middle-aged man clapped lightly, and a servant came forward with a gorgeously crafted dagger. The man held the dagger gently in his hands as if it was a priceless treasure. He said, this is one of the 12 lethal weapons that Hilda had collected, and it was this weapon that eventually killed its mistress. Now, if anyone wants to buy it as a collector's item, for 1,000 gold coins, you can own a weapon once possessed by the countess. Spit. When he finished speaking, many people spat out their beers, drenching their companions with a spray of beer froth. Just when we thought you were here for the story, turns out you're a peddler. You think we're fools. You make up a story, then try to sell us a broken dagger for 1,000 gold coins. Only fools would fall for that. The reproof had hardly resonated when the voice of a bidder rang out, I'll take it. Everyone froze, turning to look at the male and female pair who'd placed the bid. Damn it. Fang Hao cursed himself for making the bid at the wrong time. Facing the gathering gazes, he maintained a calm demeanor. He spoke softly, the story was well told, and the short sword has quite a flashy design. It could make for a good addition to my collection. In other words, I'm not short on cash and I'll buy it merely because I like how it looks. Seeing Fang Hao's expression, the crowd started whispering among themselves. Gradually, everyone came to know that it was he who saved the cloth merchant's daughter in the city and received a hefty reward for it. Yes, he has money, but even the wealthy shouldn't spend so casually. Spending 1,000 gold coins for a short sword after just hearing a story doesn't seem like a smart decision. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid? This is a former collection of a countess and the only one available. The middle-aged man continued to remind loudly, trying to push the audience into raising their bids. I suggest you stop repeating yourself, otherwise this gentleman might reconsider and you'll end up not selling it at all, a nearby drinker spoke up, causing a round of laughter to ripple through the crowd. Everyone present knew that these sales methods usually involved selling flashy yet useless items, even if it was once collected by a countess. Such items would only appear in the auctions of the nobility. How could they end up here? The middle-aged salesman scanned his eyes over the crowd back and forth, looking at the mocking drinkers below and then at the young man who had made the bid in the distance. Clutching the short sword in his hand, his palm was drenched with sweat. Damn it. If he had known, he would have started with a higher asking price to earn more. But in the end, no one else raised the price. According to the rules of the tavern, if someone bids the final price, then the short sword is his. The middle-aged man brought the short sword over to Fang Hao. Sir, it's yours now. Even though you only spent 1,000 gold, I have to emphasize that this short sword is not a forgery, the middle-aged man stated. Oh, is that so? Fang Hao responded with a smile, taking the short sword from him. The design of the short sword was remarkably ornate. Made entirely from an unknown metal, the sword shone bright white. The finely crafted patterns decorated on it made this short sword appear less like a weapon and more like a piece of art. Pardon short sword purple. Type. Short sword. Damage. Tier 3. Description. A sword that killed its own master. Rumor has it that anyone who wields this sword will die in agony. As soon as Fang Hao held it in his hand, all the properties of the short sword were revealed before his eyes. A purple sword, but damage only classed as Tier 3. It seemed that the value of this item was more for collecting, rather than practical use. Sit down for a drink, my treat. Fang Hao invited the middle-aged man who was about to leave. The man frowned at Fang Hao but still took a seat. The tavern keeper served him a large mug of beer. Fang Hao then asked, "Did the countess really kill 12 children? How did she steal them away from their parents?" The man took a sip of beer before answering, "I heard she used some sort of drug to sedate the parents before stealing the children away to kill." Heard it. What else can I say? The story of the countess was from 40 to 50 years ago. You don't actually believe I was alive back then, do you? The man touched his own face. Fang Hao furrowed his brows but didn't press the matter further. It seemed that the man before him was merely a narrator of the story, not a witness. Therefore, the authenticity of the story was up for debate. You mentioned that the countess had a total of 12 collections. Are the rest in your possession too? Fang Hao continued to ask. No, I got this one by chance, the man replied while slightly shaking his head. Do you know the whereabouts of the rest? I'm somewhat interested in these collections. The man looked at Fang Hao again. This young stranger seemed quite wealthy. He had indeed priced it too low. With a somewhat dissatisfied expression, he finished the beer in his mug in one go, then slid it to the tavern keeper, another one, on his tab. Fang Hao didn't mind. A second mug of beer was brought to the man. The man then moved closer and spoke in a low voice, I'm not sure about the others, but the lord of this city has one. If you're capable, you could try getting it. City lord. So he's the ruler of this city. If possible, it could be beneficial to get in touch with the city lord of Cruel, either for future developments or to obtain his collection. After that, Fang Hao chatted with the middle-aged man for a while longer. When it was about time, he got ready to leave. After paying for the drinks, he pulled out another gold coin and placed it in front of the man. Have a good drink. The middle-aged man didn't get up. He merely waved his hand slightly. Goodbye. Goodbye. ... After leaving the tavern and receiving the items he wanted from Tavok, he immediately left Cruel City. He needed to return to his territory before dark. This trip to the human city was fruitful. A blueprint for a silk spinning machine, 2 maps of wilderness strongholds, a short sword of absolution, 500 breeding silkworms and 500 units of silkworm cocoons, 2 bottles of high-quality wine, and a goose feather pen with a golden tip. Fang Hao paid for the spinning machine blueprint, the silkworms, and the silkworm cocoons. Maintaining a good relationship with Tavok is key. If silk can generate a market, he will probably buy ready-made silk cloth directly from Tavok. It will take some time to raise silkworms. Given Fang Hao's wealth and the reserve of Warfire coins, he is much wealthier than Tavok, the cloth merchant. The wine and goose feather pen were Tavok's insistence. Unable to decline, he accepted them. The two left the city and made their way to the skeleton army's campsite. They began to return to their territory under heavy escort. By the time they got back, it was dark. As soon as the two dismounted, Era came out of the Lord's stone tower to welcome them. My lord, Angia, welcome back. Yes, Era, see if any of the maids know anything about silkworm rearing. If so, ask her to come to the silkworm room, Fang Hao said directly. Raising silkworms requires some experience. If any of the maids know how, then they should be assigned to do it. If not, he would have to arrange for the versatile skeleton to rear the silkworms, but this type of work doesn't reflect the labor efficiency of the tirelessly working skeletons. Oh, all right, Era replied and quickly left. Arriving at the silkworm room. Looking at the level 1 wooden hut in front of him. Since there were no silkworms in the past, the silkworm room has always been kept at level 1 without any upgrades. Now that he has silkworms, he needs to provide these delicate creatures with a good living environment. He upgraded the silkworm room straight to level 6 and placed the 500 silkworms inside. Level 6 silkworm room. Type. Building. Ability. Breeding plus 1%, silkworm cocoon production plus 2%. Description. The silkworm room provides a basic environment for silkworm rearing. Upgrade required. 2,800 wood, 1050 stone, 1,000 straw, 550 leather, 420 hemp rope, 12 natural gems. There's no special effect when the silkworm room is at level 1. After being upgraded to level 6, it acquired building's additional attributes. At this time, Era came over with 2 female rabbitman maids. My lord, these 2 know how to rear silkworms, Era explained. The 2 maids, dressed in maid outfits, hurriedly bowed, my lord. All right, you're familiar with silkworm rearing. Yes, my lord. Our rabbitman village sold silkworm cocoons to the humans before, so we know how, one of the maids answered. Not all the rabbitmen in the village come from the same place, but their fate is almost the same. Their villages could not protect themselves adequately and were eventually wiped out. Good, then you 2 will be in charge of the silkworm room. When there are more silkworms, I will build new silkworm rooms and appoint apprentices for you to teach them how to breed silkworms, Fang Hao ordered. As you wish, my lord, the 2 readily agreed. The rabbitmen's bodies were not as sturdy as other orcs, but they were adept at thinking and learning. Naturally, they knew that possessing unique abilities in the territory was more valuable than cleaning every day. Even if one day the Lord doesn't need so many servants, he would not abandon them. So, when they were assigned the task of managing the silkworm room, they were delighted. After leaving the silkworm room, Fang Hao went to the tailor shop again. The skeleton tailors were busily working as usual. Recently, Soy, the captain of the skeleton tailors, successfully finalized another set of clothes in Fang Hao's mind, a sailor suit. All the skeleton tailors were working hard on it. Good evening, my lord. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, Soy quickly stood up to greet him. Good evening, Soy. My lord, the sailor outfits are being rushed through production. They can be distributed soon. Soy thought Fang Hao was coming to inquire about the outfits. Ah, no rush on that. I wanted to discuss something about silk, Fang Hao said as he took a seat close by. Oh, have you got some silkworm cocoons, my lord? Soy asked. Yes, the silkworm house has started raising silkworms. The warehouse also has some silkworm cocoons. I am now planning to make a silk loom. When it's ready, you can arrange for it to be used. After he had spoken, Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords, found the blueprint for the silk loom, and started crafting. 100-fold amplifying trigger, 101 silk looms obtained. Loom after loom appeared before him, each being stacked on an empty plot of land. Very well, my lord, I will arrange it. The amount of cocoon and silk brought back from Tavok was not significant. There was no rush, either. This visit was but to inform Soy about the development of silk production, so that he could be clued up and prepared. With a steady supply from the silkworm house, there wouldn't be any unnecessary panic. After bidding Soy farewell, Fang Hao arrived at another dwelling. He gently knocked at the door, calling out, Little Yu, are you there? This was the house that Fang Hao had built for Little Yu. During the day, Little Yu would generally stay in the room, and would only go out for walks at night. Or she would go find Soy to talk about topics in clothing design. Now, as darkness began to set in, it should have been time for Little Yu to become active. And sure enough, after Fang Hao finished calling her, Little Yu peeked out through the wall. Seeing Fang Hao, her entire figure floated out of the wall. Lord, Little Yu lifted her skirt and bowed slightly. Little Yu, I went to another city today and got a decent dagger, do you want to take a look? He said, pulling a misdeed dagger from his backpack. The moment the dagger appeared, Little Yu furrowed her brows. As if some enchanting magic power was emanating from the dagger, attracting her gaze, she became slightly captivated in the moment. Little Yu, Fang Hao softly called out. The next second, a beam of light dispersed from Little Yu's body, and her level began to rapidly increase. Little Yu the Wandering Spirit, rank 5. Little Yu's current power directly jumped from rank 3 to rank 5. This was the first time Fang Hao had come across leveling up by purely laying eyes on an artifact. If it hadn't been for a passing skeleton showing no reaction whatsoever, he might have thought he had acquired a divine artifact. An artifact that could upgrade a unit by just glancing at it. Lord, what's its name? Little Yu's gaze returned to normal as she asked. Misdeed dagger, is there a problem? Fang Hao asked. It seemed that Little Yu still hadn't recovered her memory, or else she wouldn't have asked him the name of the dagger. Images seemed to surface in my mind, as though it belonged to me at some point. Little Yu eyed Fang Hao warily, my lord, you know something. You intentionally brought this back for me, didn't you? Fang Hao thought for a moment, then decided against concealing anything. He told little Yu about the happenings and the middle-aged man who sold him the dagger at the tavern. He didn't mention anything about the character attributes and the task. Discussing these things with locals was difficult, as they would have had a hard time understanding. Instead, it would lower the credibility of the story. So am I to think that, in the past, I had killed 12 children? But, I don't remember ever wanting to hurt anyone. Little Yu didn't seem to accept the story. Despite being a spirit, she found it hard to accept that she may have been so brutal in the past, no matter what the reasons. The story. Storytellers tend to add unbearable elements to stories for certain purposes, so they are often not entirely truthful. Will it be hard to collect the remaining 11 weapons? Little Yu asked. I am looking for information as we speak, and I will try my best to collect them if I get any leads. Little Yu nodded, then bowed once again. Thank you for telling me all this, my lord. Don't let this burden you. The past is past, what's ahead is what matters. Yes, my lord, you are right. Your loyalty with Little Yu, the wandering spirit, increased by 5 points. Current loyalty. 95 points. Little Yu's loyalty increased quickly. This time, Fang Hao brought her the dagger and gave her the story straight, which led to another 5-point increase in loyalty, bringing it to 95. Okay, I should head back now. The Trade Alliance has a new building set up. You can go chat with them, don't stay cooped up in your room as always. Okay, take care, my lord. He returned to the lord's manor, had dinner, and went to bed. The next day, early morning. A slight disturbance beside him woke Fang Hao from his sleep. Era, Fang Hao called out. The morning sun had risen outside the window, bringing golden light into the room. Era was sitting on the edge of the bed, bending over to pick up clothes thrown on the floor and dressing herself neatly. Master, it's still early, you can sleep a bit more. It's not early, I've got important things to do today. Fang Hao sighed, getting up as he did so. Era showed a smile, then began helping Fang Hao get dressed. After getting dressed and freshening up, he walked out of the lord's manor. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, he yawned again. What a beautiful day. Outside, the maids had already started their day's work and were greeting him as he appeared. My lord, the store has restocked, among which there is a silk alchemical gown blueprint. Captain Dujin asked me to inquire if you wish to purchase it. A skeleton merchant walked over, and after bowing, spoke. I thought you said there were no new goods yesterday, so how come there are some today? Well, my lord, the Trade Alliance store restocks empty slots on the second day. It just so happens we have this blueprint today, the skeleton merchant replied. If you had purchased a product or an item was removed for some reason, the empty space would be restocked the next day. Oh, is the order still available? Yes, no one has taken the alchemical gown order. Good, let's go take a look. With the skeleton merchant in tow, Fang Hao walked towards the alliance structure. Upon pushing the doors open, he saw that Dujin was already at the counter waiting. My lord. Dujin, go ahead and buy the alchemical gown blueprint, said Fang Hao. Very well, my lord. Dujin took the blueprint and handed it over to Fang Hao. Silk alchemical gown blueprint, blue leather 5, thick leather 3, mithril 3, silk 15. Description. Special outfit for alchemists, can shorten the time consumed during alchemy. Good. All the materials are ready. Dujin, take up the order for the alchemical gown. We have enough materials, said Fang Hao. Very well, my lord. Dujin opened the mailbox behind him and took out the order. After Fang Hao signed his name on it, the order acceptance was completed. Order. Demand. Silk alchemical gown 10 pieces. Exchange. 10,000 warfire coins, 1 enlightening potion, and 10 influences in academy. An order like the alchemist's robe is, in a sense, rarely accepted by anyone. The process of making silk is complicated and time-consuming from the start. Natives don't have the Book of Lords, so they have to start slowly. Besides, orders from the Alchemy Guild are scarce. Making 10 items in one go, combined with the complexity, no one would accept this order nowadays. If Fang Hao weren't interested in the enlightening potion, he likely wouldn't be so persistent in taking this order. He started manufacturing directly after entering the blueprint into the Book of Lords. The quantity was set to 1. The Hundredfold amplification trigger, you obtained 101 Silk Line Alchemist robes. Silk Line Alchemist robe, blue. Category: Silk garments. Defense: Level 1 defense. Ability: Alchemy success rate plus 1%, alchemy time reduction 2%. Description: Alchemist's exclusive clothing, it can reduce the time consumed in alchemy. Upon seeing these attributes, Fang Hao understood the function of the alchemist's robe. Alchemy is not always successful, there is indeed a success rate. Dujin arranged for a skeleton merchant, planning to deliver 10 robes. Wait, ask them if they need more robes when you deliver them, and if they need them, they can place orders directly with us next time, otherwise, the remaining 90 will be left in our hands. Fang Hao instructed. The biggest function of these robes is alchemy, and they are clothing. There are always future orders. When the time comes, it is better to sell the rest by specifying himself. All right, sir, I got it. The skeleton merchant said, taking the order and the goods and prepared to leave. After breakfast, Fang Hao continued with the next plan. He opened the map from the Book of Lords and started to check it. He got 2 maps from the tavern in Cruel City yesterday. He planned to pick a closer one for exploration and strategy. Compared with the local residents, the transmigrators like them have some differences. The locals usually shy away from dangerous places. But the reward mechanism of the chest gave the transmigrators a reason to take risks. The greater the danger, the greater the return. As long as they go explore and take risks, there will be rewards when they return. The 2 maps were respectively Mountain Bandit Camp and Pond Monster. After comparing the locations, he found that the Mountain Bandit Camp was on the southwest side of Cruel City, whereas the Pond Monster was on the north side of Cruel City A in between his own territory and Cruel. So it was easier to explore. Angia. Fang Hao called. What is it? Get ready. We have a new map. Let's go explore together. Where are we going? Is it the 2 maps we got yesterday? Angia asked curiously. Yes, it's called the Pond Monster. The enemy might be in the pond. Take more archers and spear soldiers, Fang Hao suggested according to his assumption. He didn't have any underwater combat troops. Although skeletons don't need to breathe, it wasn't clear if they could fight underwater. If the pond was deep and the enemy was lurking in the water without coming out, they would be difficult to deal with. So, it's best to prepare as much as possible. Okay. Angia agreed and then went out to arrange for the accompanying troops. 10 minutes later, 5 bone dragons, 1,000 skeleton trolls, and 50,000 skeleton soldiers assembled outside the territory. After Fang Hao returned to his room and applied God's presence, the large team set off, heading towards the pond. As they approached the south, the forest became more extensive. Fang Hao's previous explorations were mostly inclined around the north and east of the territory, where there were several orc tribes. Villages often disappeared during battles. Fang Hao was lying in the car, leading the army to advance rapidly. Many humans' villages were seen along the way. After discovering such a large undead army, they hurriedly returned to their villages, closed the village gates, and watched the movement of the undead from a distance. Of course, Fang Hao didn't care about these ordinary villages. Without changing the route, he tried not to disturb the lives of the natives. 2 hours later, the team finally approached the location of the pond. Stop advancing, Fang Hao said, standing on a cart. The team stopped, and Angia rode over. What's wrong? We're almost there, I'll use the giant bat to scout the situation. Forget it, let me go. What if it's not strong? I'll get rid of it by myself. It'll save us the trouble, Angia said. Fang Hao shook his head. Let's be safe. Wait for my news. You'll be the main force in the battle later, so no need to rush. Angia pouted, but still agreed. Okay. Fang Hao cancelled God's presence and took over one of the accompanying skeleton giant bats. Once the soul flame was ignited in the pupil of the skeleton giant bat, several skeleton giant bats flew towards the pond with him. In the dense forest, he saw a large pond. A stream poured water into the pond from a river, and there was another river that led the water to the west. Fang Hao guided several giant bats to hover over the pond, looking for the monster mentioned on the map. The air was sticky and humid, and the green leaves on the tree branches were covered in dripping water droplets. The environment was quite suitable for plant growth. Many mottled gray boulders, covered with moss and various colorful fungi, were also scattered around the pond. Whoosh! Just when Fang Hao didn't find anything, he suddenly felt something attacking. He hurried to check, but found no creature attacking him. An illusion. Fang Hao was a bit confused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, he felt the change in the airflow again. He controlled the giant bat to look back, and was abruptly shocked. What's happening? Apart from himself, there were 5 giant bats. Where did they go? Did they fly away? Were they attacked? Even if they were instantly killed, there should be some bones dropping around, right? How come there were no traces at all? Whoosh. The next second, he finally understood what happened to those bats. He saw a gray stone below opened its huge mouth, a long, crimson tongue, like a sharp arrow, wrapped around the skeleton bat he was controlling and dragged it into its mouth. Fang Hao woke up in bed. Everything happened too quickly. As he sat up in bed, his heart was still pounding. After taking a sip of water, he lay back down and woke up amid the stationed skeleton army. When the soul fire was ignited, Angia came over. How was it? Any danger inside? It's dangerous. There's a stone that eats people. Fang Hao said. Everything happened too fast, and he didn't even see the name of the monster. What is it? A stone element? No, it's a stone that opens a big mouth and extends its tongue so long, eating all the giant bats I brought. Fang Hao said, trying hard to describe. He even made a slide to make Angia understand what he had just seen. A giant lizard. A giant lizard hunts food that way. After communicating with Angia, Fang Hao ordered the army to continue advancing. Although they had not learned specific information about the enemy, they knew their target was the creatures camouflaged as boulders. No matter how strong these creatures were, under the onslaught of tens of thousands of undead, even a pool of water would be drained dry. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, mounted the bone dragon. They once again soared above the pool of water. Those boulders. From the back of the dragon, Fang Hao pointed towards the strange stones below, which were covered in fungi. The strange stones varied in size, the largest being 5 to 6 meters long, and the smallest only the size of an ordinary stone. I don't see anything unusual. Angia, looking down at the strange stones, couldn't detect anything abnormal. However, just as her words fell, whoosh, a crimson tongue shot up from below, enveloping the ribcage of the bone dragon, attempting to pull it into its mouth. Damn, trying to eat the bone dragon, aren't you afraid you'll burst? Fang Hao cursed inwardly. 3 or 4 more tongues sprang out, attacking the airborne bone dragon. The bone dragon, gigantic in size, was not a mere match for the skeleton giant bats. Facing the entangling tongues, it merely wobbled a bit and then quickly dragged the strange stones along the ground below. The massive jaws parted wide, revealing the name of the creature to Fang Hao. Speckled giant toad, tier 7. So, it was a toad. No wonder the tongue was so long. Seeing that the giant toads below were not letting go, Fang Hao instructed, dragon breath. The bone dragon dived, swooping down and unleashing a deadly breath into the mouth of the toad attempting to pull it in. A black energy beam directly poured into the giant toad's mouth. The giant toad's body rapidly inflated and exploded with a bang, scattering bones and flesh all around. No good. This way, all their bones would be blown away. Don't exhale into their mouths, breathe over all the strange stones around the pond, Fang Hao ordered. Several bone dragons began circling in the sky, their deadly breaths starting to clear the giant toads disguised as stones. Facing tier 10 bone dragons, the giant toads, tongue attacks were utterly ineffective. The giant toads, dragged around the ground by the bone dragons, presented a terribly disheveled sight. The speckled toads, with their gray skin, weren't actual stones but simply camouflaged as such. Engulfed by the fatal breath, their flesh melted and fell off, and even the surrounding vegetation quickly wilted. Once the bone dragons had almost finished cleaning up, the skeleton infantry began their task, clearing the remaining giant toads around the pond. Fang Hao, do you think we can eat the mushrooms on the backs of these giant toads? They don't seem poisonous, Angia said, stepping on a dead giant toad and studying its mushrooms. Fang Hao jumped down from the bone dragon, glancing at her. Have I mistreated you? Or have I starved you? Do you really need to research whether the mushrooms are poisonous or not? There was no shortage of food in their territory. In fact, one could say it was surplus. There were hardly any living people in Fang Hao's main city now, so food was the least of their worries. But what if we've discovered a new ingredient? Forget it. Leave such a formidable task to Era, Fang Hao said. That works too. Shall we gather some for Era to take back? No. Leave the living people of the territory alone. Okay, then I'll return to the fight. The battle was still ongoing. One after another, speckled giant toads leapt out of the pool, battling with the undead army surrounding them. There were simply too many undead. Even though the speckled giant toads could drag ordinary undead skeletons into their mouths. But their overwhelming numbers, dense without a single gap, could choke all of them to death. Furthermore, the undead warriors were not just waiting to die. They were carrying out their orders to kill, fearlessly. The giant toad's most significant advantage was stealth. It depended on camouflage, striking its prey by surprise. However, if an adversary was prepared, or if the enemy was much stronger than the giant toad, the attacks would seem monotonous. The giant toad had shifted from fighting on the pond's edge to shrinking back into the water, making its last stand. Arrows and magic missiles were ceaselessly shot into the pond. The lifeless body of the giant toad started to surface. The pond had become a sanctuary for the giant toad, greatly prolonging the duration of the battle. The fight lasted more than 2 hours. And was finally drawing to a close. Clean up the battlefield, pick up all the fallen equipment, gather the giant toad's corpses, and look for treasure chests. Fang Hao began giving out orders for the final operation. This pond had been occupied by the giant toad. Various beasts and warcrafts could still be seen while they continued their journey. In this place, in this pond area, no insect chirps or bird calls could be heard. It was this environment that led to the proliferation of so many giant toads. The undead army dispersed, collecting all their fallen comrades, weaponry and equipment. The giant toads' bodies were also loaded onto carts, awaiting transport back. After a thorough search, the battlefield cleanup was completed, but not one skeleton had brought back a treasure chest. What's going on? This isn't right. The entire battlefield had been covered, so many skeletons were searching, the chances of any area being overlooked were slim. In the end, Fang Hao's gaze fell onto the location of the central pond. If anything was missed by the skeleton soldiers, it would surely be at the bottom of this pond. Go, some of you go down and see if there are any valuables, Fang Hao instructed a nearby skeleton. Following commands, the skeleton plunged directly into the water. In no time, some severed seagrass floated to the surface, then a gold treasure chest bobbed up. It was indeed underwater. Once the chest was reeled in, Fang Hao immediately chose to open it. You obtained. Blueprint of giant toad leather knee trousers green, blueprint of giant toad leather work boots green, blueprint of giant toad leather belt green, blueprint of giant toad leather gloves green, spring water markings X5, natural essence X3, mist cloaked crystal X5. Well, that's something, a giant toad armor set. An armor set usually comes with set attribute bonuses, but the late appearance of this one left Fang Hao somewhat unsatisfied. Close combat foot soldiers had already replaced their leather armor with metallic ones, greatly enhancing their survivability on the battlefield. Mages had their mage robes, only the skeleton archers didn't have specific attribute enhancing armor. He now only hoped that if there were set attributes, they would cater to archer classes. If not considered as a set and not having unique attributes, then this set of gear is of no use to Fang Hao. Giant toad leather knee trousers. Leather X5, thick leather X3, thread X2, metal parts X3. Giant toad leather work boots. Leather X3, thick leather X4, thread X3, cast iron pieces X2, metal parts X2. Giant toed leather belt, thick leather X3, thread X2, metal parts X2. Giant toed leather gloves, thick leather X2, thread X4, metal parts X1. He reviewed the detailed properties of the gloves. Giant toed leather gloves. Category: gloves. Defense. Level 2 defense. Set effect: increases movement speed by 1%, increases gathering production speed by 2%. This effect can stack with other equipment bonuses. I1/4 description: a pair of suitable gloves can make work more efficient. I1/4. Seeing the attributes of the set, Fang Hao realized he had misunderstood the toad set. It was not ordinary armor, but a shield for the laboring people, a creator of wealth. Whether it was a 1% improvement in movement speed, or a 2% increase in production and gathering, both greatly improved work efficiency. This set of armor, one could say, was quite decent. Once back, replacing the armor of the laborer skeletons and the farmers in Zhongbin's territory could increase some work efficiency. After looking at the toad set, he continued to examine the materials behind. The traces of spring water and the essence of nature did not need to be examined, both were materials he had before. The key was the mist-cloaked crystal. This material had appeared in the blueprints of the Iron Claw rat's nest he had purchased before and belonged to the recruitment materials. However, to which faction it specifically belonged, he guessed it might be that of the elf clan. After all, this name sounded closer to nature. Mist-cloaked crystal. Category: crystal. Description: a special material owned by the fairy faction, used for recruiting soldiers and constructing buildings. Fairy. It was not the elf clan, but the fairy faction. That being said, the name, Mist-cloaked, seemed quite fitting for fairies. In Fang Hao's mind, an image inexplicably surfaced, in a dim street corner. A petite figure, with two transparent wings like a dragonfly, passionately kissing an orc. Fang Hao hastily shook his head, shaking the unpalatable image from his mind. After packing up all the spoils of war, Fang Hao waved his hand and gave the order to return. Emerging from the dense forest, the sun was already slanting towards the horizon. It should be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the large troop began to return. Along the way, those villagers who had just come out to work ran back to their village. The village gate was closed and they watched the passing undead army from a distance. Unsure what these undead were doing, they had just passed by in the morning. Why were they returning in the afternoon? Could there be an undead stronghold nearby? Everyone grew anxious. The team approached the territory. Fang Hao then dismissed his god's present state and walked out of the lord's mansion. Era and a few rabbit maids were out drying washed curtains. They all broke into smiles seeing Fang Hao come out. Master, you're awake. Did we have a good bounty today? Era asked softly. Every time Fang Hao led the soldiers out, they would always haul back a big pile of loot. This time was okay, but the harvest wasn't too big. Fang Hao shook his head. Was there a harvest? Yes, but not a big one. Some blueprints for making leather armor are no longer the main equipment of the troops in his territory. His present haul, for someone who had seen a lot, wasn't very exciting. Now the territory is very safe, there's no rush. Era smiled consolingly. Era's right. Fang Hao also broke into a smile. Before long, the fully loaded team entered the city gate, and Fang Hao went to meet them. Here you go. Angia tossed him various blueprints, along with some rare materials. He caught them and entered all the blueprints into the Book of Lords. Speckled toad at level 7, 124 in quantity, do you wish to slaughter? The sudden prompt made Fang Hao pause. I'm going, this toad can actually be slaughtered. Yes. Slaughter completed. Obtained meat 148,800, leather 34,500, beast bone 14,200, speckled mushroom 75, gnome mushroom 22, ghost mushroom 5. Several trucks full of corpses were all processed. Their flesh and bones were separated and automatically stored in the warehouse. Once all the slaughter was complete, Fang Hao instantaneously felt some regret. There was no shortage of food in the territory, would it be better if he had all these transformed into skeleton toads instead? It was too late to regret now. Seeing the prompt, he subconsciously chose confirm. But it didn't matter. There was plenty of toad corpses left that were hit by the bone dragon's breath of death. The flesh of these had already fallen off and naturally were not included in the default slaughter range. Besides, this slaughter produced many types of fungi. It couldn't be that they could actually be eaten, right? He was having trouble accepting the idea of eating toad meat, and he had very little faith in these mushrooms being edible. Speckled mushroom. Category: fungi. Description: commonly grown in marsh regions or special environments, contains toxins, mainly used for alchemy materials. I knew it. This thing definitely can't be eaten. Who would eat a mushroom that grows on the back of a toad? Alright, throw the carcasses and bones of these gigantic toads into the transformation pool, Fang Hao directed to his skeleton workers. The skeletons, who had been pushing a cart, left, and Fang Hao decided to craft the gigantic toad armor set first. He opened the Book of Lords, initiating a private chat with Zhang Bin. He asked, "How many farmers do you have in your city and the affiliated villages?" Zhang Bin replied quickly, likely because he was also leafing through the Book of Lords. "Boss, I counted when I arrived. There are 75 people in the city, and a total of 842 people in the 2 affiliated villages. Do you want me to count the soldiers too?" Zhang Bin replied. Fang Hao was about to ask why there were so few people, but immediately understood. The population in a village-level domain isn't that large to begin with. The Pigmen village only had 200 to 300 people, so having 842 people in 2 human villages was already quite a lot. "Alright, I'll make some clothes for them. You can distribute them later." "Oh, okay," Zhang Bin responded. Fang Hao ended the chat and opened the crafting tab in the Book of Lords. He adjusted the crafting amount for the gigantic toad set to 70. He selected to craft. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained gigantic toad knee pants 7070. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained. Light filled the cave as the gigantic toad sets rained down. There were currently 5,000 skeleton laborers in his domain. The remaining 2,000, excluding those assigned to Zhang Bin, were in the Pigmen village and Bulman village. Both villages had labor units, so distributing them would be considered an allocation of domain benefits. Call for the blood hunter, Fang Hao called to a vixen maid. After the maid dressed up, her fluffy tail was revealed, making anyone who saw it want to stroke it. "Ah, master," the vixen yelped in surprise, dropping her head timidly when she heard Fang Hao call her. They'd just arrived in the domain and everything was unfamiliar and scary to them. "Run an errand for me, call for the blood hunter, tell him I'm looking for him," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Master, I don't know who blood hunter sir is," the vixen whispered with her head bowed low. "He's the one with pointed teeth and huge bat wings on his back." "Oh, I see," she replied. The blood hunter's appearance was very distinctive. In the entire domain, he was the only one with a pair of huge bat wings. He always came and went by flying. It was hard for him to not draw attention. While the vixen was off to find the blood hunter, Fang Hao uploaded 900 sets of the 4-piece set directly to Zhang Bin's designated trading column. Although Zhang Bin had already become one of Fang Hao's city lords. To carry out a quick trade via the Book of Lords, they still needed to list the items for exchange as before. There wasn't any special way to do it. Luckily, this wasn't too troublesome. As long as the other party listed an item, the trade would be automatically completed. "Damn, boss, you're amazing. Adding labor attributes, this is the first time I've seen equipment that does that," Zhang Bin sent a message. "It's a bit late today, you can deliver them to the affiliated villages tomorrow," Fang Hao instructed. "Got it, boss. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll deliver them personally. I'll also check on their work." "All right." The call ended. At this moment, the blood hunter descended from the air. "My lord," the blood hunter saluted. These are the armors made for the skeleton laborers. You take care of distribution. The remaining pieces should be sent to Pigmen village." "Yes, lord. I'll handle it right away." The bat wings spread again and he flew away. After arranging for the labor units to change their equipment, Fang Hao returned to the trade alliance. In the morning, he accepted an order for an alchemy robe. In addition to the reward of 10,000 warfire coins, there was also an enlightening potion for stamina. He was quite interested in this potion. Last time, he was able to learn magic with the help of the magic enlightenment potion. He headed straight to the Trade Alliance, where Dujin was arranging work for the remaining skeleton businessmen. The window gradually darkened. Lord, the few skeleton businessmen present bowed slightly. Dujin, any new orders? Fang Hao asked, sitting at the counter. No new orders have been received, Lord, Dujin replied. Oh, is the order for the alchemy robe from this morning finished? It's finished. The warfire coins have been sent to the Lord's mansion and given to Miss Aira. This is the stamina enlightening potion, Dujin said, bending over to retrieve a potion from under the counter and placing it in front of Fang Hao. Stamina enlightenment potion. Category: Potion. Effect: obtain robust constitution. Repeat use of enlightenment potion will replace the effect of the original potion. Previously learned skills will be automatically cancelled. Description: an enlightenment potion made by the master alchemist. Can awaken potential within the body, greatly increasing physical stamina. This isn't fair. This isn't reasonable. Fang Hao frowned at the information that the enlightening potions could not be used simultaneously. So, the enlightening potion would retain only the effect of the most recently used potion. And after using it, all the previously learned skills or related abilities will disappear automatically. Fang Hao has learned several skills, such as Fire Arrow, Mist Wrap, and Summon Spirit, etc. They definitely cannot be overridden like this. Besides, who says mages can't have a strong physique? Didn't Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings wield both a magic wand and an iron sword? My lord, is there a problem? Dujin asked curiously, seeing Fang Hao sitting there grinding his teeth. Nothing major, it's just that I can't use this hard-earned potion. Fang Hao sighed and carefully put the potion away. Even if he can't use it, other transmigrators can. It could be exchanged for some good items. Oh, my lord, you're fretting about this, huh? Enlightening potions are there to stimulate human potential, not enhance it, and thus they can't be used simultaneously, Dujin explained. Fang Hao was a little surprised. You know all this. Understanding the uses of merchandise is fundamental to a merchant, isn't it? Dujin replied casually. You have a point. By the way, my lord, when I sold the alchemy cloaks this morning, I mentioned the surplus cloaks to them. They said they have used up this order and would be placing an exclusive order with us next time, Dujin said. Great, at least we won't have a surplus of cloaks that we don't need, Fang Hao, strapping his backpack to his back, said, all right, you guys keep at it, I'll head back first. Godspeed, my lord. At dinner, Aira brought up a steaming pot filled with sliced meat and various vegetables. It was hot pot, which Fang Hao had casually mentioned, and Aira had prepared dinner based on the information in his words. Master, is the taste the same as the hot pot you mentioned? Aira asked eagerly. The hot pot was boiled with water and seasoned with specially made condiments, giving it a red color. The steaming hot mist and the roiling soup filled the room with a delicious aroma, titillating the taste buds. Gurgle. Watching mesmerized, Angia's stomach started to grumble. Let's eat, Angia, you try some too, and stop drooling. Fang Hao was the first one to pick up the chopsticks, dipped a slice of meat into his bowl, and after it cooled down a bit, put it directly into his mouth. A spicy, tender taste flooded his mouth. Wow, Aira, you're amazing, this is even tastier than I imagined, Fang Hao praised loudly. With Aira's seasoning and the inherently excellent taste of the demon beast meat, the mimic hot pot was even more delicious than the real thing. Really? I'm glad you like it, master, Aira said, her face breaking into a blissful smile. Eat quickly, or Angia will finish it all. Nonsense. Angia grumbled, protesting while stuffing her face. Now, all three of them used chopsticks to eat, and even the newly joined maids began imitating them gradually. It wasn't something Fang Hao asked them to do. These maids saw the three of them doing so, and started doing it themselves, also because sometimes Aira talked about it, so they all started to imitate. While everyone started to dig in, Fang Hao opened his Book of Lords to check the chat channel. I'm not short of meat, but I'm out of salt. My mouth tastes so bland it's like eating bird food. I'm feeling weak too. Ha, do you really feel weak because of lack of salt? I don't want to call your bluff. Same here, even my sweat tastes salty now. I wish I could eat meat while licking my sweat. Good idea. Are there any ladies interested in mutual licking? Please don't misunderstand. I'm a gentleman, only forced to do this by the current situation. I did switch some salt with a nearby village. If you need any, exchange 500 basic units, 10 special resource units, I will provide you some. Bloody hell. Your daylight robbery. Are you selling salt or gold here? Exactly. You could sell it cheaper, then exchange more from the village. It's a win-win. Fang Hao looked at the chat in the channel and was a bit bemused. He had always left the issue of food to Era, and as they developed, their condiments were not limited to salt anymore. He wondered how so many people still couldn't afford salt. Era, is it hard to prepare the base sauce for this hot pot? Era, who was eating, lifted her head and said, not hard at all. I made a small barrel of it. Just a spoonful is enough for each meal. My lord, you may take some with you when you are traveling outside. This way, you can also enjoy the hot pot on the go. The process of making hot pot is the simplest and most convenient among all dishes. Once the water is boiled, slices of meat can be added for consumption. If these seasonings are included, it's both convenient and delicious. Era, after dinner, you break down the amount of seasoning used today into separate portions. If Era makes it this tasty, it would definitely do well in the market. Fang Hao suggested. Era seemed a little confused, responding, Master, do you plan on selling these? They're difficult to sell. Even the large tribes only accept salt. Not necessarily. Fang Hao replied confidently, if they sell well, Soy will get you some new clothes. Really? Great. Era almost jumped with joy. After Era was done with her task, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and activated the camera function. He took a number of photos from different angles of tonight's meal, captioning, after a busy day, this delicious hot pot takes all the fatigue away. Send. Instantaneously, the entire regional channel erupted once again. The big shot must be trolling. Why else would he send photos of hot pot at this time? Damn, I've been here for over 20 days and haven't even tasted salt. Yet, Fang Hao is enjoying a hot pot. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. This is even more envious than seeing Fang Hao's healthy legs in his pictures. This is not logical. Are the big shot and us even in the same world? Why is there such a huge gap? I want to eat hot pot too. Fang Hao, are you selling the base ingredients? I want to eat hot pot. I don't require the base ingredients, just leave me some soup after you're done with the hot pot. I want some too. Reading the atmosphere in the channel. Fang Hao continued in the chat, stock of this condiment is limited. I'll sell them in the channel and the market. If you have special items to trade, feel free to message me privately. Era divided the hot pot base into more than 40 portions. For the people in the channel, it wasn't much. Despite that, unable to do other, he could only offer that much for sale. Big shot, how do we trade? I'm running low on salt. I've been feeling dizzy every day. Fang Hao thought for a bit, then replied, I'll put up 10 portions. 5 units of rare resources each. Wow, that's only 5 portions for the entire channel. Big shot, this is hunger marketing. That's too little. Fang Hao honestly replied, I don't have many either, these condiments are not essential. If you're not in a hurry you can wait, the price will go down once I have more stock. The chatter in the channel quieted down immediately. The condiments were different from the rejuvenation spring, its price was still 10 units of rare resources. Those who were buying the rejuvenation spring were either injured or dying and didn't care about spending some resources. However, the condiments were different as skipping a meal wouldn't kill anyone. 5 units of rare resources instantly deterred 90% of the people. Forget it, I'll wait until the price drops. Me too, I'll to venture out with my soldiers tomorrow to see if there are any villages where I can exchange for salt. I've been tiptoeing around for half a month, can't I eat something decent? I don't care, I want to eat hot pot today no matter the cost. I also want one, it's just 5 units, it would be a treat for my soldiers. One after another, individuals who had resources at their disposal started placing their orders. There were too few portions available, they sold out as soon as they were listed. Those who missed out started complaining in the channel. Ding! At this moment, a private message sounded in the Book of Lords. It was a lord named Tian Jiong. Fang Hao remembered him. Once, he had sold him a blueprint. After producing it, the man exchanged materials for another one. He was pretty shrewd. Four-legged terrestrial lizard flute, big shot, no dilly-dallying, trade for 5 units of rejuvenation spring, 1 portion of hotpot base. Tian Jiong said. Four-legged terrestrial lizard flute. Category: shepherd's flute. Description: the first time blown, a four-legged terrestrial lizard is summoned. After a successful summons, each subsequent blow summons the four-legged terrestrial lizard to its side. For the initial summon, ensure it is at an accessible location. What on earth is this? A mount. What's the deal? Does it summon a type of soldier or a mount? Fang Hao asked in response. Tian Jiong replied, it's a mount, but it also has strong attacking abilities. Its strength is around level 5. I didn't dare use it. My men got injured, and I had to sell it out of necessity. Tian Jiong is always bold and cautious. Recently, close to his territory, he discovered a group of lizardmen wearing strange clothes. This group looked like a caravan, yet also resembled a group of pilgrims. In any case, he discovered these lizardmen, and they found his territory as well. Tian Jiong did not want to provoke this group. However, after villagers who had been working outside for 2 consecutive days went missing, he began to suspect the lizardmen. After arranging several soldiers to investigate, they confirmed the lizardmen's campsite as well as the obviously tortured bodies of villagers. Tian Jiong felt that something was not right. What were these lizardmen up to? If they were just camping and resting, he would consider compromising despite his fury over the death of 2 villagers, prioritizing the safety of his entire territory. But if the lizardmen were waiting for reinforcements, that would be trouble. Tian Jiong thought again and again, planning a big move, either wiping out these lizardmen or risking everything in a gamble. If he lost, he would abandon the city with his men. So, after he had decided, he began to formulate a detailed plan. The numbers on both sides were roughly equal, but the ranking of the lizardmen's soldiers exceeded his own. Head-to-head combat wouldn't win him victory. To triumph, he would have to resort to some special tricks. He led his soldiers to set up a large number of traps on hidden paths. Then, after feigning defeat in an attack, he lured the lizardmen, who were as crazed as if they'd been injected with chicken blood, to the trap to start the fight. After a gruesome battle, Tian Jiong won, but the casualties were heavy. Half of his troops had died. The remaining men, including himself, had come back to the territory injured. Out of desperation, he picked valuable items from the spoils of war to exchange. Of course, the hot pot seasoning was added after opening the Book of Lords and seeing people chatting. Boss, I've seen the giant lizard before. It's huge and can serve as a mount as well as a transport for goods. It also has fighting capabilities, Tian Jiong continued to explain. Compared to Fang Hao, Tian Jiong was more eager to finalize this trade. After all, the injuries can't wait. Who knows if these lizardmen have reinforcements, or a few escapees might launch a surprise attack. Fang Hao pondered, I already have a mount, your shepherd's flute won't be of much help to me. He had horses and a bone dragon in his territory. For short distances to the orc or human city, he would ride a horse. If the journey was long, he would ride the bone dragon. He didn't find your giant lizard particularly interesting. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Tian Jiong's heart tightened. He had made a few deals with Fang Hao before. They were not familiar, but he had some understanding of Fang Hao's personality. If he said he didn't need this thing, it wasn't him bargaining, he really didn't need it. He had something better on hand. Don't, boss. I still have injured people waiting for treatment in the territory. How about 3 units of rejuvenation spring? I also got a saddle for the giant lizard, I'll give them to you together. Tian Jiong was genuinely anxious. Fang Hao confirmed the quantity of the rejuvenation spring, which was enough. So, he agreed directly, replying, all right, put it on the shelf. All right, thanks, boss. Soon, Tianjiong put his items on the designated area. One was a four-legged giant lizard flute, and the other was a giant lizard saddle blueprint. Fang Hao, as agreed, traded using 3 units of rejuvenation spring and a piece of hot pot base. The 3 units of rejuvenation spring could be used for healing, and the hot pot base could enable Tianjiong and his subordinates to have a simple celebration and a good meal. After completing the trade, a shepherd's flute and a blueprint for a giant lizard saddle were added to Fang Hao's inventory. Tianjiong added again, "Thank you, boss. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." After that, they both ended the chat immediately. Given their current situation and the distance between them, such a statement was more of a courtesy. After filing away the saddle blueprint, Fang Hao walked out of the Lord's mansion with the shepherd's flute. It was mentioned on the flute that the summoning has to be done at a reachable point for the 4-legged giant lizard. He was not sure if the city could be considered a reachable point. So, he planned to go outside the city and blow the shepherd's flute there. "Where are you going?" Angia asked as she saw Fang Hao going out. "See." Fang Hao casually waved the shepherd's flute in his hand. A whistle. The shepherd's flute wasn't a slender flute. It was more like a finely crafted wooden whistle and only slightly bigger than an orc's wolf tooth necklace. It could be hung around the neck, worn on the waist, or if you had pockets sewn into the sides of your clothes, it could be tucked in there. "It's a shepherd's flute. It summons a mount," Fang Hao said. "Oh, a horse flute. I know about these, you can use them to call a horse over," Angia replied with sudden realization. Horses' flutes were more commonly used by humans. Orcs also used them but not as often. However, you could occasionally see them in Orc City. Sort of, but it's a giant lizard, very fierce. "Want to come see?" Fang Hao teased with a child-tempting expression. Angia frowned at him and instinctively replied, "You're not scared, are you? If you're not coming, never mind." After saying that, Fang Hao walked off briskly. Angia giggled, put her arm around his shoulder like an elder brother, and followed him out. Outside the territory, under the city gate, Fang Hao blew the shepherd's flute directly. After the crisp sound of the flute, peace returned. "Where's the giant lizard?" Angia asked. "I'm not sure, it can't be." Before Fang Hao could finish his sentence, a quick and heavy sound of running came from afar. A giant figure appeared in the dim forest. It knocked over several skeletons working along the way and charged excitedly towards them. Its lizard-like appearance was massive, as big as a full-grown elephant. Just as Angia readied herself for battle, preparing to give it a punch, the giant lizard stopped. It looked at them excitedly. 4-legged giant lizard, level 7. Camp. Lizardmen. Racial traits. Living creatures, docile, color-changing skin. Skills. Stable movement. Innate abilities. Intermediate strength mastery. Docile passive, docile in character, does not actively attack any targets. Color-changing skin passive. After remaining stationary for 30 seconds, it will enter a stealth mode, cannot move. Description. Every giant lizard that becomes a mount is strictly trained by the lizardmen's beast tamers since childhood. When running, it is as fast as a shadow leopard but much steadier. Whoa, cool, it's handsome. Angia went ahead and slapped the giant lizard's thigh. Fang Hao gazed at the enormous size of the giant lizard, surprised. Even though it was named as a giant lizard, he didn't expect it to be so enormous. It resembled a rhino the size of an elephant, but with the head and scales of a lizard. Despite its enormity, it was still dwarfed by the bone dragon, which made it easier to accept its size. Upon closer observation, the head shape of this giant lizard shared some resemblance with the bone dragon. "Let's ride that one around." Angia seemed eager. After summoning such a creature, it would indeed be a big miss not to ride it around a bit. "Wait a moment, I need to create a saddle." He opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint that he just saved. Giant Lizard Cargo Saddle Blueprint. Hard rigid wood 20, leather 350, thick leather 150, iron 80, metal parts 50. Create 1. A hundredfold multiplication triggered, received 101 lizard cargo saddles. 101 saddles appeared instantly, stacking up on the side. Fang Hao commanded the skeletons to keep one and store the rest into the warehouse. The giant lizard's saddle was indeed different from the bone dragon's transport saddle. There were 2 seats near the neck of the giant lizard that could accommodate 2 passengers simultaneously. Moreover, there was a larger space on its back. A platform made of hard rigid wood, which could be used to tie up goods, was built on the back. This was indeed very advantageous. If the giant lizard died, Fang Hao could summon more skeleton giant lizards. Once equipped with a saddle, they could effectively replace the carts. It could also resolve the problem of transportation through rivers and dense jungles. He fitted the saddle onto the giant lizard. With a small leap, Angia was up on the back of the giant lizard. "Do you prefer the front or the back seat?" she asked Fang Hao, who was still on the ground. "Whatever you like is fine with me." "Then you sit in the back, it's more comfortable there," Angia said seriously. Fang Hao climbed up the rope ladder onto the giant lizard's back and joked, "You better stop talking, you're a bad influence." "What do you mean, bad?" Angia asked, turning around. "Nothing. Let's take a spin around before the city gates close." Fang Hao sidestepped the topic and urged her to move on. "Okay." With a flick of the reins, the giant lizard took off, running at a fantastic speed around the territory like a bolt of lightning. Fang Hao sat behind while Angia let out wind-facing shouts of joy. The giant lizard was indeed a good mount. It ran faster than a galloping horse and was much smoother in movement. Even with the wind howling in their ears, the ride was not as bumpy as riding a horse. This was indeed an excellent mode of transportation for delivering goods. The more he thought about this, the more Fang Hao wanted to turn the giant lizard into a skeleton so he could summon more of them in the future. However, this was just wishful thinking. He wouldn't really slaughter the giant lizard and throw it into the conversion pool. After taking a lap around the territory, the giant lizard stopped in front of the city gates. "Ah, it's not bad. It runs pretty smoothly," Angia stammered, obviously winded from the excitement. Fang Hao rolled his eyes at her impatiently. The 2 of them led the giant lizard into the city and asked the skeletons to build a separate shed for it. A normal stable would not be large enough to accommodate this creature. After settling in the newly summoned giant lizard, Fang Hao returned to the skeleton conversion field area. The conversion of the speckled toad was already done. Skeleton giant toad, Tier 5. Faction: Undead. Racial traits: Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerable to light, amphibious. Skills: powerful leap. Innate abilities: intermediate water mastery. Amphibious passive, can move freely on land and underwater. Powerful leap, active, leap high into the air to attack the enemy. Each meter increase in jumping height adds 5% damage. Note: the skeleton species converted from corpses still retain their traits and attack methods from when they were alive. Looking at the attributes of the skeleton giant toad, Fang Hao felt somewhat disappointed. He had not imagined the toad to have an ability to simply jump and smash enemies, but rather he hoped that the skeleton giant toad could build a highly efficient air defense system. Just like when the bats were led over the pond and wiped out in the blink of an eye. Now, with only one powerful leap skill, his idea of building an aerial defense system was thoroughly shattered. "Alright, you all go and wait outside the city," Fang Hao ordered. A few dozen skeleton giant toads jumped out of the city gates. After dealing with everything, Fang Hao finally returned to his room. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao woke up from his dreams. He then began to exercise around his territory because he had spent most of his time lying on his bed. Lying down while sleeping, lying down while fighting with God's presence. If this continued, his body would deteriorate. If God's presence didn't require spiritual power, he would rather drink the enlightening potion to augment his physique. After breakfast, he confirmed with Dujin that there were no new orders. Then Fang Hao began to prepare his plans for the day. He still had a blueprint that he had bought from the pub in Prul City. Bandit Camp. It was located to the southwest of Prul City. He learned from the pub's owner that this band was quite infamous. The nearby cities and villages had found no effective way to deal with them. These bandits would abandon their hideout and escape whenever they got word of Prul City's organized attempts to exterminate them. They would return after the attempt was over and look for new sites to rebuild their lairs. As they didn't have any fields to cultivate, their livelihood depended on looting. After breakfast, Fang Hao returned to his room, unleashed God's presence, and then lead his troops out of the territory, towards the bandit camp. For this bandit extermination mission, he only took 100 bone dragons filled with 5-tiered skeleton trolls as he had to pass Cruel City. The bone dragon was the fastest among Fang Hao's troops. It could fly high above the ground without attracting as much attention as a land army. Even if they had to bypass Cruel City, it wouldn't consume too much time. 100 bone dragons soared into the sky and started moving swiftly towards the bandit camp. 2 hours later, the bone dragons finally reached the vicinity of the bandit camp. From afar, they saw a camp built with trees. Although it seemed small from high above, that was merely an optical illusion due to the distance. In reality, this bandit's nest of such a size was quite significant. It was even nearing the size of Manam Market. Within this camp, numerous wooden houses were built and a relatively tall brick building stood in the center, which was likely the core building. In the corner of the camp, looted resources were stocked up along with a few hostages suspended in the air. Fang Hao, thanks to his good eyesight, could see one of them wearing modern tracksuit. Damn, another unlucky soul. Fang Hao muttered. He then slapped the back of the bone dragon and ordered, "Get closer and prepare the dragon breath." Upon receiving the order, the bone dragon dove down and swiftly approached the camp, followed by 100 bone dragons behind it, also preparing for the dragon breath. 100 bone dragons swooped down, blanketing the bright sky. The sunlight passed through the gaps in their bones, casting huge shadows as they dived down with the golden glow of their barley husks. The bandits in the camp looked up at the sky, rubbing their eyes involuntarily when they saw the dazzling undead bone dragons. When they realized that this was not an illusion, and that indeed hundreds of bone dragons were rapidly approaching, chaos immediately ensued across the territory. Roar. A few death breaths enveloped the bandits who had not had time to run into the houses. Struggling in agony, they turned into skeletons. These bandits were not high in rank, most were only tier 1 or tier 2, and the slightly more powerful were only tier 4. Those with high ranks were recruited by various cities and would not gather together to become bandits in the mountains. The bone dragons circled above the camp, their huge claws ripping open the roofs, spewing black beams at the people hiding inside. The suppression of their levels, it was like a massacre. The brutal and fervent bandits were utterly helpless, transforming into skeletons one after another. In a corner, a hapless victim who had been hanged, at this moment, widened his eyes, watching the horrifying scene unfold before him in terror. What's happening? Wyverns made of bones were hunting the scrambling bandits. The merciless bandits who had cruelly murdered his villagers were just as helpless as ants. If it weren't for the worn-out foot cloth stuffed in his mouth, he would have derided those bandits enthusiastically. You're the ones who love to bully people, right? Now someone's bullying you, right? Nothing but a bunch of shameless thieves. ... Within the camp, the breaths of the bone dragons wiped out a large number of bandits. Then the bone dragons began to lower their flying altitude, and the skeleton trolls on their backs leapt down and continued to clean up the remaining bandits. The bandits had long been terrified by the onslaught, they had no power to resist. They were killed one by one under the axe of the skeleton trolls. Lord Undead, Sir Undead, we surrender, we surrender. From the stone brick building at the center of the camp, out came 5 people. 3 humans and 2 orcs. Another mix of humans and orcs. Their outfits were obviously different from ordinary bandits, more refined and better off. Without guessing, one could tell that they were the leaders of the bandits. Fang Hao jumped down from the dragon's back, his gaze falling on the 5 people. Human Bandit Warrior, Tier 4. Orc Bandit Warrior, Tier 5. Human Bandit Leader, Tier 7. Sir Undead, we surrender, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please stop the attack. The 5 of them knelt directly on the ground, speaking loudly. They just plundered nearby villages and some passing merchant caravans. They were not ones to provoke the undead, they even rarely went to orc territories for fear of provoking the crazy, reckless orcs. They were utterly confused by the undead's attack, not knowing how they had offended them. The leader comes to talk. Fang Hao said. Human bandit archer, tier 4. Among the 5, an archer was reluctantly pushed forward and walked up to Fang Hao. You think I am an idiot, don't you? Fang Hao cursed angrily. Even if he could not see their attributes, he could still tell from their movements that this was a scapegoat. Fang Hao walked to the real leader, angrily kicked him twice, and gave the order, kill everyone except him. At his words, everyone was stunned. Then they were beheaded amidst their loud pleas, their heads rolling to the side. The leader's forehead was shining with drops of sweat, which trickled into his eyes, causing a tickling sensation. That was close. If the scapegoat was believed, he would undoubtedly be beheaded too. Swallowing nervously, he hurriedly said, Sir Undead, whatever orders you have, I will carry them out with all my might to the letter. As he spoke, beads of sweat kept pouring down. Fang Hao gave him a cold glance and said, tie him up and take him away later. Having said that, he went directly into the stone house behind him to see if there were any spoils of war. The stone house somewhat resembled a level 4 lord's wooden house. Inside the hall were piles of seized goods, including fabrics and a few warfire coins. This encampment housed a considerable number of people, but it was not wealthy, even rather poor to say the least. Clear out everything from the room, ordered Fang Hao. The troll skeletons got to work, stooping to carry various items from the room outside. This time he came with the bone dragon and a full complement of troll skeletons, only picking up things he needed or items of value to bring back to his territory. In the bandit leader's master bedroom, Fang Hao noticed a golden chest. After opening it, rewards appeared. Received. Blueprint for the Faceless's hut, blueprint for a city wall, blueprint for an iron sword, 5 soul crystals, 72 warfire coins. It's over. There were repeating blueprints. The only absent blueprint was indeed for the Faceless hut. Faceless's hut purple, 550 hardwood, 300 stone bricks, 220 iron, 80 metal parts, 2 traces of chaos, 2 traces of divinity. Description. We are everywhere, we know everything. It is a purple blueprint again. It seemed that the level of the chest reaching gold was due to this Faceless hut. In addition to the Faceless hut, he'd had blueprints for the city wall and the iron sword quite a while ago. He'll see if anyone in the channel doesn't have them and sell them off. In the corner of the camp, the humanoid figures were still hung on wooden stakes, like spectators who had bought tickets to watch an epic on an IMAX screen from a distance. This was definitely more thrilling than watching it in a movie theater. It was a fully immersive experience. When they saw the undead issuing orders to execute the bandit leaders on the spot, they felt a sense of bitter revenge inside. As for the leader who wasn't killed, they were not worried at all. These undead had killed so many people, how could they possibly spare a leader's life? While the undead were spreading out to scour the camp for goods, they began to contemplate ways to escape. The men started to give one another side glances, communicating with their eyes on how to get free. Just as they began to struggle, trying to swing themselves, an orc girl came walking over with a few gigantic skeletons. The men promptly feigned death. The ropes were still swinging slightly. Let them down, ordered Angia. The troll skeleton raised its axe and cleanly severed the rope suspending the men. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of their falling bodies rang out sharply, followed by muffled moans of pain from the men pretending to be dead. Angia pulled the rag from the mouth of the man in the tracksuit and said, "Come with me." The man still lay on the ground, pretending to be just a corpse. Thump. Angia gave him a kick, sending him flying 2 meters away. The man shrieked in agony as though he'd been hit in the chest by a hammer. "Don't waste my time," Angia said coldly. "Yes, yes, yes." The men saw what had happened and immediately got up eagerly, appearing completely subservient. Angia snorted coldly and brought them before Fang Hao. "So, how did you get captured by the bandits?" Fang Hao's husky voice rang out, his question directed at the man in the tracksuit standing to the side. The man was dressed in a blue tracksuit, with skin that was somewhat tanned, likely from exposure to the sun. Clad in glasses, the lens in the left frame was missing, leaving behind the slightly deformed frame. Faced with the questioning from a skeleton, the man was a little flustered. His legs involuntarily wobbled as he stuttered, "Sir, my village is nearby. The bandits attacked us, and we were taken here." After thinking for a moment, he knelt on the ground with a thud and said, "Thank you, sirs, for saving us. When I return, I will definitely erect a tablet for you and keep burning incense day and night." Fang Hao looked at the man in front of him, unsure whether to call him smart or dumb. This is another world where the undead don't engage in such practices. Alright, with the energy you have to beg, focus on developing in the future. Fang Hao glanced at the impossible to carry pile of broken beds and cabinets. "After I leave, these will be yours. Whatever you can use, take it." The man responded subconsciously, but seemed a bit confused. What's going on? Leaving things for him? Are the undead so loving and kind? Even giving humans benefits and warmth. "You can't use these." I can. "Thank you, Lord Skeleton. I mean, Lord Undead." The man hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Alright, just wait here," Fang Hao said. The rest of the task was simple. Skeleton, the troll, secured the fabrics, money boxes, and some jewelry he intended to take on the dragon's back. The corpses of several 4th and 5th tier bandits were piled together. A breath of death from the bone dragon turned the bodies into a pile of white bones. After wrapping them all in beast skins, a large bag was also suspended behind the bone dragon's military saddle. The whole operation left the man staring dumbfounded. After everything was prepared, Fang Hao remounted the bone dragon and addressed the spectacled man below, "Don't leak anything about the undead, otherwise I may have to visit your territory tomorrow." Yes. My memory's been pretty bad recently. I don't know anything about the undead. The man, rubbing his temples, replied. "Bury the dead bodies here to prevent infection." "Yes, sir, I'll handle it." Fang Hao responded, lightly tapping the bone dragon's neck. The enormous dragon wings unfolded, carrying all of the bone dragons away. Only the man and villagers under him were left. Their legs went soft and they collapsed to the ground. The heart they were holding up finally eased. By noon, the bone dragon returned to the camp with the large group. The battle had only taken the whole morning from start to finish. Skeleton asked the troll to categorize the spoils of war and place them in different spots. The bones of several 4th and 5th tier victims were thrown into the transformation pool. Angia jumped off the dragon's back and brought the dizzy bandit leader, who had been hanging behind the bone dragon, down. What to do with him? Angia didn't understand. Everyone else was killed, so why was he brought back? Lock him up for now. After we have lunch, let's make a trip to Pruel City. Fang Hao said. Oh, okay. Angia, holding the constantly begging bandit, headed towards where the gnolls were previously imprisoned. There was an iron cage there, guarded by a skeleton. Fang Hao directly went to the military area and planned to build the House of the Faceless on a vacant plot. The name itself sounded quite mysterious. A faceless, does that mean they have no face? He opened the Book of Lords and directly chose the House of the Faceless. A purple light flashed and 10 minutes later, the building was complete. It really was a small stone house, and the door had an insignia that looked like 2 crossed hooks. The building came with its own symbol, which did have some resemblance to the Trade Alliance. House of the Faceless. Category: Special Building. Ability: Information Order 2. Description: We are everywhere, we know everything. Oops, another miscalculation. Fang Hao thought that the troop recruiting from the House of the Faceless was called Faceless. But now it seems more like an intelligence agency. Entering the room, it was not very large, with a counter, and behind it, a young blonde woman stood. "Greetings, my lord." The woman gave a slight bow. "So, you're the staff of this place then?" Fang Hao asked. "Yes, my lord, I serve as a guide, answering some of your questions, and after this, no one else will appear here." The woman responded with a smile, albeit a somewhat stiff one. "Alright, then tell me what this place can do." The woman opened the mail chute behind the counter and took out 2 orders. "My lord, it's not as difficult as you might think. In the future, If you need any information, you just need to fill out the order with the required information and put it in the mailbox. This operation was similar to how the skeleton merchant took product orders, Fang Hao understood as soon as he listened. Free of charge. My lord, you're really humorous. Of course, there will be a certain fee. After the order is sent, it will be evaluated for price within 10 minutes. Once you pay, the agreement is complete. The woman maintained her smile throughout. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued asking, what are the success rate and veracity of the information? How do you evaluate them? Information is not a tangible thing. The authenticity and reliability of information are very hard to grasp. If a fake piece of intelligence is sent over, it could potentially endanger lives. My lord, rest assured. The Faceless One has always had a very high credibility. And, are there times when you can't find out? Yes, often. The higher the demand for information, the more difficult it is. If we can't complete it, we will directly inform you of the failure. We won't fabricate information. As the money refunded in those cases. We refund up to 20%. Damn, what a rip-off. Through their conversation, Fang Hao understood the use of the Faceless One's cottage. It's simply an intelligence agency, similar to the Intelligence Bureau. They charge fees based on the information you want to inquire. They then arrange personnel to investigate the information. Being able to develop to its current scale, the credibility of the information should not be low. My lord, do you have any other questions? The woman asked again. One final question, how often can orders be placed? The new orders will be mailed in 5 days, and of course, the number of orders will remain at 2, they are not cumulative. Okay, I understand, thank you for your explanation. My pleasure, sir. The woman took out a teleportation scroll and slowly disappeared from the screen after bowing. Fang Hao sat in his chair and didn't immediately leave. He had wanted to write about the Frostwind Mountains Skullcrusher tribe in the information form, but eventually gave up. Ever since he wiped out the 300,000-strong Skullcrusher army in one fell swoop, the threat from Skullcrusher had decreased significantly. Bronze Bull has arranged for some spies to enter the Frostwind Mountains for information gathering. Rather than sending in the information immediately, it would be better to wait for the information to return so he can fill the form accordingly. This was far better than writing about something unknown. After thinking about it, he left the information hut and it was time for lunch. After lunch, Fang Hao, with Angia, carried the tortured bandit leader on his back, heading to Prul City. Looking at the map and seeing they were about to enter the sight range of Prul City, Fang Hao ordered the quadruped giant lizard to stop. Fang Hao took out a pocket made of leather from his backpack and said, kill him and chop off his head. Angia felt stunned when she took the knight's sword, while the bandit leader cried and begged for mercy. Thump. The longsword fell, and a head rolled to Fang Hao's feet. He picked it up by the hair and put it into the leather bag, tightening the bag opening. Did you take him for a ride just to bring him here and kill him? Angia asked curiously. Otherwise, the bounty by the Lord of Prul City can be collected by exchanging the leader's head. It's the height of summer. Carrying around a head is troublesome. It's better to kill him here, Fang Hao answered. How much money will you get as a reward? Angia's attention was immediately drawn to the bounty. 1,000 gold coins, which is about 300 or so warfire coins, Fang Hao said as he hung the bag with the head on the side of the giant lizard, and the two of them climbed back onto the lizard to continue their journey. The sight of Prul City was very good. Seeing a giant creature rapidly approaching from afar, the lookout tower soldiers alerted their comrades, who began to assemble. The archers climbed the city walls, arrows ready to draw. The keen-eyed soldiers spotted the two riders on the giant lizard's back as it approached. News of Fang Hao saving the cloth merchant Tavok's daughter had spread in the city, and some soldiers recognized the two riders. When the giant lizard reached the city, Fang Hao looked at the heavily armed soldiers and the guard captain. What's up? Are we going to war? The guard captain looked up at Fang Hao sitting atop the lizard, then at the giant lizard underneath him. Sir, is this your mount? Yeah, isn't it cool? Hey, cool, very cool. The guard captain swallowed his saliva. Based on its size, it seemed that the giant lizard in front of him was at least a 6th or 7th level warcraft. Should this type of warcraft be described as cool instead of dangerous? Sir, I'm afraid your mount needs to stay outside to avoid any unnecessary danger, the guard captain said. Fang Hao dismounted and lightly stroked the giant lizard's neck scales. Don't worry, it's very gentle. Lie down, stand up, give them a roar. Roar. The giant lizard lifted its upper jaw and let out a roar. Copious amounts of saliva sprayed from its mouth, soaking a soldier standing in front of it. The soldier leaned against the wall, retching. No, well, Thissa, Fang Hao looked a bit embarrassed, not sure what to say. Looking at his subordinate and then back at the two riders, the captain became more determined. Sorry, sir, but we can't let your mount into the city. We have a specialized area for depositing mounts, and we have prepared fodder if it eats fodder. Of course, these were small things, and Fang Hao was not going to pick a fight over whether they would allow his mount into the city or not. Sure. Fang Hao patted the giant lizard's head. Be good, take a nap, we'll go back after we're done. He led the giant lizard to the designated area and tied it to a wooden stake. The giant lizard immediately closed its eyes and lay down on the straw-covered ground. Having resolved the issue of the mount, Fang Hao and Angia smoothly entered the city. Without any stop along the way, they headed directly to the central structure of the city lord's mansion. Guards in uniform outside the city lord's mansion stopped the two of them. This is the city lord's mansion. What business do you have here? The guard's voice was stern, and his eyes flitted warily over the weapons on the duo. I saw the bounty set by the city lord at the tavern, so after killing the bandit leader, I came to collect the reward. Fang Hao lifted the increasingly reddening bag in his hand. The bag contained the head of the bandit leader. The bandit's bounty has been pending for many years, and you two managed to get it. The guard's face was full of disbelief. Fang Hao didn't look strong, and the robe over the iron armor was even weirder. As for Angia, she was a girl, so the guard didn't believe they had the ability to eradicate the bandit camp. What kind of talk is that? I could take on 10 of you single-handedly. Angia retorted. How dare you make trouble in front of City Lord's mansion? The guard shouted when he was contradicted, looking very authoritative in discharging his duties. Fang Hao stopped Angia, who was about to retort, and directly unbuckled the bag. Wa la la. Fang Hao directly held up the head of the bandit for the guards to see. A large amount of blood dripped onto the ground. The flesh on the neck of the head was still fresh, indicating that it was very recently cut. Based on your tone, you should have seen the bandit leader. The head is here, you can confirm whether we are capable or not. He pushed the head right in front of the guard. With a pale face and fear written all over it, the guard recoiled 2 steps in the face of the unyielding gaze from the head. But he was certain in his heart. If the bandit leader doesn't have a twin brother, then the head in front of him must be the leader of the bandits they have been trying to capture unsuccessfully for so long. The city lord's hall was spacious and bright. A censer filled with burning incense was placed on the wooden table in front of them, emitting wafts of fragrant scent. The blue curtains were drawn to shield from the glaring afternoon sun. The bandit's head had been taken away by the guards, and now Fang Hao and Angia were waiting for the arrival of the city lord of Cruel City. They had been waiting for 20 minutes. Fang Hao was killing time by reading the Book of Lords, whereas Angia was getting a bit restless. She was mumbling to herself, criticizing the city lord for being too arrogant and fantasizing about bringing the bone dragon here to raise his house tomorrow. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps was growing louder, accompanied by the noise of armor friction from the corridor, steadily becoming more distinct. Immediately thereafter, a man wearing a blue embroidered robe, escorted by 2 guards, walked in. The man seemed to be approaching 50. His hair was slicked back, and his thick beard was neatly groomed. His brow was slightly furrowed as his eyes scanned over the 2 young individuals seated in the sitting room. This was Cyril, the city lord of Cruel City. Heavy arrow. Cyril, blue level 5 hero. Upon entering, Cyril flashed a friendly smile and cordially said, "So you 2 youngsters are the heroes who defeated the bandit leader." "Yes, my lord, these 2 indeed brought the head," one of the guards replied. During the 20 minutes that Fang Hao and Angia had been waiting, The stewards of the city lord's mansion had been investigating Fang Hao and Angia by visiting Tavik, a cloth merchant, and a tavern. From Tavik and his young daughter, they learned about Fang Hao's considerable army possessions, as well as his authority over the army. Although the merchant's daughter was blindfolded at the time, she could still hear a lot. Tavik also provided some of his speculations. For instance, Fang Hao could potentially be the young master of a large clan, who, relying on his interest, could easily establish a factory and mobilize a large number of people within his family. Similar information was heard at the tavern, where he spent 1,000 gold coins on a short sword simply because it was aesthetically pleasing. Such signs led Cyril to guess that Fang Hao was indeed a young master from a significant family. This was why his opening remark was typical flattery between nobles. "My lord." As a courtesy, Fang Hao rose to his feet with a smile. Angia gave them a sidelong glance, standing up albeit somewhat reluctantly. "Haha. Good, good. Please sit, there's no need to be so formal." Cyril nodded in approval and took his seat at the head of the table. Fang Hao accordingly returned to his seat. Servants poured them some wine and served some local pastries that Fang Hao had never seen before. They must be specialities of Prul City. "My name is Cyril, and I'm the city lord here. May I have your names?" Cyril asked, pretending to be ignorant. "Fang Hao. This is my bodyguard, Angia." Fang Hao introduced themselves. "Oh, I see. So, Mr. Fang Hao, could you tell me how you discovered the bandits and how you managed to eradicate them?" Cyril leaned forward slightly, looking as though he was eagerly anticipating a story. Fang Hao gave a slight smile. "Making up stories wasn't hard. May I ask whether you're familiar with Mr. Tavik?" "Yes, he's a local cloth merchant." "What does this matter have to do with him?" "The day before yesterday, I was adventuring in the forest with my family's army and happened to rescue Mr. Tavik's real daughter. After returning the girl to Mr. Tavik, I visited the tavern and noticed the bounty on the notice board. So, I took the soldiers. I do not know which village those bandits had plundered, but it turned out they had just returned to their camp when my men completely wiped them out. Their heads were then brought here. The best stories always mix truth with fiction. Incorporating familiar people or objects into your narrative would make it more believable." Tavik and the bounty at the tavern. Regardless of whether the other party previously knew about Fang Hao, these two elements would significantly increase the credibility of the story. After hearing Fang Hao's silver-tongued tale, Cyril took a sip from his wine glass. However, his eyes kept flicking back to Fang Hao and Angia. The story was very well-rounded and exceedingly plausible. He became increasingly certain that Fang Hao indeed had a strong backup. The bounty posted at the tavern was merely for show for the civilians. 1,000 gold coins wasn't even close to enough to mobilize an army to eliminate bandits, or else the bounty wouldn't have remained unclaimed for so long. Fang Hao accepted it, and he succeeded. It seemed his family must be looking for opportunities to hone this young master's skills, and money was a trivial matter. "My lord, Lord Cyril," Fang Hao called out softly as he saw Cyril staring blankly, holding his wine glass aloft. Fang Hao thought to himself, does this old man have an illness? Why is he staring blankly like that? Oh, I see. Cyril turned his head and told a guard standing beside him, "Bring the reward." "Yes, my lord." A guard left to fetch the bounty. "By the way, Mr. Fang Hao, which city do you live in? What does your family do?" Cyril began to ask casually. Fang Hao responded with fabricated stories, stating that his city was located northwest of Prul City and his family ran a variety of businesses. While they chatted, Fang Hao's gaze fell upon a weapon displayed in a showcase in the hall. It was a rapier with a dazzlingly white blade and hilt that caught Fang Hao's attention early on. "Lord Cyril, this weapon is beautifully crafted." Fang Hao got up and naturally walked over to the rapier. "Of course it is. It's an excellent piece of my collection," Cyril said. "May I?" Fang Hao asked if he could pick it up for a closer look. "Please go ahead." Fang Hao grasped the hilt with one hand and lightly supported the blade with the other, lifting the rapier from its stand. Swords of Absolution Purple. Type: Rapier. Damage: Level 3 damage. Description: A rapier that has killed its own master. Legend says that whoever possesses this sword will suffer agonizing pain leading to death. Just as suspected, it was a sword of absolution. The information he had gotten from the tavern's storyteller was correct. The city lord did indeed possess a sword of absolution. The allure of this sword lies not in its appearance but the story behind it. Cyril also came over and stood by Fang Hao's side. Not wanting to reveal that he already knew the tale, Fang Hao could only ask, "Oh. What's the story?" "There are 12 identical swords in total, and they belong to a well-known lady countessa." Cyril started narrating a story similar to that of the tavern's storyteller. Although there were some differences, the main plotline was the same. Clang. At that moment, the guard, who had left to fetch the bounty, returned. In his hands was a wooden box clinking with 1,000 shiny gold coins of the human clan. "My lord, I've brought the bounty," the guard announced. Cyril turned to Fang Hao. "That's your bounty, count it." Fang Hao took the coins but did not bother to count. Instead, his eyes remained on the rapier as he bluntly inquired, "I am very fond of this rapier. I wonder if Lord Cyril would be willing to part with it. Of course, we can negotiate a price." The swords of absolution were said to bring misfortune to their owners. This rumor had been circulating for a long time, but many people still didn't believe it. Could such a beautifully crafted piece really bring that much disaster? Cyril was one of them. He was a city lord and a hero. In his dictionary only the weak and frail were unfortunate. But as he aged, he began to realize another issue. Besides being bullied for being weak, illness could also bring misfortune. His only son had recently contracted a strange illness, which was making him lose weight rapidly, and no good solution had been found so far. He began to delegate the administration of the city to his subordinates, dedicating himself to finding a cure for his son. Today, when Fang Hao asked about the swords of absolution, the rumor came to his mind along with thoughts of his son. "Do you like this sword? Are you not afraid it could bring you misfortune?" Cyril asked curiously. "Oh, I'm giving it away. I suppose it shouldn't count if I just pass it on." Fang Hao replied directly. He had also seen the mention of misfortune in the properties of the sword. If it were any other time, even if he didn't believe in such things, he wouldn't risk it. But he was just completing Little Yu's task, and he would pass it on to Little Yu as soon as he bought it. Fortunate or unfortunate, what did it have to do with him? Besides, Little Yu was a ghost, and the task itself also involved the sword, so the concept of misfortune didn't apply. Cyril was momentarily stunned. This sword was actually meant for his enemies. "How much are you willing to pay?" Cyril asked for the price directly, seemingly intending to sell it. Fang Hao pushed the money box that had just been delivered to him forward, 1,000 gold coins. "I didn't bring any extra money this time. What do you think, City Lord?" Cyril didn't answer immediately, but his fingers drummed rhythmically on the back of his chair. The exquisite sword certainly wouldn't go for less than 1,000 gold coins, and if displayed in some large auction houses, it could fetch an even higher price. But who would buy it? His son was sick again and he was thinking of just selling it. "All right, it's yours now." Cyril agreed immediately. "City Lord Cyril, you are straightforward." Fang Hao also sighed in relief. He exchanged the bandit bounties for the task item. They were all settled, but Fang Hao did not hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Cyril again and said, "City Lord Cyril, I wonder what formalities I need to go through if I want to open a shop in Pearl City." "A shop? What kind of shop?" Cyril asked curiously. "A restaurant, or a store that sells some civilian utensils." Fang Hao answered. "It's not a good idea to sell weapons and gear in the city. These were sold to official forces from all over the place. No one would allow the residents of their city to freely buy blades and bolts, which would disrupt the order of the city. This was not a game where players could freely buy and sell equipment once they entered the city. That's not a problem. Just report to the city lord's mansion when you're ready to open your shop." Cyril replied. "All right, thank you, City Lord." Fang Hao thanked him. His goal for today had been achieved. After chatting with Cyril for a while as a transition, he got up and left the city lord's mansion. He went to the tavern to check if there were any new maps, and then he directly left Cruel City. Outside the city, the giant lizard was still lying there, occupying a whole horse stable by itself. A large crowd was far off, all pointing and talking about the giant lizard. Some mischievous children wanted to pick up stones and tease it, but were stopped by the adults, and their bottoms were heavily smacked. Fang Hao walked over, lightly patted the giant lizard's body. Time to get up, we have to go home. The giant lizard opened its eyes and flexed its body. It lay down again, allowing Fang Hao and Angia to easily mount it. Under the stare of many residents, the giant lizard quickly began to run, kicking up dust as it went. When they returned to the fiefdom, Fang Hao dismounted the lizard, lightly patted it twice on the neck, and the giant lizard obediently went off to its dwelling. A vehicle that could park itself is a dream for many. As soon as Angia got down, she complained that she was hungry and went to find Aira. On the other hand, Fang Hao took the newly purchased swords of absolution to Little Yu's place again. This time, before he even knocked, the door was opened. "Lord," Little Yu greeted. You haven't rested during the day, have you?" Fang Hao sat down and asked. Little Yu usually stayed dormant during the day and went out at night, strolling around the fiefdom, or going even further and returning before dawn. With Little Yu's abilities, there wasn't much she could do to help Fang Hao, so after scouting Skullcrusher's whereabouts last time, she hadn't been given any more tasks. "Not yet," Little Yu replied. "Right, I got another Swords of Absolution this time, I'll give it to you." Fang Hao gave the Swords of Absolution to Little Yu. As soon as she accepted it, a flash of light burst from Little Yu's body. And her tier was upgraded again. Wandering Spirit, Xiao Yu Tier 7. She had risen from 3rd tier to 5th tier when she got the Swords of Absolution last time. This time, she was promoted from the 5th tier to the 7th tier. If this continues, wouldn't Xiao Yu become a hero once all 12 swords were collected? And possibly a high-grade hero at that. "How are you feeling, Xiao Yu? You okay?" Fang Hao asked the bewildered Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu turned around and spoke softly, "Master, I'm fine. I just saw some images that might be related to my past." Fang Hao was also curious. "Would you mind sharing what you saw?" he inquired. "It was all fragmented. I saw myself participating in a swordsmanship competition. I saw myself wearing the church's clothing, delivering a baby for a pregnant woman. It was all very chaotic," Xiao Yu detailed her just-seen vision. A swordsmanship competition, and delivering babies. The past Xiao Yu seemed to have known a lot more. "Don't dwell on it too much. Don't let these things disrupt your current life," Fang Hao stood up and ordered. Collecting all 12 Swords of Absolution is a task in Xiao Yu's attributes, and it will continue. Becoming a hero will also be a good thing for Xiao Yu. She can get on with life, instead of being just an unranked undead wandering spirit. Therefore, while collecting the mission items, maintain a calm attitude and avoid problems. "I understand, Master. Don't worry." Xiao Yu placed the sword in the cabinet and bowed again. Fang Hao nodded and returned to his lord's mansion for a meal. Upon returning to the lord's mansion, Aira had already prepared dinner. Fruit wine, meatloaf, and a kind of food similar to pizza with vegetables and minced meat in it. The taste was actually quite good. Even if there were no side dishes, this pizza could serve as a dinner. "Aira, how is the preparation of the hotpot base material going?" Fang Hao asked while eating. "Master, I have already taught the method to the other 2 maids. When the time comes, we 3 will make the sauce together. It will be faster," Aira answered. In fact, Aira was still somewhat baffled by Fang Hao's request. Even if he liked this type of sauce, there was no need to make so much, right? Once the sauce is ready, I plan to open a hot pot restaurant in Cruel City. I'm sure it will be a hit, Fang Hao stated. "Oh, so that's why you asked the old man about opening a shop earlier," Anija realized. She looked up with an expression realizing his secret. Opening a hot pot restaurant was an idea that Fang Hao came up with yesterday. If you ask what's the most convenient and addictive food, it's hot pot. Besides, it's easy to make. It doesn't require any skilled chefs, just prepare the base material, and then throw whatever you want into the pot. If I put together a team of bunny and fox maids, then it's bound to be 100% popular. Will the people of Pruel City also use chopsticks? Era asked softly while gnawing on her meatloaf. Oh no. They probably don't. Of course, chopstick is the necessary utensil for eating hot pot. If it was hand-picked, there would be no need for meat. It's okay, we can make some training chopsticks. Their usage is similar to tongs. People will get used to them. Fang Hao quickly came up with a solution. Training chopsticks for children are connected at the top so they're easy to use. It's just like using tongs. After using it twice, people will get the hang of it. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any problems. Era nodded in agreement, her bunny ears flapping slightly. Fang Hao also felt there were no issues. Simple base material, tasty flavor, and add to that a couple of barrels of troll brew. The cost wouldn't be too high. If it were successful, the income is quite desirable. No matter how you look at it, there wouldn't be any issues. Even if the hot pot restaurant didn't work out and couldn't be opened, he could just change it to a general store. Selling bathtubs, agricultural tools, or some other merchandise. Either way, there's no way to lose. If everything goes well, we can open chain stores in each city. We'll call it Era Hot Pot Restaurant, Fang Hao declared outright. Era's cheeks flushed immediately. Come on, who names a restaurant after their name, she protested. How about combining it with the characteristic of our city, call it Bone Hot Pot Restaurant, or Undead Hot Pot Restaurant? Fang Hao brainstormed for a store name while frowning. Angia cracked a joke while eating. Are you sure it's for the living? Everyone chatted and laughed together while eating. Just then, the system prompt rang again. Random event. Courage of a common man accepted. New function of the Book of Lords. Team up function. Team trial mission will launch in 10 hours. A maximum of 3 people can form a team for the trial. This trial is a Lord's trial, and heroes or troops under command cannot accompany. Team up status. Maximum of 3 team members. Members will be automatically teleported to team leader's territory to gather. Event countdown. 9 hours and 59 minutes. Good luck. The alert sound suddenly made Fang Hao pause in his actions. The compulsory task had ended, and lots of people were speculating about when the event task would appear. Some said half a month, others said even longer. But it came sooner than anyone had anticipated. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, switched to the regional channel, and saw everyone discussing the event task. Damn, it came so early, even earlier than the 7-day compulsory task. What does this task mean? We can't bring our troops. What's the point without troops? Are they asking me to fight on my own? The task is a trial for the Lord. They won't let you bring in troops, otherwise, they might as well give you planes and tanks. Don't worry, everyone, this isn't a compulsory task. Those who fear danger don't have to participate. That's easy for you to say, but if everyone else participates and you don't, the gap between you and others will keep growing. You'd be screwed. Yours truly, 28 years old, have a green knight's sword and a green suit of armor, looking for a team to join. I have one green suit, just graduated from physical education school, I have great stamina. Any brothers want to form a team? Any big shots willing to take me in? I'll give you a green helmet afterwards. Who the hell would dare to take you in after you offer a green helmet? After a short discussion, most people began to send out team recruitment messages, hoping to find reliable teammates. Fang Hao was also feeling rather uneasy. Without his heroes and the skeleton army, about 80% of the strength of his territory would be gone. Without these two, his small amount of combat power would probably have been wiped out on the first day by the wolf pack. This trial task could be said to be very unfriendly. They were not allowing the lords to bring their troops, but it was a trial of personal abilities. While he was thinking, new information suddenly came from the Book of Lords. Blueprint unlocked. Merchant Caravan Carriage Blueprint green. A new blueprint had been unlocked, and it was a green carriage blueprint. Upon reflection, he realized that this must have been acquired by Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin's Book of City Lord was essentially a duplicate of the Book of Lords. Once he acquired a blueprint, it would automatically unlock for Fang Hao. If Fang Hao acquired a blueprint, however, it would not unlock for him. Ding! A private chat alert sounded, and Zhang Bin sent him a message. Boss, we cleared out some wild boars today and got a green blueprint. Did you get it? Upon seeing it, Zhang Bin seemed to be really hard-working. He came back so late. Was it for the merchant caravan carriage? Yes, I received it, Fang Hao replied. By the way, boss, are we participating in this trial task? Zhang Bin also received the task alert. That would mean that this task was not limited to the lords, but all transmigrators could participate. Otherwise, Zhang Bin wouldn't have received this system message. Do you want to participate? You're not afraid of danger? Fang Hao responded. In terms of combat power, Fang Hao could summon spirits, had a purple starfire wand, was well equipped, and had all necessary skills. He still had some combat power. But Zhang Bin, on the other hand, being an ordinary person, was no different from a regular villager. Boss, we have you. And if we don't participate in this task, we'll be left behind by others, Zhang Bin argued. Fang Hao thought and agreed with him. This task certainly wasn't a death march. They could have just arranged a large-scale monster invasion. That would be much quicker. Most likely, it was a chance for the transmigrators to improve their own abilities. To participate in this task, strong teammates were also extremely important. Fang Hao stood up and looked through the cabinet in his study. He took out the strengthening potion he got a few days ago. In the chat, he sent Zhang Bin the strengthening potion, and said, "Here is the strengthening potion, we'll exchange later. Use it tonight and get used to it." Do I drink this or apply it externally? Zhang Bin hesitated. Could he just drink the medicine? What if something went wrong? There were no doctors here. You drink it. It can enhance your stamina. You will understand once you drink it, Fang Hao said. I'm good, boss. You can keep it. I have pretty good stamina. Really, Zhang Bin tried to explain. There is nothing to worry about. I've taken it too. It enhances your abilities. Become familiar with it tonight and be prepared for tomorrow's challenge, Fang Hao continued. When he was about to take the strengthening potion, he, too, was somewhat uneasy. He had a lot of hesitation before he braced himself to drink it after asking Nelson's opinion. It was a normal attitude. A person can't always consider the immediate situation. Drink it today, and the chances of winning tomorrow will be better. Otherwise, when you meet danger in tomorrow's challenge, and decide to drink it then, it would be too late. Alright, I understand, boss. Zhang Bin finally agreed. Fang Hao immediately put the strengthening potion in the trade section, and Zhang Bin simply put up 10 units of wood to complete the trade. After discussing for a while, they ended the chat. Immediately after ending the chat, the private chat notifications came one after another. They were all inquiries about teaming up with Fang Hao, and he rejected them all. Fang Hao was hoping to latch onto someone stronger. Why would he let others latch onto him? Brother Hao, do you need me to take you? The friend notification popped up and it was from Dong Jiayu. Are you going to participate as well? Have your injuries healed? Fang Hao asked. He had previously received quite a few shadow stones from Dong Jiayu. In order to ensure that she would continue to provide him with shadow stones, Fang Hao had provided her with considerable support. From materials and tools to weapons and equipment. Even when she was injured, he gave her his only healing potion. In short, their relationship was very good. When the Qinglong Trade Union was cursing Fang Hao in the chat and even threatening to retaliate against anyone who spoke in support of him. Everyone else shut up. Only Dong Jiayu stood up in the chat to curse back at them. She did not back down at all. Eventually, this war of words only ended when Fang Hao chopped off Li Teng's head. To some extent, among the lords, the relationship between Fang Hao and Dong Jiayu could be said to be very good, even better than that between Fang Hao and Zhang Bin. I'm healed. I was already fine when I gave you the shadow stones and the map last time, Dong Jiayu confidently replied. You're going to participate in this trial. It's not compulsory, you don't have to do it, Fang Hao said. Not to belittle women, but in terms of natural strength, men indeed have some advantages. This trial was no small matter. A misstep could cost a life. In the face of Fang Hao's distrust, Dong Jiayu started rifling through her closet and found an ID in an old bag that she hadn't used for a long time. She took a picture and sent it. She had brought this with her when she transmigrated. Looking down on me. Image. National Women's Martial Arts Routine Champion, Dong Jiayu sent. Fang Hao looked at it and frowned. Routines. Aren't they all fake? What's fake? I'm real. I'm way too good, Dong Jiayu returned, her tone dripping with indignation. Honestly, Dong Jiayu was indeed impressive. While Fang Hao grew from having 100 times the force, Dong Jiayu earned her stripes the hard way. The only person who dared to lead peasants down into the tombs on the second day after transmigrating was probably her. You really want to go? Yes. Alright, then we are a team of 3. I'll call you when we form the team tomorrow. Okay. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao woke up early from his sleep. Today is the trial day, and he couldn't afford to slack off. After freshening up, he assigned Bloodhunter and Era to maintain the normal operation of his territory during his absence. The two agreed and nodded, reminding Fang Hao to be safe. After all, there isn't an established order nor a royal succession in the territory. Everything falls on Fang Hao himself. If anything happens to him, the order and balance of the entire territory would collapse instantly. At the dining table, Era, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, served breakfast. There were toast, steaks, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Master, please return as soon as you finish. Era knelt beside him, ladling the vegetable soup into a bowl and placing it in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao understood her worries. He gently touched her long ears, comforting her by saying, "Don't worry, it's just minor battles, there's no danger." "Oh," Era answered, still looking somewhat worried. After breakfast, Fang Hao started to prepare his equipment. An apprentice magic robe, weapons were Starfire and Iron Knight sword, and a light feather dagger attached to his waist. "Zhang Bin, make me a team," Fang Hao sent a message. "Oh," Zhang Bin replied, and soon he sent a team invitation. "Zhang Bin sent you a team invitation. Do you accept?" "Accept." The Book of Lords emitted a light that enveloped Fang Hao, disappearing from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in Zhang Bin's city. Flat ground and busy residents. Compared to Fang Hao's city of Undead, this place resembles a medieval city, filled with life. "Boss, you're here," Zhang Bin exclaimed, striding over. Zhang Bin looked different from the last time Fang Hao saw him. His upper body was bare, revealing his wheat-colored skin and bulging muscles. Fang Hao cast aside the knight's sword and iron armor in his hands, curiously asking, "What are you doing?" "A fitness coach." "No," Zhang Bin scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Last night, after a long mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and drank the strength-enlightening potion Fang Hao had given him. After some painful muscle twisting, he was surprised to find that he had become stronger. He now had a chest and abs, and he could easily wield the knight's sword. Early in the morning, he went out for morning exercises bare-chested, also taking the opportunity to show off his muscles to the residents. "Add Dong Jiayu to the squad," Fang Hao said directly. "Ah, a girl, boss, you're amazing." Zhang Bin never let go of any opportunity to flatter. After adding her, a light appeared, and a charming figure appeared before the two men. The girl was in her early 20s. She was wearing orc's iron armor and a modern long-sleeved blouse underneath, her hair tied in a ponytail, standing there stylishly. She held a metal helmet in one hand and a war spear in the other, pointing diagonally toward the ground. The girl slightly opened her eyes, a glint of fierceness flashed through them when she made eye contact with the two. Good lord, this Dong Jiayu must be a female knight. Dong Jiayu scanned the two and her gaze finally fell on Zhang Bin. It has to be said that the current Zhang Bin was really eye-catching, with his bare muscular body and a knight's sword looking majestic in his hand. On the other hand, Fang Hao was sitting on the side, continuously fanning himself. He looked like an old man watching over the community. "Brother Hao." Dong Jiayu walked straight up to Zhang Bin and called out. Zhang Bin was taken aback, then quickly responded. "Boss, Miss Dong is looking for you. Zhang Bin stepped aside. Having realized she had mistaken the identities, Dong Jiayu's face instantly reddened. She walked up to Fang Hao again and said uncertainly, Brother Hao. Fang Hao nodded, then said to Zhang Bin, go fetch her some equipment. We're setting off soon. Okay. The orc iron armor on Dong Jiayu was given to her by Fang Hao. Although it was decent, no one could predict the enemy in the upcoming battle. It would be better to switch to a better set of gear. This would also raise the overall quality of the team. Brother Hao, you're really impressive. Dong Jiayu sat down next to him, somewhat unsure of what to say to her lifesaver. Not bad indeed, your territory has also developed quite well recently, hasn't it? Fang Hao asked in return. The two could chat casually in the channel, but they seemed to be at a loss of words after meeting in person. They chatted casually for a bit. Zhang Bin walked over with the iron armor and iron sword, himself having changed into an iron armor, iron kite shield, and iron knight sword. Miss Dong, please change your equipment, it's almost time, he said. Oh, okay, thank you Zhang Bin, Dong Jiayu replied. No need to thank me, these are all from the boss, Zhang Bin explained. Dong Jiayu took off the orc iron armor and replaced it with a superior plate armor. As she was wearing clothes underneath, she didn't need to go to a separate room to change. Fang Hao also started preparations for the task at hand. The three of them rested for about half an hour before the prompt appeared. Historical battle. Irana's predicament. Task description. Help Irana out of her predicament. Trial mission transfer countdown. 3, 2, 1. The light engulfed them and in the next second, the sound of chaos and crying filled their ears. These damn undead. My son, my son. The three of them appeared on the second floor of a tavern, in a private room. Through the gaps of the windows, they could see women and children gathered in the hall. It seemed the city was under attack, and everyone was seeking refuge here. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. The voice of a man came from outside the door. Gentlemen, the captain is requesting your presence. The three looked at each other, realizing the story had begun. The door opened. Lead the way. Please follow me. Walking down a hallway in the tavern, they were led to the last room. The door opened. Inside sat a few well-equipped officers looking at a map, discussing strategies loudly. Upon seeing them enter, the officers stopped talking. Human warrior, tier 4. Just hit tier 4. As Fang Hao thought, without the need to lead any troops, the transmigrator would not be given a challenging mission. Take a seat, the middle-aged officer, seemingly the captain, spoke first. The three sat down. There are many good things about this village, but it's not the right time for you to be here, the captain said. Captain, what happened here? Do you need our help? Fang Hao asked, steering the conversation to the point. The captain nodded. Last night, a large number of undead attacked the village. The situation is dire now, and I am sorely understaffed. I've asked the three of you here, hoping we could recapture the village together. What should we do? Fang Hao continued. In the northern part is our armory. If we can regain control of the armory, it will greatly aid the overall situation. All right, give me a map. Leaving the tavern, the trio quickly moved north. Villagers were coming and going, treating the wounded, and transporting supplies to the front line. No wonder the tavern hall was filled with only women and children, the men were all outside helping. Boss, you know the most about the undead, whispered Zhang Bin. What's there to know? The intelligence of the undead isn't high, so there's not much to discuss, replied Fang Hao. What do you mean by knowing the most? By the way, does the undead architecture in Brother Hao's territory have anything to do with our current mission? Dong Jiayu curiously chimed in, connecting the dots in her mind. No, don't make wild guesses. I'm one of the good guys. The trio's feet didn't stop moving as they continued to follow the map. At this point, there was no trace of any villagers around them, only the abandoned wooden houses remained. Clang. In the silent alleys, a sudden noise rang out. Something had fallen. The trio's hearts tightened as they immediately turned towards the source of the noise. Several rotting zombies had spotted them and were slowly advancing towards them. Rotten corpse, Tier 1. Toxic decaying corpse, Tier 3. It was a rotting corpse. Fang Hao exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, the undead don't take the blame for the soldiers of the eternal night. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them drew their weapons in preparation for battle. In Fang Hao's hands, Starfire pointed towards the toxic decaying corpse as a fiery magic arrow materialized. Swoosh. The sound of it tearing through the air rang out, and it instantly pierced through the body of the toxic decaying corpse. The arrow exploded, creating a burning effect. Boss, it's not dead, Zhang Bin, clutching his shield, said with a solemn expression. A toxic decaying corpse, just from hearing its name you could tell that it was poisonous. Getting close wouldn't be wise. No problem. The trio retreated a few steps, and another fire arrow was formed, once again hitting the toxic decaying corpse's head. When the fire arrow exploded, the corpse's body also exploded instantly, scattering green dust. Back up. Don't get poisoned, Fang Hao continued. The trio turned and ran, creating some distance, and waited for the remaining corpses to inch closer. Soon, the close quarters combat began. The weapons of the rotting corpses hack at Zhang Bin's kite shield, causing a loud echoing noise. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayu, with their weapons in hand, dodge and begin to counterattack. Fang Hao stood at the back, launching one fire arrow after another, slaying the unintelligent undead. He didn't summon any ghost servants. The existence of a ghost servant was only 30 minutes, after which a long cooling period would follow. There weren't many creatures around at this point, so there was no need to summon ghost servants yet. Soon, when the last of the rotting corpses had its head blown apart by one of Fang Hao's fire arrows, the battle ended. That was really thrilling, Zhang Bin said, flicking the blood droplets off his knight's sword. This was his first time actually fighting against the undead. He was somewhat excited after the battle. As for Dong Jiayu, she seemed much calmer. This wasn't her first encounter with the undead creatures. There was an ancient tomb near her territory, and battles against the undead in the tomb were quite common. Alright, let's see if there are any spoils of war, Fang Hao ordered. Apart from the Tier 3 toxic decaying corpse, the rest were all Tier 1 common rotting corpses. They moved slowly and weren't very smart. These undead creatures, without any unified command, had little effective combat power. Therefore, they weren't hard to deal with. Zhang Bin took a quick look around and announced, "Boss, there's nothing here." Roar. The moment his voice fell, a roar echoed from the front again, and one by one, rotting corpses emerged from the uninhabited houses. They began moving towards the trio. A new round of combat started again, with the trio covering for each other as they pushed aggressively towards their target. A large number of corpses fell, their blood staining the ground a dark red. In a wooden house just a stone's throw away from the military supply warehouse. The trio sat on the ground, recovering their expended stamina. At this moment, Fang Hao was finally experiencing firsthand what it was like to be besieged until exhaustion. The enemy was not strong, yet their numbers were endlessly wearing him out. Luckily, there was still time to recover their strength, otherwise, the three of them would have to retreat back to the tavern where the Erlana soldiers were located, wait until they've rested before continuing the fight. While regaining their strength, the three of them peered through the gaps in the window to check out the situation outside. Around the armory, a large number of rotten corpses had gathered. Javelin zombies of level 2 and rotten corpses of tier 3 were also mixed in. They roughly counted them to be around 300. "Boss, there are too many of these rotten corpses. I'd be exhausted even if they just stood there and let me kill them," said Zhang Bin in a low voice. "Don't rush, let's rest a little longer." Fang Hao cracked open a bottle of mental potion and drank it down. His strength was almost back to full. Fang Hao then slowly got up from the ground. "Should we break out?" asked Zhang Bin. "Wait a minute, I'll weaken them first." Fang Hao stood by the window, began to conjure a spell. Starfire in his hand shot through the broken wooden window, aiming at the unsuspecting group of rotten corpses across the street. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge shadow enveloped the heavens. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayu looked up in surprise. A massive fireball, like a descending meteor, was hurtling down rapidly. The landing spot was a place where the rotten corpses were most densely packed. Boom. There was a tremor as if the earth and mountains were shaking. The flat ground was hammered into a huge crater, and the soil and rocks, like flying shrapnel, knocked down the rotten corpses around the edge. Spit. The three crawled up from the ground, spitting out the dirt from their mouths. "Boss, that skill of yours is too ferocious," Zhang Bin said while wiping the mud off his face. "Get rid of the ones on the edge that aren't dead, and then we can enter the warehouse." Fang Hao commanded. "All right." The two, hearing Fang Hao's command, rushed out of the house towards the scattered rotten corpses. Backed by Fang Hao's occasional skill shots from the distance, they exterminated all the enemies on the outskirts. After the fight was over, they cleaned up the entire area completely. The armory was a warehouse made of stone bricks. Perhaps for security, only thin ventilation openings were left at the top of all four walls. Forget about people, even a mouse would find it difficult to get inside. Hence, they had to clear the monsters at the front gate to enter the armory. Squeak. Accompanied by the sound of the door, the three completely pushed open the armory door. Sunlight shot in through the thin openings, illuminating the room. A row of weapon racks displayed all kinds of weapons and armor. But they were covered in dust, showing that no one had used them for a very long time. No wonder the armory was the first to be overrun. "Let's see if there's something good," Fang Hao said. The three immediately scattered and began to rummage around. "Boss, there are so many weapon blueprints here. Iron sword blueprint, wooden bow blueprint, iron arrow blueprint." Apart from these white blueprints, there was also a set of green leather gear. Erlana Guard's helmet blueprint, green Erlana Guard's thick leather armor blueprint, green Erlana Guard's bracers blueprint, green Erlana boots blueprint, green. A full set of blueprints. Erlana Guard's thick leather armor, green. Type: defense chest armor. Defense. Level 2 defense. Set effect: increased movement speed by 2%, reload speed increased by 2%, morale recovery enhanced by 20%. This effect can stack with other equipment. Description: armor particularly made for the Erlana elite guards. The armor's individual attributes are wearable by any soldier. But the set attributes provide a boost to reload speed. In other words, this set of equipment is more suitable for archers. These. Holding the blueprints, Fang Hao turned to Dong Jiayu on one side. If it were only him and Zhang Bin, he would have claimed these blueprints directly, with Zhang Bin able to unlock them himself. But this time Dong Jiayu also contributed a lot. If it weren't for his special Starfire skill, Dong Jiayu would have killed the most. Not consulting her about this felt like hoarding equipment. But he had a hundredfold amplification effect. He was more suitable for keeping these blueprints than Dong Jiayu. "Brother Hao, you keep them. Just make a few sets for me later," Dong Jiayu said generously. After all, Fang Hao had also helped her a lot. Especially just now, he had given her a new set of armor. She realized that she had not benefited as much from daily adventuring with her troops as she had from associating with Fang Hao. "All right, tell me how many sets you want when the time comes." Fang Hao put away the green set without hesitation. The white blueprints were selected by Dong Jiayu, who chose a few that she didn't have, and added them to the Book of Lords. After collecting the blueprints and realizing that there were no more good items, Zhang Bin went straight to the roof from the second floor, raising the flag of Erland Ha. The captain of Erland Ha's guard would know that this place had been taken when he saw the flag, and he would come with his soldiers to retrieve the equipment for a counterattack. Stage mission completed. Reward: Human Clan Influence plus 100, 3 healing potions, 2 magic potions. Special Team Reward: choose one from 3. Stamina Enlightening Potion, Magic Power Enlightening Potion, Blue Steel Curved Blade, blue. Selection Countdown: 59, 58. There was even a reward for completing the stage. 2 enlightening potions and a blue piece of equipment. "Let's pick a stamina enlightening potion for Dong Jiayu," Fang Hao said. Fang Hao had taken the magic power enlightening potion, and Zhang Bin the stamina enlightening potion. Only Dong Jiayu had taken neither. They didn't particularly need these two, so they could give Dong Jiayu the enlightening potion to enhance her strength. That's not right, Dong Jiayu said. Alright, Zhang Bin, select the enlightening potion for her. The rewards could be chosen and distributed by the team leader, and Zhang Bin was the leader of this team. Alright. Zhang Bin directly chose the stamina enlightening potion and handed it to Dong Jiayu. She held the potion with her petite hands, repeatedly thanking. Thank you, Brother Hao, and thank you, Brother Bin. It's fine, drink it now, Fang Hao said. Dong Jiayu had no hesitation and had learned about the enlightening potion while traveling, so she knew it was a potion that altered her physique. She opened the cap of the bottle and drank it down in one gulp. As soon as she swallowed, Dong Jiayu's face turned red and her forehead began to bead sweat. What's the matter? Fang Hao looked at Zhang Bin. After all, Zhang Bin had also taken a stamina potion before. It's okay. When changing your physique, your muscles will feel some stimulation, Zhang Bin answered. As expected, a pained expression appeared on Dong Jiayu's face. Fang Hao helped her sit down and rest. After about 5 minutes, Dong Jiayu's complexion returned to normal. She stood up and moved her body around. How do you feel? Fang Hao asked. It feels very good. I'm full of strength, Dong Jiayu answered. That's good. Stomp, stomp, stomp. At that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. It was Erland Ha's guard team arriving. The middle-aged captain burst into the armory first, nodded at the three of them, and then loudly ordered, "Give all able-bodied villagers armor and weapons. Fast! Everyone, get moving." The captain roared loudly. Everyone silently got to work, taking out and distributing the weapons and gear to the soldiers and able-bodied villagers. The armory was extremely busy, but everyone was silent. Thanks to you three for all your help. The undead have already gathered at the second line of defense. They are numerous, it's going to be a deadly battle. The captain came over, thanked them simply, and then explained the situation they were facing. The sudden attack of the undead had caught the village by surprise. All of the guards rapidly assembled, managed to save all of the survivors, and set up a second line of defense. Now, aside from some children and the elderly, all men and women were on the battlefield. This was a battle where it was either life or death. What can we do? Fang Hao asked. The captain looked towards the south and slowly said, "Join us in the counterattack. If there's a chance, run away. This is not your battlefield. If you get a chance, escape." The system had given them the identity of travelers passing through Erland Ha village. These three travelers had already fought this long for them, they had already helped plenty. We can win. Don't worry, Fang Hao assured him seriously. We must win. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the second line of defense. Various items and wooden stakes were built into a barrier over a person high. The soldiers were defending against the unceasing attacks of the rotten corpse undead with this circle as their base. Guard squad form the first battle line, everyone else follow behind us. When the gates are opened, we surge out like a dagger piercing these undead's backsides, killing our way straight to the city gates and reclaiming control. The captain roared, setting the battle deployment. Only a few guards responded, the rest of the armed villagers remained silent. Get ready, open the gates. The gates opened, the captain cried out, "Charge!" Everyone, weapons in hand, dashed out, their iron spears striking the corpses, forcing back the undead several meters. Then it was a melee, living against undead. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, and after casting 2 flame arrows, began to summon spirits. Elemental energy gathered, and 3 wood element spirits appeared beside Fang Hao. 2 were called forth by the skill, but with the element codex page's enhancement, an additional spirit was added. The wood element appeared and immediately used entangle. Vines grew at the feet of the undead, binding them in place. Then the spirit's arms turned into vine whips, launching an attack on the enemy. Whipping sounds echoed. The villagers' desperate fight turned the tide of the battle. Large numbers of undead fell, and the humans started to have the upper hand. Just as everyone started to see hope, a wolf's howl came from afar. Howl. Everyone looked up. A huge wolf-like creature stood on a rooftop in the distance, howling at the sky. A terrible gash was open in its rotten body, the head and abdomen, and rotten flesh was hanging off its broken bones. Eerie black mist rose from its body, and its eyes shone with a ghostly green light. Doomsday Terror Wolf, Level 7. Upon seeing the information of the Terror Wolf, the expressions on the faces of the three instantly changed. A Level 7 creature was far beyond their ability to handle, let alone they had already fought for so long. After howling, the Terror Wolf's green glowing eyes looked down at the fighting people. Through the eyes of the wolf, Fang Hao saw cruelty, cunning, and an anticipation of playing with prey. He was sure that this severely rotten Terror Wolf indeed possessed its own intelligence. The undead wolf, which fed on rotting flesh, was looking down at the guards below. Even the most battle-hardened warriors involuntarily shivered and took 2 steps back when the Doomsday Terror Wolf focused on them. The highest-ranking guard, the captain, was only at a level 4. However, the Doomsday Terror Wolf on the roof not only was a level 7 but also had traits of the undead. Boss, this won't be easy. Zhang Bin took a few steps back to join Fang Hao's side. Zhang Bin looked ragged, his whole body was covered in thick blood, and his metal plate armor had a few noticeable scratch marks. Fortunately, his spirits weren't too dampened, and he was uninjured. If we don't kill it, we won't be able to clear the level. Preserve your energy and look for an opportunity to strike. Fang Hao instructed in a hushed tone. This was a test, it wasn't possible to run away at every chance like the captain of the guards suggested. To clear the level, they either had to kill the Terror Wolf or get killed by it. All right, said Zhang Bin. Dong Jiayu also slightly nodded in agreement. Awoo. The Doomsday Terror Wolf let out another howl. The rotten corpses below attacked like mad. Attack. The captain of the guards wiped off the fresh blood on his face and yelled. Attack! Attack! All the guards charged forward, once again clashing with the wildly attacking rotten corpses. The Doomsday Terror Wolf pounced downwards, tackling a guard to the ground. It ripped off and swallowed the guard's head in one bite. Chunks of flesh hung from its exposed sternum, and the bloody head fell through its wide-open belly and rolled to the side. This bloody and brutal scene sent chills down everyone's spines. But after killing one target, the Terror Wolf didn't pause for even a second and pounced on another guard. It crunched down on the guard's bones and in one bite, the guard's head was gone. The massive figure of the Terror Wolf, like a mad bull, selected targets on the battlefield. Bang! The captain of the guards, holding his shield, repelled the Terror Wolf which was about to bite the next target. The body of the Terror Wolf flew sideways, its head shaking from the impact. Looking at the human who had hit it, its eyes filled with a cold murderous intent. I'll hold it off. You guys clear off the rotten corpses, the captain yelled again. Yes. The rest of the team, including Fang Hao and others, began to kill the rotten corpses with even greater vigor. They needed to clear the small monsters as fast as possible, then assist the captain to kill this Terror Wolf. Time was tight, everyone attacked without holding anything back. Fang Hao launched a barrage of arrows, killing rotten corpses one by one. His wooden spirit servant also charged into the enemy, turning its hands into vines to skewer the bodies of the rotten corpses. The number of rotten corpses was gradually decreasing. But the captain of the guards had reached his limit. The Terror Wolf swung its massive paw. Bang! Like a gigantic hammer hitting the ground, a dull thud echoed. The captain was flung off, sprawling on the ground awkwardly. Naturally, the Terror Wolf wouldn't miss this opportunity. It leapt up, pounced on him, and its sharp teeth went for his head. In a moment of peril, it appeared that their most powerful warrior was about to be killed. Fang Hao didn't have time to think. He pointed his left hand at the Terror Wolf and shot out a flame fireball, which was engulfed in flames. The flame fireball wasn't one of Fang Hao's skills. It was a skill bestowed by a flame ring. He had obtained this ring from Shadowwind Castle and hadn't used it much. Yet today, as soon as the cooldown period was over, he immediately released fireballs, alternating with his fiery arrows to attack targets on the field. Bang! The flame fireball hit the Terror Wolf's body directly, instantly setting its remaining fur on fire. The captain took this opportunity to roll to the side, creating distance between him and the Terror Wolf. The successful rescue of the captain of the guards also drew the terror wolf's attention. A pair of ghostly green eyes stared at Fang Hao, its shriveled tongue coiling in its mouth. In the next second, ignoring the humans around it, it charged straight towards Fang Hao's location. Like a runaway car, it knocked all the guards along the way into the air. "Boss, I'm here too." Zhang Bin took a step forward, sinking his weight, hiding his whole body behind the buckler shield and directly blocking Fang Hao. It's not about loyalty, but once Fang Hao dies, his good days would also come to an end. Bang! In a loud noise, Zhang Bin's whole body flew back like a kite with its string cut, fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Even so, he managed to block the attack of the terror wolf. The three wood spirits also seized this opportunity to shield Fang Hao. Vines grew from the ground, entwining themselves around the wolf's limbs. Zhang Bin. Fang Hao, keeping his eyes on the terror wolf, called out loudly. "It's okay, it just hurts a bit," Zhang Bin said, taking out a bottle of healing potion and gulping it down. Ensuring that Zhang Bin was all right, Fang Hao continued to stare at the terror wolf. His left hand's magic wand once again conjured fire arrows, targeting the terror wolf. The remaining guards also moved forward and began to attack the terror wolf. "Brother Hao, retreat." Dong Jiayu shielded Fang Hao, her spear pointing forward. Fang Hao slowly retreated, getting a proper distance for attacking. PFF. After the rotten corpses were cleaned up, the terror wolf was besieged by everyone. Spear, sword, arrows, magic, all fell densely on its body. In the chaos of battle, Dong Jiayu tightly gripped her spear, launching a fierce attack. The spear was straight as a line, its cold light blooming, and the tip swiftly pierced the terror wolf's pupil in an instant. The terror wolf, which was unaware of pain, let out a painful howl at this moment. After sweeping the guards in front of him aside, it rushed directly towards Dong Jiayu. Seeing the terror wolf charging at her, Dong Jiayu turned to run. Seeing the human who wounded it trying to escape, the terror wolf leapt high into the air to pounce on its target. Dong Jiayu turned her head slightly, saw the wolf pouncing, eyes flashed with fierceness. Twisting her waist and swinging her arm, she thrust her spear forward in a turning motion. The spear continued its unstoppable momentum, piercing through the terror wolf's mouth, lifting it high up, suspending it on the spear. The rest of the group immediately rushed forward, launching an assault on the struggling terror wolf. The spear shook, pulled out smoothly as blood gushed out, carrying with it the smell of a decaying corpse. The giant body of the terror wolf lay on the ground. After a couple of twitching movements, it could no longer get up. It was completely dead. The guard captain glanced at the wolf corpse, picked up his sword, and beheaded it. Making sure it could never come back to life, he began to organize help to retake control of the city wall's defense. The trio of Fang Hao sat on some wooden stakes to the side. They glanced at each other, still afraid of the recent death encounter. The level 7 creature had nearly wiped them out. If Dong Jiayu hadn't taken the enlightening potion, with insufficient power and stamina, whether they could kill the terror wolf was an entirely different matter. "Zhang Bin, are you okay?" Fang Hao asked again. "I'm fine, this potion really works, it doesn't hurt once I drank it," Zhang Bin said from one side. "Dong Jiayu, what about you?" Fang Hao looked towards Dong Jiayu. The previous strike was splendid and cool, just like in the movies, killing the charging terror wolf. "I'm fine, brother Hao, you can just call me Jiayu, you don't need to call my full name every time," Dong Jiayu said. Surviving a near-death experience had brought the three of them closer. "All right, rest a bit, there might still be danger." Fang Hao had just finished speaking when the guards had already successfully reclaimed the city walls. The moment the city gates closed, the three of them received a system prompt. Historical battle. The predicament of Erlana completed. Reward released. Frost armor skill scroll, skull face skill scroll, enchantment elixir, apprentice magic robe, apprentice magic wand. Phew. It's over, finally over. The three of them sat on the ground, letting out a breath of relief. Time to return in 3, 2, 1. The light shone once again, and the figures of the three disappeared from their original spot. When Fang Hao reappeared, he was back in his own territory. He opened the Book of Lords and contacted the other two. Upon learning that they had all returned safely to their own territories, he relaxed. Master. Era emerged from the stone tower of the Lord's Manor, spotted Fang Hao, and paused in surprise. She didn't know when he had returned. Yes, Era, I'm a bit hungry. Prepare something for lunch. Oh right, have someone prepare bathwater too. All right. During the trial, time didn't exactly stand still, but it certainly moved at a different pace. The battle in Elenha village took about 7 or 8 hours, and they eliminated hundreds of rotten corpses. But upon their return, it was just past noon, only 3 or 4 hours had passed. Era went to prepare lunch, and Fang Hao began to review the rewards he had received. The rewards for the trial were all skills or apprentice-level equipment. They leaned towards enhancing individual capabilities. The skill scrolls were Frost Armor and Death's Visage. Do you wish to learn the skill Frost Armor? Do you wish to learn the Faction Legion skill Death's Visage? Learn. The 2 scrolls turned into dazzling light, directly penetrating Fang Hao's body. Frost Armor. Type. Water Elemental Skill. Description. When cast, it forms a defensive armor, adding 35% of your spiritual power to your defense, and any magic cast except fire magic will carry a frost effect. Fang Hao cast it immediately. A surge of energy rose, forming a light blue protective layer around him. It felt as though he was wearing a coat made of blue glass. After inspecting the frost armor, he moved on to the second skill. Death's Visage passive. Type. Undead Legion skill. Description. Every time a soldier under your command dies, all soldiers are motivated to fight, increasing their attack and defense by 1%, stacking up to 100. Damn, this Legion skill is powerful. Given how many soldiers he has, just getting trampled to death during battles could easily stack up to 100. To stack up to 100% is pretty much a piece of cake. Doesn't it mean that he could sacrifice 100 low-level soldiers to exchange for a 100% increase in both attack and defense for tens of thousands of soldiers? By then, the combat strength of his soldiers will have reached terrifying heights. It's a shame that there's a cap at 100, if there weren't, it would be perfect. Imagine stacking up to 100,000 attack power. Even a regular skeleton warrior could one-shot kill members of Dragon Clan. In any case, even with the limit at 100, this skill is quite a powerhouse. It can increase the combat power of the whole legion. Enchantment Elixir. Type. Elixir. Ability. Increases the speed of skill casting by 2% permanently. Description. A magical elixir blended with the blood of tyrants, which will enhance your understanding of magic upon absorption. Another incredible item. After drinking it, it increases the speed of skill casting. In layman's terms, it reduces the casting time. This elixir is very important for mages, as good as obtaining a powerful skill. The remaining apprentice magic robe and apprentice magic wand don't need further inspection since they are just green beginner equipment. When the time comes that the undead mage's equipment breaks, replace them with these two. Zhang Bin, what skill did you get? Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, asking Zhang Bin. The rewards for equipment should all be beginner level, it's mainly about which skills they've obtained. Iron Wall, a skill that can increase my defenses and block effects, and a Legion skill, Hold the Line, which increases the army's defenses and counter-attacking ability during defensive battles. It feels like I'm just being slapped around with all these defense skills. Boss, am I heading down a dead-end road? Zhang Bin replied. Whether it's Iron Wall or the Legion skill Hold the Line. They both sound like defensive skills. Interpreting them as getting beaten up skills aren't too far off either. Tanks in games are the most powerful profession, a real man's calling, Fang Hao consoled. Well, my physique is getting better and better. After ending the chat with Zhang Bin, Fang Hao opened a private chat with Dong Jiayu. He found out that Dong Jiayu was also rewarded with 2 skills. One increases her attack speed. The other, a Legion skill, increases troops' attack speed by 20% and attack power by 5%. It's somewhat similar to Orc's Blood Rage, temporarily increasing mobility and burst power. After chatting with the two, today's trial seemed to have finally come to an end. Master, your bathwater is ready. A maid approached. Okay. Fang Hao responded and headed towards the Lord's mansion. Bathing here wasn't as simple as in modern times. Someone had to boil the water and then pour it into the bath. Entering the bathroom, he took off his clothes, stepped into the bathtub, and a wave of comfort made him feel slightly sleepy. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he heard the door being opened. A pair of soft hands landed gently on Fang Hao's shoulders from behind, before starting to slowly massage him. When she leaned her head around, Fang Hao saw that it wasn't Era who had walked in. It was the white fox maid who had been assigned to tidy up the basement of the Lord's mansion. Why is it you? Fang Hao asked reflexively. The maid looked somewhat panicked and hastily replied, Era is cooking and has asked me to assist you with your bath. Oh, okay. Go to the door and get the blue elixir from my bag, instructed Fang Hao. He suddenly thought of the enchantment elixir he hadn't taken yet. This elixir was better consumed early. Yes, master. The fox girl complied and retrieved the elixir from his bag beside them and handed it to him. Having a similar experience before, he didn't overthink things, uncorked the bottle, and swiftly gulped it down. The cool liquid slid down his chest and into his stomach. First came a chill, then a wave of pain that engulfed his whole body. His abdomen was like it had become a ball of fire, and his skin turned red instantly as though he was a cooked crab. Master, are you all right? The fox girl asked softly. Hot, too hot. Even though Fang Hao knew this was the effect of the elixir, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He immediately stood up from the bath, letting his bare skin be exposed to the air. Seeing this scene and hearing Fang Hao's groans, the fox girl's face turned bright red, and she slowly started to undress in her shyness. After she was completely naked, she lowered her head and walked over to Fang Hao's side. When Fang Hao turned around and saw the fox girl's condition, he was slightly shocked. She was now even redder than he was. I didn't mean that, said Fang Hao. With blushing cheeks, the fox girl confessed, Master, I'm not very good at this. Though the effects of the elixir didn't last too long, it left Fang Hao hot and bothered. An hour later, with the fox girl's aid, Fang Hao put on fresh clothes and they both exited the bathroom together. Meanwhile, the Coldwind Mountain Range. After Fang Hao annihilated an army of 300,000, the entire Coldwind Mountain Range was in a state of high tension. Tribes near the edges of the mountain range were in constant fear, fearing that the undead army would ruthlessly slaughter them as the first victims. The Skullcrusher tribe's chieftain's hall. Sitting in his chair with a sullen face, Skullcrusher Shaw said, That's the situation, so I would like the Bloodthroat tribe to join us in eliminating this potential threat. In the center of the hall sat a giant almost 5 meters tall, playing with 2 human skulls covered in residue. This giant was from the Troll, Bloodthroat tribe. Meatfist. Caius Orange Tier 3 hero. Once, the name of the Bloodthroat tribe was known throughout the region, synonymous with cruelty and terror. The former clan leader of the Bloodthroat tribe was extremely bloodthirsty, with the slaughter god as the tribe's sole totem. Any prisoners or slaves from any forces would be taken by him to the altar to be sacrificed to the great slaughter god. No matter who they were or what status they held, they were all his offerings. But the trolls, no matter how strong they were, relied solely on their own bloodline and a trend of rapid rise. When they managed to anger both elves and dragons at the same time, a war that spanned the entire region rang out. The forces of the Dragon clan and the Elf clan, with overwhelming strength, crushed the Bloodthroat tribe. Only a small number of trolls retreated into the resource-scarce mountains to barely survive and reproduce. With the passing of centuries, the Bloodthroat tribe slowly regained strength, and the present clan leader was still powerful, worshipping the slaughter god. Shaw, you really are a waste, defeated by a force that has just started to develop. The voice of Caius was rough and sounded like a giant beast's roar. In the Orc Hall, such a taunting insult to a great Chifa caused Shaw's expression to darken, but the Skullcrusher tribe indeed lacked the strength to defeat the undead and was facing various internal problems at the moment. He had no choice but to bow his head to the troll standing before him. He forced a small smile and said, the Skullcrusher tribe can't compare to the Bloodthroat tribe. If it were an ordinary opponent, I wouldn't have turned to the Bloodthroat tribe. Shaw's words contained some flattery, but it was quite effective for the trolls who usually believed in the supremacy of strength. Upon the serious expression of Caius, a slight smile surfaced. You are right indeed. So, tell me, what can I gain by helping you? Shaw's heart leapt with joy. This big guy was really quite simple-minded, and he was already somewhat persuaded with just a few words. Chief Caius, we will split the spoils of war 7-3, with the Bloodthroat tribe taking the larger share, said Shaw. Caius chuckled. HMPH, do you see my Bloodthroat tribe as free fighters? Then, Chief Caius, how would you like to split? Asked Shaw with a frown. Shaw, if I did not help you, the undead would attack you within 10 days. By then, forget about spoils of war, even the survival of Skullcrusher is uncertain, said Caius. At this, Shaw's expression darkened even more. Regardless of personal strength or the overall strength of the tribe, he had to get the Bloodthroat tribe's help, as the Skullcrusher tribe might really cease to exist otherwise. Chief Caius, just say it directly, under what conditions would you be willing to deal with those undead? Turning his eyes, Caius said directly, all the spoils of war are mine. In addition, you must prepare 300,000 Warfire coins as a reward for this operation. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Shaw. I'm fully capable of wiping you out, then eliminating the undead. Such a direct provocation immediately turned the atmosphere in the entire hall sincere. A few orc warriors at the entrance were slowly inching their hands towards their weapons at their waist. The moment Shaw gave an order, they would launch an attack on the troll, no matter that he was a powerful hero. Phew. Shaw took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger in his heart and finally agreed. Okay, I agree with you, but it will take me some time to gather that money. I can only pay you after we have defeated the undead. Fine, that's settled then. Arrange for a scout to collect information and provide me with a copy. We can attack from 2 directions simultaneously. It wouldn't be difficult to eliminate an undead force that has just gotten started, said Caius, standing up with a solemn tone. His mighty body was like a small hill, and his armor made a loud noise as he moved. Okay, the scouts have already been dispatched. I'll send the information over to you as soon as I receive it. Hurry up your people. I'm really looking forward to crushing those bony guys. Caius rubbed the skull accessory in his hand. It will be soon. Without further ado, Caius bent down and walked out of the orc hall. After lunch, Fang Hao filled his empty stomach. He glanced at the regional channel and found it unusually quiet today, without anyone speaking. Fang Hao even suspected whether the trial task was too difficult and if all these people had failed the trial. Era, have you heard of the enlightening potion? After the meal, Era brought a plate of fruit. I've heard of it. It's a potion often used by humans. Supposedly it allows ordinary people to become warriors too, but it's rarely seen among beast clans, Era replied softly. Beast clans excel in combat. They are naturally warriors. Like the beast clans with demon bloodlines and minotaur clans, all are natural-born warriors. The weak are soon eliminated by the tribe. Therefore, there is really no need for them to research these kinds of auxiliary potions. Moreover, the price of a potion is not low itself, and they are hard to come by. Can you use it? Fang Hao asked. Fang Hao's idea was simple. The enlightening potion could change a person's constitution and, battle or no battle, it could make a person healthier. Even though Fang Hao drank the magic potion himself, he was still able to clearly feel the changes happening to his body. He became immune to insects, and his constitution was enhanced. In the future, when he gets hold of potions, can he prepare some for Era and others? It would enhance their physical strength and give them some self-defense capability. I don't know, but it should work. I've heard of beastmen buying potions before. Era also picked up a fruit and gently took a bite. Fang Hao nodded, not saying much more. Bang. Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Angia walked in carrying a silver treasure chest. She tossed it directly at Fang Hao's feet and said, "Quick, open it and see what's inside. Maybe there's something good." Fang Hao looked at the chest on the ground, then glanced at the dusty figure of Angia. I was wondering why I didn't see Angia at lunch. Turns out she was out adventuring again. Are there still monster strongholds within our territory? Fang Hao asked with some disbelief. With so many soldiers now and a wide patrol range, why would there still be monster strongholds? No, I rode a giant lizard out, I went far. There are 3 bear carcasses outside, you should butcher them too. Angia answered indifferently. What an adventurer, she even had a giant lizard prepared for her expedition. Without saying anything else, Fang Hao directly opened the chest. Obtained. Iron Axe Blueprint, Leather Necklace Blueprint, Natural Gems X2, Warfire Coins X31. The Iron Axe Blueprint was a duplication, he could sell it in the channel later. Seeing the second blueprint, Fang Hao's brows furrowed slightly. Leather Necklace. Category: Necklace. Defense. Tier 1 Defense. Description: surely no one actually thinks this is a defense item. Leather Necklace. Leather X1, Metal Parts X1, Yarn X2. Ah, this. Are there really blueprints for such a thing? How is it? Anything good? Angia asked while eating a fruit. There is something, quite practical. Fang Hao silently put the blueprint away. I knew my luck was good. I've never opened a chest that didn't have something good. Angia boasted. Thank you, then, for bringing me such good luck. Don't mention it. Just work hard and don't mess up our territory. Angia continued. Hey, watch your words. In the afternoon, Fang Hao began crafting the Erlana Guardian set, equipping the archers within his territory. He later accepted an order in the Trade Alliance building, replenishing the needed supplies. Amidst the hustle and bustle, it was already night time. During dinner, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, and the number of people in the channel suddenly increased. It seems that they only managed to complete their trial tasks by night. I was tasked with a murloc, and it's not small at all. Fish head with big bulging eyes, and it can even fight on land. I'm allergic to seafood, and though I won, I'm suffering an allergic reaction now. My mission was an orc attack on a village. Even though they were all tier 1 orcs, many people died. It was too brutal. You're both lucky, the leader of my team is a dumbass. He chose awards without any regard to others, choosing only what he could use. And he called himself the damn savior. Savior my ass. That's really unfortunate for you. What's your name? Say it, so we all know to avoid you. Indeed, I hate those types of people who take all the equipment rewards for themselves. His name is Xie Yuan Fei. Remember him. Don't let him be the team leader, even if you are teamed up. What the hell, why are you slandering me? You didn't mention any of this when we met, but now you're smearing my name from behind. Are you sick or what? As soon as the name was mentioned, the person called Xie Yuan Fei couldn't sit still and came out swearing. You think I had a choice? You're the team leader, who knows if we'll return to your territory when it all ends. Who knows what you do, you don't deserve to have teammates. I also want to report someone. He hid during the fight and one of my teammates died. His name is. It seems that the Transmigrators' first collaboration wasn't very successful. Soon after, many people began to name and shame each other's teammates. There was a heated debate in the channel. The next day. Cruel City. A sharp blade was pressed against Fang Hao's throat. He laid back, a bitter soap scent filling his nostrils. That razor was diligently scraping at the stubble on his chin. The barber had the expression of a focused sculptor, carefully adjusting the beard and hairstyle of the well-dressed young man. It took about 20 days being here to finally find a place where he could get a haircut. And they even offered a free beard trimming service. Though on his chin, only sparse stubble had grown. Is this your first time here, sir? The barber casually asked while working. Yes, it's my first time here. Are you visiting relatives? Each city wasn't really that large. Though not everyone knew each other, it was easy to spot outsiders. Obviously, the young man's appearance and attire revealed his status as an outsider. No, I live in a nearby city and thought I'd come over to do some business, Fang Hao replied. Oh, doing business here. What line are you planning to enter? The barber asked with interest. Catering. The barber blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the meaning of the word catering, saying, "You look like an educated person. The pubs in the city do a good business. Everyone likes to go there for a drink. But I worry it would be hard for you to succeed. The shop I'll be running is mainly for dining. Selling alcohol comes second," Fang Hao answered. The barber didn't continue his line of questioning, clearly showing he didn't believe the business would succeed. Seeing his silence, Fang Hao continued, "Is there a place here where I can buy orc slaves?" Huh. The barber instinctively glanced at the orc girl patiently waiting for Fang Hao's haircut to finish. They occasionally appear, but it's been a while since the last time. Those orc slave merchants would bring some humanoid orcs and sell them to rich nobles at a high price. So, you're saying something like bunny girls are popular around here? Cough. Cough. The hairdresser gave a slight cough and coyly responded, "Perhaps, every batch of Rabbit Clan girls that arrive here gets sold out." After a final touch-up to his hairstyle, the hairdresser used a linen cloth to brush away the hair bits from Fang Hao's neck. "All right, sir," the hairdresser lightly patted his shoulder. Fang Hao stood up, bent over and brushed off the hair bits on his head with his hand. It seemed there wasn't a hair washing service here, so he would have to wash it himself later. He paid the hairdresser and left the house with Angia. "Why did you cut it so short?" Angia asked on the way. "Huh, doesn't it look good? It's not that, the nobles all keep long hair, you should learn from their dress codes," Angia suggested. "I'm not a noble, and their hairstyles are not cool at all." As they walked through the streets, they saw a pub open for business. It was still morning. The pub had to prepare for business early, even though it wasn't open yet. Upon entering the pub, the bartenders were tidying up the tables and cleaning up the mess left from last night. The barmaid was standing at the bar counter, stretching her arms above her head in a big yawn. Her curvaceous figure fully revealed in this moment. Accompanied by a lazy moan, it almost made people bleed from the nose. This early morning stimulation, one can't help but wonder about the health of the pub owner. After yawning, the barmaid noticed Fang Hao's entry. While wiping the counter, she posed seductively, "Coming this early, are you here for a drink, or for a chat?" It wasn't drinking time yet. There were quite a few men who would come early to chat with her. Fang Hao took a seat on a nearby chair and said directly, "Chat." The pub owner revealed a smile, her forearm rested on the counter. "Come on, I like strong young ones like you." "Damn, which street in Cruel City is good for business?" Fang Hao asked directly. The barmaid paused. What she'd expected to be flattery sounded like a business talk. "What do you want to do?" "Open a shop," Fang Hao replied. "If you want to run a business, this street is the best." The barmaid picked up the cloth and continued cleaning the counter. Cruel City was not big, with a population of around 10,000. And the busiest street was this commercial strip where the pub was located. Although it was the busiest, it was only compared to the other streets. This street was home to various commercial shops, making it the gold mine of the town. "How about the shop opposite? I see it's for sale," Fang Hao continued asking. "You sly boy, is that why you came sneaking to me?" The barmaid turned around and leaned on the bar, lightly tapping Fang Hao's forehead in an affectionate manner. Her loose neckline fell down, revealing a large part of her ample bosom. A pub was a good place to acquire information. Regardless of local residents or transitional travelers, they would all stop by the pub. Alcohol loosens tongues, and people say more than they intend. The patrons might not care, but the owner always hears some intriguing news. Just like the last time when the barmaid asked Fang Hao about who the bandits were. Back then, she simply answered, "A group of orcs and humans." From this, she deduced the orc with a spiked hammer and impaired intelligence. In short, if you want some information, the pub is a great place to start. Fang Hao glanced at her busty chest, and thought to himself if he should educate the locals on bras to expand the women's market. "Indeed, you're beautiful and kind. Of course, you're the first one that I thought of," Fang Hao praised. "To get things done, you need to make the other party feel good about themselves." "Haha, sly boy," the barmaid laughed and scolded, but found herself liking the handsome young man in front of her, who was also wealthy. She walked around the counter and sat next to Fang Hao, lowering her voice. That shop is not good to buy from. Why do you think it's still not sold out in this street? Huh, is there a reason? Is it haunted? He didn't know if it was due to the Undead faction, but when he heard there was a problem with the shop, the first thing that came to his mind was, it's haunted. The image of wandering spirits rampaging about in the room popped into his mind. What haunted? Stop nonsense. The barmaid lightly hit his arm. The shop owner offended someone. The shop can't be operated and can't be sold. Who did he offend? The barmaid's lips were close to his ear as she cautiously said, the son of the chief of internal affairs. Outside Cruel City. A man with zits on his face, eyes fixed on the giant lizard in the stable. Repeatedly making a hissing sound, he circled the stable several times. What the hell is this thing? The zit-faced man cursed. Several underlings closely followed the zit-faced man, dressed in linen shirts, iron swords hanging around their waists. They didn't look like city guards, but their uniforms were identical. Boss, it's a giant dragon, has to be a giant dragon. One of the underlings stepped forward to suggest. Smack. The zit-faced man smacked the underling on the back of his head, scolding, are you blind? Since when are a dragon's legs this short? And does it look this dumb to you? How would it fly without wings? The beast in front of them did indeed possess some traits similar to the rumored dragons. But it wasn't a dragon, it looked more like an enlarged crocodile. The underling shrank back. Boss, I was just joking with you, just trying to lighten up the atmosphere. By making me look like a damn fool. The zit-faced man cursed again, unstrapping the iron sword from his waist and poking the giant lizard with the sheath. The giant lizard opened its eyes, sending the zit-faced man scrambling backward. He tripped and fell flat on his backside. But the giant lizard gave no reaction, glancing at him before continuing with its nap. The underlings helped the zit-faced man up, who then said, it's surprisingly tame. Go on then, bring it back. I always wanted to be a dragon knight. Boss, I thought you said it wasn't a dragon. Shut up and do as I say, the zit-faced man retorted, kicking the underling harshly. The underling, driven away, carefully approached the giant lizard, slowly reaching a hand towards the rope tied to the stake. What are you doing? A rebuke sounded from behind them, startling the underling who was trying to untie the rope and causing him to tremble. Everyone turned their heads to see the patrolling captain of the guards approaching. The zit-faced man retorted disdainfully, mind your own business, or else I'll let loose a few punches and you'll get beaten up for nothing. This giant lizard is the pet of a guest of the city lord. If you don't want to get in trouble, best not to mess with it, the guard captain warned, though he didn't step forward. So it was a giant lizard. The zit-faced man and his underlings finally figured out the creature before them. I am just following the city rules. Leaving such a large thing around, it could attack people. Let me take it away for now. If the owner has any grievances, they can take it up with me at my place, the zit-faced man declared. Having finished speaking, he gestured a signal to his underlings. Once again, they began to untie the rope tied around the stake. It looked as if they were determined to take away this massive giant lizard. Just as they had freed the rope and were about to move the giant lizard, a woman's voice rang out again. I would advise you not to disturb it. Should it attack, you will surely die here. The zit-faced man looked over, noticing a white-haired beast-eared girl coming out from the city. Her figure and face resembled a charming, beautiful leopardess, giving off a unique vibe. A beast woman, a female orc. What are you doing in Cruel City? The zit-faced man's eyes surveyed up and down. What I'm doing here is none of your concern. I am the owner of this giant lizard. I will take good care of it. You may leave now, Angia retorted. Hey, and how do you prove this giant lizard is yours? The zit-faced man shot back while placing hands behind his back, signaling his underlings. The underlings glanced at each other, their hands slowly reaching for the iron swords at their waists. Angia observed their movements, a cold smirk on her face. Attack! The zit-faced man ordered. Just as the underlings drew their swords, intending to tease them a little, they saw an afterimage of a body's passing in front of them. Thump. A punch from the beast woman landed on the zit-faced man's face. As the zit-faced man fell to the ground, the beast woman swiftly followed, her fist raining down like droplets of rain, continuously striking the man in the face. The frequency of her punches left no time for the zit-faced man to cry out in pain. There was only the sound of her fists hitting their mark. The guard captain was somewhat surprised by the beast woman's strength but still urged, "Enough. You're going to kill him." Angia stopped and eyed the approaching guards coldly. The captain immediately halted, explaining, "We didn't touch this giant lizard, and we're not with those guys. Don't misunderstand." Angia wiped fresh blood off her fist onto the zit-faced man's body. "They were the ones who drew their swords first. You saw that, right?" "I did, and I'll report it as such." The captain swallowed hard. The guards surrounded the tavern. The barkeepers, already preparing for the opening, paused their work. All they could do was sit on the side, watching guard captain and Fang Hao converse not far away. "That's how it happened. Although I'll testify for you, he is, after all, the son of the steward. How things will progress is still uncertain," the guard captain said as he sat in a wooden chair, explaining everything that had just occurred. Clatter. Not far away, the landlady dropped the coarse ceramic cup she was wiping and quickly bent down to pick it up. She had just reminded everyone that if the shop across the street offended a high-ranking person, like the steward's son, it wouldn't be able to open or sell. Fang Hao had barely left the house when this happened. He had punched the steward's son. Now it would be difficult not to offend them. The sudden noise only caused the pair in conversation to glance over before they resumed their topic. "How is it usually resolved?" Fang Hao asked. "Hard to say. The city lord, due to some reasons, has given over many matters to the steward. Hence his sona." The captain trailed off. "You get what I mean, right?" I understand," Fang Hao nodded in response. Not long after, a summon from the city lord arrived. Fang Hao and Angia were escorted in the direction of the city lord's mansion. On the way, Angia curiously asked, "Shouldn't we run?" "Run? Why should we when we're in the right? And the city lord isn't as powerful as you, so there's nothing to fear," Fang Hao whispered back. Cyril, the city lord, was only a blue, rank 5 hero. If they were to fight, it was uncertain whether Cyril would beat Angia. "I'm worried about your safety," Angia insisted. "Don't worry. I've brought a teleportation scroll. By the way, is the steward's son badly injured?" "He didn't die." "That's good enough." After crossing the street, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion. In the grand hall, besides city lord Cyril, whom they had met before, there was also a tall and thin middle-aged man with curly hair. "City lord," Fang Hao nodded. "Please have a seat, Mr. Fang Hao." Fang Hao, along with Angia, sat on the side. "My steward claims that your guard attacked his son. I would like to understand the situation better," Cyril began without any indication of bias. "Yes, but the cause of the incident was indeed the steward's son trying to take my mount. Even after my guard advised him against it, he drew his longsword," Fang Hao explained. Bang! The thin steward's expression turned red, and he slammed his hands on the table, staring at Fang Hao as he began to berate him. "Talking nonsense. You savage country bumpkins dare to attack public officials within Prul City. You really have the nerve." His words were abruptly cut off. A beautifully crafted white knife, fashioned like a sword hilt crowned with a tree, was already pressed against his throat. "Speak politely, and if you spit at me again, I'll make a hole in you," Fang Hao said grimly. The steward obviously didn't come here reasoning. Of course, Fang Hao preferred a simpler approach. "Enough. Both of you sit down," City Lord Cyril spoke up again. The steward slowly retreated a short distance before continuing. "City Lord, he dared to brandish a weapon here. This is unforgivable." Cyril frowned at him, cursing internally that he was blinded by rage. Could he not see how frightened Fang Hao was? His relaxed demeanor suggested he was perfectly at home. Fang Hao's identity had always been a mystery, but the fact that he had eradicated a long-established bandit camp in one day confirmed that he had a significant military force behind him. Could he even touch Fang Hao? Would he go to war with a city for the sake of his troublemaking son? Is it possible? All right. I've inquired about the incident. Both parties are at fault. I'll arrange for someone to treat your son later, and let's consider this matter closed, Cyril said directly. There was no mention of who was right or wrong. It was glossed over. The steward frowned and was about to protest when he saw the warning in Cyril's gaze. All the resentment had to be swallowed down. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll listen to the city lord. We'll let this matter rest." Haha, great. Mr. Fang Hao, what do you think? Cyril turned to Fang Hao. After all, we are in Cruel City. Attacking someone is a bit too much. We heed the city lord's advice, Fang Hao responded with a small smile. What everyone was worried about was resolved so swiftly. Cyril had been tactful. There were no discussions of right and wrong. Everyone was at fault. Let's the matter rest, and no one should bring it up again. Of course, Fang Hao was quite satisfied with the result since the person that got beaten up wasn't him. Still enraged, the steward stormed off. Fang Hao stayed back and continued, "City Lord, I'm interested in a shop and want to settle down. How much would it cost?" "Sure, which one are you interested in?" Cyril asked curiously. "The one across Rose Tavern on Commercial Street." "Oh, there's still an unclaimed shop on that street. Seems like you're lucky," Cyril exclaimed, surprised. Perhaps. That shop had offended the steward's son and had been unoccupied for 2 years, nobody dared to buy it. The landlady had just mentioned this to him earlier, but now it was fine. The offending party had been dealt with by Angia, so there were no concerns about causing offense anymore. "You there?" Cyril called out. A retainer came over. "City Lord. You assist Mr. Fang Hao in processing the shop." "All right, Mr. Fang Hao. Miss, please follow me." The retainer led the two out and proceeded with the shop documentation. The price was astronomical, making him consider whether he should build a city and profit from housing development. This was too lucrative. Once the paperwork was complete, they had to deliver the payment to the city lord's mansion within 3 days. Afterward, they could collect the deed to the property and officially become the owners. The two continued their conversation as they exited the city lord's mansion. Within the tavern. "I'm telling you, he won't return," a barkeeper said while rearranging tables and chairs, discussing the recent events. "He's been at the city lord's mansion for quite some time. I bet his head has been chopped off already." "That's not necessarily true. He's a wealthy foreigner. That despicable guy only dares to bully the native townsfolk but not those from out of town," another worker chimed in. "Only the living separate the rich and the poor," the barkeeper continued. Creak. The door opened again, and the glaring sunlight streamed in, causing everyone to squint. Fang Hao sat back down at the bar, and Angia also took a seat. The barkeepers were dumbfounded, glancing at each other. Even if he was unharmed, he certainly made a speedy return. "Did you sort it out?" The landlady was equally surprised. Everyone in the city knew that the steward's family was even more annoying than ruffians. Returning so quickly suggested that these two youngsters were not ordinary people. "It's resolved," Fang Hao continued. "You haven't finished the story of this bounty." The tavern owner served 2 beers and placed them in front of the pair. Curiously, she asked, "Are you interested in this story?" Earlier, after inquiring about the tavern from the owner, he had noticed a new reward added to the notice board. This amendment was not for bandit elimination or monster removal. It was a reward for an expedition. You wouldn't have to fight, you could even bypass all enemies on the way. The goal was to find clues about a certain graveyard. Whether you find the location or related information, you would receive a reward from the mercenary group. The tavern owner noticed Fang Hao shows interest in the reward, and decided to tell him a passed-down tale, the city lord and the one in the tomb. Unfortunately, soldiers rushed in and interrupted the story just as it began. Once they left, Fang Hao quickly found the tavern owner to continue the tale. "I'm interested," said Fang Hao, ready to hear the rest of the story. "All right. In truth, the story's authenticity is pretty low. A storyteller memorized it and that's why it kept to today," the tavern owner explained. Just casually listening, no big deal," Fang Hao replied. The tavern owner tossed her cloth to the side, took a seat opposite to them, and began to tell the tale. In simple terms, it was about a young city lord who was tall and handsome, admired by all women of the city. One day, a peculiar woman arrived at the city, and the two quickly fell in love. The young city lord aged while the woman remained young. One night, the woman was fatally attacked by the city lord's enemy and died in the castle. The city lord held a funeral and buried his family's most precious treasures with her. Imagine, endless gold and jewels, all buried together with the city lord's lover, buried in the mountains to the west. The tavern owner teared up. Those damn enemies, they broke up the lovers. Cough, cough. Forget about the lovers, which mountains? Is there a map? Fang Hao asked immediately after a sip of beer. The tavern owner glanced sideways at him, realizing he wasn't here for the story, but for the reward information. There isn't a map, but it's easy to find. If you have a map, I can show you, she offered. Fang Hao unfolded the map from the Book of Lords and displayed it to the tavern owner. After being amazed by the map's detail, the tavern owner pointed out a location west of Proul City, approximately here. It's very easy to find. If it's so easy to find and has a fixed location, then what's there to discover? Fang Hao queried. The reward from the mercenaries was high, and with a rough location, he could find it himself. There was no need for an announced reward. Now, the whole city knew this group was searching for a grave. What you can consider, do you think the stingy mercenaries haven't? Here lays a group of mountains, and the grave is rumored to be somewhere beneath one of them. You tell me if it's easy to find, the tavern owner retorted in annoyance. Mercenaries were a group that licked blood from the blade's edge, notorious not only for their greed but stinginess. In the tavern, mercenaries often picked on seemingly honest patrons and conned them out of money using various reasons. At night, they would secretly follow you, turning into robbers and robbing a few fat sheep by surprise. Although mercenaries appeared to earn a legitimate living, they also risked their lives for money. Attempting to take advantage of them was truly challenging. Has anyone attempted? Any dangers along the way? Fang Hao questioned once again. A few people tried in the past couple of days. There are some wild creatures, but overall no danger. Everyone returned unsuccessful, claiming this reward was a trick. The tavern owner thought for a moment before continuing. All these events could be overheard by merely sitting in the tavern for a while. The tavern owner was merely repeating what she had heard to Fang Hao. All right, thanks for the story. If I manage to find the location and receive the reward, I'll share a portion with you. Ha ha. Well, thanks, young man. The tavern owner laughed heartily, unable to take Fang Hao's words seriously. As for the tavern's reward, there was no way to double-check its authenticity. It wouldn't be surprising if someone created a fake, high-bounty reward to fool those who made a living off of it. After the claims of several teams, the tavern owner was quite confident this reward was fake. She dismissed Fang Hao's pledge. All right then, I won't bother you anymore. She finished the beer in her glass, stood up, and bid farewell to a few people. Goodbye. After leaving Proul City, the pair hopped onto the giant lizard and began heading back to their territory. Thanks to the lizard's non-stop galloping, they returned to their realm around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Hearing noises, Era, along with 2 maids, came out to meet them. Master, Angia, you're back. Are you hungry? Should we prepare some lunch? At this time, Era and the others had already had lunch, and Fang Hao and Angia had eaten some food and drunk a couple of beers at the tavern. They drank plenty of wind on the road, so not only were they not hungry, but they were also continuously belching. Era, ask among the maids if anyone can do math, or has any experience as a merchant. Oh. Era nodded and went to ask the maids. Fang Hao headed straight to the bathroom, washed his head, and came out. A white fox maid was standing outside the door, waiting. What's up? Fang Hao looked at the fox maiden. Master, Sister Era asked me to find you. The fox maiden said softly. Sit down. Fang Hao said. The fox maiden didn't sit down, but carefully stood to one side. Fang Hao continued to ask, what's your name, can you do accounts? Master, you can call me Little White. I can keep accounts. I used to be in charge of selling fur in the Foxman village. The white fox spoke with her head down. Fang Hao replied and started checking Little White's attributes. Little White, level 2. Faction. Orc. Racial traits. Living creatures, evasion, alert. Skills. Trader. Innate ability. Beginner's business proficiency. Living creatures, this unit can be healed, is affected by morale, emotions, etc., and is immune to the bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Evasion, when running. Long-range evasion increases by 20%. Trader, familiar with the merchandise trade, profits from business increase by 5%. Description. The fox men of the past relied on their intelligence and cunning, wandering between tribes, pushing carts, selling strange and useless junk. Fang Hao then checked other fox women's properties, but only Little White possessed trader skills. Now, the territory was short on manpower and undead heroes could not be arranged in human cities, so it was only possible for the fox woman to run the bot shop. I bought a shop in Cruel City, a human city. I'll put you in charge of it when the time comes. Given the current situation, choosing someone to manage the shop is not an easy task. The undead cannot be arranged to work in human cities, and most of the maids can't even count. When the money is too little it's manageable, but when the amount increases, it becomes hard to handle. It's fortunate for Fang Hao that White Fox possesses the attributes of a merchant, and has once been responsible for selling goods in the village. This should be sufficient for running the shop temporarily. Master, what kind of shop is it? White Fox whispered. A restaurant. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, White Fox's face turned pale instantly. Master, my cooking is mediocre. I fear it might harm you. You don't need to cook, just manage the shop and keep the accounts in order. Oh, okay, Master, I will do my best. That's good, you can get busy now. When you're free, I'll show you around the shop, said Fang Hao. Yes, Master, White Fox replied before leaving the room. Fang Hao also stepped out of the City Lord mansion, and was immediately greeted by Dujin. Normally, Dujin is a skeleton merchant and seldom leaves his post unless something special happens. Greetings, Lord. Good afternoon. Dujin hastily walked up, tidied his clothes, and gave a slight bow. Good afternoon, Dujin. Lord, we have received an order that needs your approval. Dujin took out a trade alliance order from his pocket and presented it to Fang Hao. Order. Requirements. Black gunpowder 50,000 units. Exchange deal. 5,000 warfire coins, white steel firegun, and +10 influence with dwarfs. 50,000 units of black gunpowder. What are the dwarfs planning? Blowing up a mountain or going to war? They can produce black gunpowder themselves, but still need to make such a large purchase from outside. There must be significant matters happening among the dwarves. The money offered doesn't seem much, but the reward includes a white steel firegun, which is rather appealing. Alright, let's go to your place, said Fang Hao. The two went to the Trade Alliance building. Fang Hao directly signed his name on the order. Having accepted the order, Fang Hao once again headed to the warehouse. He opened the making page in the Book of Lords. Black gunpowder. Saltpeter 2, sulfur 2, wood 1. Each 100 units of black gunpowder requires one wooden barrel. There is quite a large stock of saltpeter and sulfur in the warehouse. Besides the ones sold in the channel, the remaining stocks were mostly obtained from mining ores and have been accumulated unknowingly. Make 500 units, 50 barrels. Confirm production. After the glow, 50 barrels filled with black gunpowder appeared in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao immediately checked around the warehouse, making sure no open fires were present. Otherwise, his territory might be blown to heavens. There isn't really any place with open fire inside his domain. The lighting was provided by nightstone lamps. Cooking stoves were in the residential area, not here. Fang Hao handed over the order to the waiting skeleton merchant. He said, "Tell the dwarfs when you see them, if they need anything in the future, they can directly order from us." After finishing his sentence, he felt that something was off, so he corrected himself. We can provide items of stable quality, but the items received in trade should ideally be blueprints. I understand, sir. Anything else you want to mention? The skeleton merchant stood waiting. Fang Hao was keen on trading with the dwarfs, but he didn't have many blueprints that the dwarfs needed. This had become the obstacle. Nothing else. All right, I will go to deliver the goods now, sir. The skeleton merchant said, then disappeared with the barrels filled with gunpowder. After sending off the skeleton merchant, Fang Hao continued with his next plan. Fang Hao asked the maid to call the blood hunter over. Soon, blood hunter, with its giant wings spread, landed in front of Fang Hao. Sir. Fang Hao handed him the map from the Book of Lords. There's a mountain range here. I need you to explore it. The place where Fang Hao was pointing was the location given by the innkeeper lady. However, Fang Hao had never explored this area before, and it was still covered in mist. He was not interested in the love story mentioned by the lady, but the idea of a tomb seemed quite tempting. What do you mean, Lord? The blood hunter asked curiously. The distance to that place is too far. Using God's presence would put a lot of strain on me. You'll fly on the bone dragon and look for a tomb, or an entrance to a tomb. It was already approaching dusk when he decided to scout around the mountain range. It wasn't his intention to find the tomb the same day, but rather to get a feel for the place first. The view from the sky was good. He could take in the entire mountain range at a glance, and it was definitely easier to spot any odd structures from above than from within the dense foliage. It also helped him prepare mentally. Lord, when should we leave? Now, I'll activate God's presence. Fang Hao returned to his room, and outside, the eyes of a skeleton warrior suddenly lit up with a gloomy blue soul fire. At the front of the Lord's mansion, a bone dragon lowered its body, waiting for Fang Hao to come out. Stepping on the ribs of the bone dragon, Fang Hao directly climbed aboard and settled into position at the rear. The bone dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading toward the mountain range. If ranked by speed from all potential mounts available within his territory, the bone dragon would come first, followed by the giant lizard, with the third and fourth places taken by the skeleton wolves and skeleton horses. The ordinary skeleton infantry came up last. When it came to visiting human cities, he utilized the giant lizard as the undead species could not appear before humans. If there were no concerns, the bone dragon was faster and steadier. The bone dragon broke through the clouds, and the wind whistled in their ears. He wished he had not washed his hair first. He wondered if riding the bone dragon would blow his hair to a mess. After flying for approximately half an hour, they were close to the target mountain range. Dropping below the clouds, they could get a clearer view of the entire mountain range. The landlady had described it as a range of mountains, but there were only 3 peaks. It would only feel like a range if one were to trek on foot into the mountains. To Fang Hao, this place seemed more like hilly terrain, with lofty elevation and steep slopes. However, when compared to the location of the Tomb of the Dragon, it was still lacking. The mountain peaks soared high, occasionally adorned with a sparse tree or two. This should be the place. Let's fly lower and see if there's anything unusual or any entrances to a tomb, said Fang Hao. All right. Blood Hunter gently tapped on the neck of the bone dragon, asking it to fly lower and start circling around the mountain. Circle after circle, yet they found nothing suspicious. Fang Hao's eyebrows furrowed gradually. No wonder the landlady mentioned so many people had come looking for clues, but all had returned empty-handed. Could this bounty have been a prank by bored mercenaries? How much food did they have to eat to think of such a prank? Dusk fell and the sunset cast a soft glow on the lone peak. Night approached, but they found nothing. Let's go back. Finding nothing, they had no choice but to retreat for now. Blood Hunter nodded and commanded the bone dragon to begin their return journey. Lord, even if a powerful warrior's tomb was built here, it would be within the mountain, not easily found, Blood Hunter suddenly spoke during their journey back. His words prompted Fang Hao to rethink. Indeed, whether it be the ancient tomb Dong Jiayu mentioned, which appeared due to a mountain collapse, or Little Yu's underground tomb, it would be difficult to find these places unless there was an accident. Who would build the entrance of a tomb easily discoverable, as if it were a person's front door? What was he thinking? In the mountain, Fang Hao began to contemplate new strategies. With a sudden slap to his thigh, he realized he did have a way to explore within the mountain. After giving Blood Hunter a brief instruction, he immediately deactivated his god's presence. The moment he stepped out of his room, he noticed a long-handle fire gun laid out on the table in the hall. The wooden handle, adorned with a floral pattern, glistened against the length of the gun. White steel firearm, green. Category: Firearm. Damage: Level 4 damage. Description: a ranged weapon developed by dwarves to compensate for their lack of long-range offensive capabilities. Amazing. Seeing the attributes, Fang Hao exclaimed in awe. The green level weapon had already achieved level 4 damage. The orange light feather dagger and the purple swords of absolution only had level 3 damage. Reaching level 4, it was already the most damaging weapon in his territory. It's a pity there was only one. If it could be mass-produced, the combat power of the shooters could be doubled. After playing with it in his room for a while, Era had prepared dinner. The three of them slowly sat down and began their meal. Night fell, a gentle breeze stirred. The nightstones in the territory began to emit a soft glow, casting a faint halo over the land. Having finished his dinner, Fang Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion once more. He stretched his body and headed straight to a building. Iron Claw Rat Den. Type: Special Building. Can recruit: Iron Claw Rat. Iron Claw Rat. 1 mist cloaked crystal. Description: this building can be used to recruit Iron Claw Rats, whose sharp forelimbs can break open soil and rocks. Fang Hao had purchased this building from the Trade Alliance, but he had never recruited from here before. There was a good chance the graveyard was in the mountain this time. It was the turn of these little guys to contribute. Last time he killed the speckled toad in the pool, he obtained 5 mist-cloaked crystals, which met the recruitment conditions. Select 5. Recruit. A hundredfold amplification triggered. Iron Claw Rat recruitment number 505. 505 fluffy Iron Claw Rats appeared out of thin air. They formed circles around Fang Hao and stared at him unblinkingly with their large eyes. The Iron Claw Rats had brown fur and a size comparable to that of a mature pangolin. They had sharp snouts, developed forelimbs, and 2 sharp claws. Iron Claw Rat. Camp. Fairy. Racial characteristics: living creature, keen scent, burrow. Keen scent underground, they can determine direction or find food buried in the soil relying on their sense of smell. Burrow, can easily break open rocks and soil. Description: the flower fairies have found a way to cultivate plants. They trained Iron Claw Rats to break through hard ground, allowing plants to grow better. Rustle, rustle, rustle. While Fang Hao was checking the properties of the Iron Claw Rats, a rustling sound came from a nearby place. Under the soft light, an Iron Claw Rat's sharp forelimb had broken open the newly laid stone slab, and it was digging down vigorously. A large amount of dirt had already piled up into a small mound behind the rat. This kind of action spread like an infection. One by one, the Iron Claw Rats began to act. They extended their claws to the stone slab below and started to dig. Stop! Stop digging the ground, Fang Hao exclaimed. All the Iron Claw Rats instantly stopped their actions and craned their necks, continuing to stare at Fang Hao with wide eyes. Each of them looked like people gathered around to watch a village brawl. It felt like a spectacle. Fang Hao was dumbfounded at this moment. Holy cow, these little guys won't rip up his territory overnight, will they? Master, what's this? So cute. Era walked over from a distance, picked up an Iron Claw Rat, and rubbed it against her face. Fang Hao was about to warn her about the dangerous claws, but he found that while the sharp claws could easily break through the ground, they didn't hurt people. The Iron Claw Rats were also docile and allowed Era to rub them. Rustle, 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 stop! Fang Hao once again shouted in the direction of the sound. Ignoring the rats on the ground, they once again stared at him with wide eyes. Rustle, 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 don't dig. Fang Hao turned in another direction. Era, go fetch Blood Hunter, Fang Hao, eyeing the surrounding Iron Claw Rats, told Era. Oh, Era responded, putting down the Iron Claw Rat in her arms, and hurried off towards Blood Hunter's residence. Soon, Blood Hunter arrived to find Fang Hao and a group of Iron Claw Rats staring at each other. Sir, what is happening here? Blood Hunter curiously asked. On this late night, why was the Lord not sleeping but staring at these small creatures? Blood Hunter, you might have to work a little harder tonight. Fang Hao explained his plans to recruit Iron Claw rats. He continued. These little guys are too energetic, they could dig up the whole site in one night, so you should take them to the mountains we just visited to dig there and see if there really is a grave inside. Although Fang Hao had built separate houses for Fireblade and Blood Hunter. However, undead don't require rest, they usually spend their time hunting and patrolling with their troops. All right, sir, you rest assuredly, I will take care of them. Blood Hunter affirmed. Fang Hao continues to instruct the maids to bring tubs. Then he said to these little guys, all right, 5 of you go into each tub, get moving. The Iron Claw rats understood the order, but didn't quite grasp the number 5. Some tubs were empty, while others were packed full. Fang Hao and his team had to pick each one out and divide them into each tub. Once all the Iron Claw rats were in the tubs, and an adequate amount of skeleton trolls were called over, they sat on the bone dragon's back, each carrying a tub in their hands. The moment the bone dragon flew away, Fang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. His territory was safe for the time being. Actually, the Iron Claw rats were not a threat per se. As can be seen from the introduction, the Iron Claw rats could assist in planting crops. But they needed to be watched over and directed. If left unattended, the consequences could be severe. For now, let these Iron Claw rats start digging in the mountain. Later, Fang Hao can send them to Zhongbin's location, so the farmers from the village can raise them and they can help loosen and break up the soil, a pretty decent idea. Alright, with these little special beings all handled, Fang Hao could finally sleep in peace. He returned to his room, took a quick glance at the regional channel. Then fell soundly into sleep. The next morning. After a simple washing, Fang Hao walked out of his room. The same daily routine of morning runs, push-ups, all to further strengthen his physique. Why can't one drink the Strength Enlightenment Potion after drinking the Magic Enlightenment Potion? Aren't we all aiming for all-rounded development? Why can't I have it? While running, Fang Hao grumbled about not being allowed to drink the strength-enhancing potion, harboring deep resentment. My lord. Dressed in his custom-made clothes, Soy called out to him. What happened, Soy? Wiping his sweat, Fang Hao asked. My lord, there is a huge problem I found with the design you gave me, I want to discuss it with you before beginning the production. Soy explained. Oh, okay, what's the problem? The two sat down, and Fang Hao curiously asked. Soy pulled out the draft with the design and said, My lord, the stockings you mentioned, I see no use in them. Using holy snow silk, such a good material, to make something to only keep feet insulated, and it won't even provide proper protection or warmth. I believe it's an immature design. Since this was a design proposed by Fang Hao, Soy allowed some leeway. She only deemed it as an immature design and not a failed one. No, Soy, you should not focus on its protective quality or how warm it keeps you, but its beauty and charm enhancement. Just like a crown of a king, do you think it has any purpose apart from treating headaches? None. The same goes for stockings, Fang Hao said. Who would use stockings as a defense? They must be easy enough to tear open by hand when necessary. But if produced successfully, it could definitely capture the market within the Lord's channel. If possible, Fang Hao is even considering entering the market of domestic nobility since nobles who always seek novelty would more readily accept these new things. Sir, how can a pair of socks be compared to a crown? The two sat on the bench, discussing the issue of silk stockings for a long time. Soy believes that silk stockings are useless, and using the finest silk in the territory for them is a waste. Ordinary wool can offer enough warmth. Fang Hao, however, does not agree with this. Even though holy snow silk is rare, it currently serves no other purpose. Moreover, they can also purchase holy snow silk from Tavik, the cloth merchant, so there's no need to be frugal to an extreme extent. The two debated for a long time before Soy finally agreed to make 2 sets first to see if there is a market for it. If there is, they will continue production, and if not, they would stop it early. Fang Hao agreed with this conclusion. The stockings have a market, but to penetrate the market of this world's nobility, an opportunity and effective advertising are needed. Having persuaded Soy, Fang Hao went back to the Lord's mansion. Just after breakfast, the blood hunter flew down from the sky on a bone dragon. My lord. Well, how is it? Fang Hao asked. Last night, the blood hunter led 505 iron claw rats to the mountains to search for ancient tombs. His return this morning probably meant he had news. My lord, we have located the tomb passage. The blood hunter quickly said. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao was delighted and quickly asked, can you confirm what treasures are in there? My lord, I had the iron claw rats widen the entrance area, but haven't yet explored it. Oh, Fang Hao was truly a bit too anxious. Considering the size of the mountain, being able to find the tomb was already quite lucky. Good, tally up the forces and prepare to set off, Fang Hao promptly commanded. Yes, my lord. Based on past experiences and Dong Jia Yu's exploration of an ancient tomb, such tombs would likely be filled with lots of monsters. To be prepared, it's better to take sufficient manpower. If they faced any creatures, they could just try to overwhelm them with their superior numbers. Returning to his room, he entered a state of God's presence. The blood hunter also prepared an ample number of troops, and the army began heading toward the mountain. This time the expedition was led by Fang Hao and the blood hunter, with Angia staying behind to guard the territory. A hero must be left in the territory, and since the blood hunter was more familiar with the mountain, Angia was the one left behind. When leaving, Fang Hao ordered Angia not to leave the room no matter what, even if just to sleep in or play, and take care of the territory. Angia pat his chest, assuring him that he would handle things responsibly. The army advanced in a southwest direction, cutting through the forest and rivers along the way. Despite this, it still took them 3 to 4 hours before they could barely make out the rough mountains. Many skeleton trolls were patrolling, surrounding the entire mountainous area. There wasn't a single human daring enough to approach and search for the ancient tomb that was mentioned in the bounty anymore. The blood hunter led the way, reaching midway up the mountain. At this point, a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter had been dug, slanting downwards. Looking down the hole, it felt as if you were gazing into an abyss that was dark and profound. Ah, 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 Fang Hao called out once, and his voice was returned by echoes, indicating that there was indeed a massive, empty space below. Glowstones, rope ladder, Fang Hao said. The skeletons behind him brought out the prepared glowstones. They dropped the rope ladder straight down the hole, and after a few seconds, they heard a thud, the sound of the ladder hitting the ground. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Hao proceeded to descend down the rope ladder with the skeleton warriors. They landed. Under the soft glow of the light, Fang Hao could finally make out the area under his feet. The cavity in the mountain was as large as a football field, with uneven walls that were marked with special patterns. The patterns were no longer complete, but you could vaguely make out the sun, an army with religious characteristics, and the depiction of the extermination of a creature with large bat wings. This was different from the typical mural in ancient tombs, which often depicted the life story of the tomb owner. Could this not be an ancient tomb but a relic instead? My lord, it seems we are quite lucky. We have directly entered the tomb. The blood hunter said from a distance. Fang Hao circled the area with a glowstone in hand. Apart from the dark corridor leading deeper into the tomb, behind them was a giant bronze door. The bronze door was carved with complex patterns. In the middle was a keyhole that was almost blocked by rust. From the direction of the bronze door, it was clear that the hole they dug had bypassed this door and led straight into the interior. Otherwise, they would still need the key to the bronze door, which would be a hassle. All right, let's continue. This place isn't very comfortable, Fang Hao said. The team began to assemble, making their way inward along the narrow corridor. The deeper they went into the mountain, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Every few meters along both sides of the mountain walls, there were lamp stands. No one knew how long they had been extinguished, or if they could be relit. Fang Hao made no command to start a fire. He remembered from watching TV shows and reading novels that there might be gases inside that would explode upon contact with open flames. He did not know, nor did he remember. In any case, the Nightstone was still usable now, there was no need to tempt fate. Upon passing through the corridor, the path abruptly widened. Just as they stepped out, Fang Hao stopped abruptly. This was an open space about 5 to 6 meters wide with a height of over 10 meters. The two stone walls were carved into stone beds, stacked on top of each other like bunk beds, stretching all the way to the top of the room. Each stone bed was occupied by a body, wrapped in burial cloth. Some of the cloth on the bodies had decomposed, leaving only some ragged pieces and dark traces on them. If Fang Hao had skin, it would surely be tingling at this moment. Lord, it seems this really is an ancient tomb. Yes, and it's a mass burial site, Fang Hao said in a low voice. Fang Hao turned to the skeleton warrior beside him and said, "Go take a look inside." The skeleton warrior received the order and started moving, wielding its weapons. As it gradually advanced inside, a creaking sound could be heard from the stone beds on both sides. Looking up, the bodies on the stone beds began to sit up one after another, tearing off the wrappings around them and picking up the weapons by their sides. Even though he had already anticipated that these fellows would rise, he still gasped in surprise when the bodies truly began to sit up. "Prepare for battle," Fang Hao immediately issued the command. The skeleton warrior who had gone into scout returned to the group, and the team readied themselves for combat. Corpse Ghost Tier 4. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, corpse ghosts leapt down from the stone beds. The corpse ghosts living on the upper levels fell and broke their leg bones, falling haphazardly. Regardless, they were crawling towards Fang Hao to initiate an attack. Attack! Fang Hao gave the command, and both groups clashed instantly. The corpse ghosts were of Tier 4, but had no defense, their bodies adorned with pieces of cloth painted with various symbols. Skeleton warriors under Fang Hao, albeit only Tier 2, had high-quality equipment. Knight's sword, falcon shield, and all-round total body armor. This significantly enhanced the strength of the team. In the battle, the Blood Hunter also exhibited extraordinary combat capabilities. It glowed with a crimson light, wielding a knight's sword in hand, killing a great number of corpse ghosts. And the slain corpse ghost instantly turned into a pile of mud. Not one bone was left behind. Boom. When the last corpse ghost was wiped out, the chamber fell silent once again. However, the danger was not over. At the central location directly ahead of the team, a stone bed was placed. On it lay a corpse whose muscles looked dried up. The corpse was wearing a set of golden metal armor, and beside the stone bed lay a metal two-handed heavy sword. The corpse just lay there on the stone bed, undisturbed by the intense fight that just happened. As this one actually dead. Many of the stone beds on both sides were indeed filled with the dead, bodies that never woke up. While the one before them looked fierce, it might really be dead. Just when Fang Hao was puzzling over this matter. Creak, creak, creak. The dried corpse on the stone bed slowly started to sit up. A faint blue light ignited in its hollow eyes. Damn liars, they all deserve to die. A hoarse, grating voice emerged from the dry corpse's mouth. Then, those blue eyes of fire looked over to the undead team not far away. "You all deserve to die," the dry corpse cursed, as it picked up the giant sword from the stone bed. Stone Mound Leader, Tier 10. What a stroke of luck, it's a boss fight. Fang Hao looked at the Stone Mound Leader dragging the giant sword, gradually advancing towards them. He said, "How about sitting down and discussing this? You seem like a cultured person, why don't we resolve this peacefully?" The Stone Mound Leader advanced step by step, dragging the huge sword in his hand. He was moving closer little by little in the dimly lit tomb passage. The iron sword scraped the ground, emitting a harsh friction sound. Fang Hao saw that he was a hero, fearing that if he killed him there would be no corpse left, so he tried to communicate. They were all undead, perhaps he could offer safe conduct, it was also a way of victory without fighting. Clearly, the other party didn't think so, he appeared ready for a desperate fight. Since he didn't appreciate kindness, there was no need to hold any loyalty towards people like him. Take him down. Boom, boom, boom. The bowstring trembled, and one arrow after another whistled out from the back row. Facing the dense shower of arrows, the stone mound leader did not hide or evade, he let the arrows strike him. He paused briefly at his feet, then pushed forward despite the rain of arrows. Damn, he's tough, Fang Hao exclaimed. The archers had limited quantity, their arrows seemed to have little effect on the stone mound leader. The wounds left by the arrows appeared like shots to dried meat, not a drop of blood seeped out. As the stone mound leader approached, the close combat troops began to attack. Skeleton warriors, holding black iron shields, surrounded the stone mound leader, using shield strikes in turns to try to daze him. Whoosh! Then, a dark red glow sparked on the great sword of the stone mound leader. He put all his strength into a sweeping strike. Creak, creak. The solid shields broke instantly, and the skeleton warriors in front were instantly cut in half. He's so fierce, Fang Hao thought, startled. Blood Hunter, take him down. Yes, my lord. The Blood Hunter spread his huge wings and jumped straight onto the roof, then dived directly at the stone mound leader. The stone mound leader's blue eyes suddenly looked up at the sky at the Blood Hunter, letting out a resounding roar. Frauds, you damn bats. He thrust his heavy sword upwards, aiming right at the Blood Hunter. The Blood Hunter retracted his wings, flipped his body to dodge the attack, and thrust his longsword directly at the stone mound leader's skull. Unable to stop his sword swing, the stone mound leader lowered his head. Clang! The Blood Hunter's longsword hit the iron helmet, ringing a loud noise. Hatred was all over the stone mound leader's eyes. He swung his heavy sword again forcefully, creating a whistling wind. The stone beds on both sides shattered under the force, debris scattering all over. The Blood Hunter's body was light, his bat wings granted him high mobility. He flew about like he was on a wire, leaving deep bone-exposing scars on the stone mound leader. After all, there was a significant gap in their levels of power. The Blood Hunter was a blue hero, his overall attributes were much higher than the stone mound leader. But it was also clear that the stone mound leader had a very solid foundation. Although he was not a hero, he was still able to hold his own against the Blood Hunter till now. Boom! At that moment, a skeleton warrior managed to daze the stone mound leader with his shield strike. All the troops took the opportunity to attack vigorously. Just a second before he regained consciousness, the Blood Hunter swung his longsword, decapitating the stone mound leader. As the stone mound leader's head fell, his entire body broke down in an instant, scattering like sand. Ah, what a waste, Fang Hao sighed. He just wanted to have a good chat, but it ended up at this stage, not even leaving a corpse behind. Search, see if there is anything good in this area, Fang Hao ordered. All the skeletons scattered instantly, even the corpse ghosts lying on the stone beds were brutally dragged down to search for valuables. Soon, various spoils of war were collected. Besides a few rusty weapons and several grimy human gold coins, they also found a key, 142 death traces, and 75 shadowstones. These shadowstones were spread out on the stony bed, collecting them took some effort. My lord, we found a treasure chest here. Behind the stone bed where the stone mound leader had been lying, they found a silver treasure chest. Fang Hao walked over and decided to open it directly. Acquired. Scroll of Heroic Strike Skill, Blueprint for the White Steel Two-Handed Sword, Courage Medal, 12 Blood Stones, 44 Warfire Coins. The quality of this silver chest was quite high. Not only did it contain a blueprint, but also a skill scroll. Heroic Strike Active. Category: Warrior Skill. Level: Level 3 Martial Skill. Effect: 40% chance to break armor and inflict damage. Description: a powerful warrior, breaking through all obstacles with a single swipe, decapitating the enemy. Darn it! A warrior skill, isn't this just pointless for me? He threw the skill scroll into his backpack and continued checking the next weapon blueprint. White steel two-handed giant sword, blue 2 iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 1 hard resilient wood, 1 thick leather. A blueprint for a blue two-handed giant sword. The materials listed were missing the white steel ingot, and there were no undead soldiers proficient in using a two-handed giant sword. As for Zhang Bin's great sword infantry, they were not as useful as any undead. Living creatures have more things to consider. If any aspect is not taken care of, morale decreases and battlefield desertions may occur. Undead don't need to consider so many things. Simply charge in an attack. Courage Medal. Category: Medal. Effect: slightly enhances the carrier's strength and inspires troops, increasing morale by 2%. Description: like faith, let courage be unwavering. Medal of Courage. Both the medal's name and description. It all doesn't seem very fitting for the undead. Since when did the undead start singing praises of courage? Right, to become undead does indeed require great courage. Fang Hao hasn't prepared himself yet to overcome this inner conflict. Otherwise, I too would become undying. The remaining rewards are bloodstones and warfire coins, which Fang Hao has obtained long ago, and thus didn't look at them closely. But from the rewards of these bloodstones, it can be inferred that this indeed has something to do with vampires. Gathering all the loot, he arrived at the far end of the space. Here was another door, a bronze gate engraved with intricate designs. Fang Hao took out the key dropped by the leader of the stone mound and inserted it directly into the keyhole. With a hard twist and a click, the lock opened. It really was the key to this door. Push. The skeletons behind him moved forward and started to push the huge bronze door open together. With a sharp noise, the bronze gate slowly opened. Behind the bronze door was a wide space, and at a glance, one could see the enormous bronze door of the next room. On both sides were densely laid stone beds for the corpse ghosts. But at the end of the room, it wasn't a huge stone bed, but 4 giant bronze coffins leaning against the wall. The bronze coffins were old and stained, and the engravings on top had rusted away, obscuring their full shapes. But Fang Hao was certain that the enemy would be inside these coffins. Once someone gets close, they would awaken from the coffins and start fighting. Everyone was standing outside the door, and Fang Hao began to think. Should I go back and bring a couple of barrels of gunpowder to blast them away all at once? No way. If the cave collapses, all our efforts would be wasted. Even if the iron claw rats worked themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to clear such a large space. We have to fight head on. All archers, get into steady aim mode, Fang Hao ordered immediately. Steady aim is an archer skill. When in steady aim mode, attack power increases by 20%, and accuracy by 30%. After all the archers were in position, Fang Hao tugged at a nearby skeleton warrior. Go, take a walk around inside. With the skeleton warriors stepping into the next area, the corpse ghosts on the stone beds began to sit up one after another. Pitter-patter, like dumplings dropped into boiling water, they jumped down from the stone beds in search of the culprit who disturbed their rest. Fire! Fang Hao immediately ordered to fire, and arrows like a rainstorm poured into the room ahead. They hit the freshly landed targets. Even though this attack was effective, the number of corpse ghosts was significant, and they began to launch a crazy counter-assault. Skeleton spearhands, move forward, raise your shields. Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton spearhands in the rear moved forward, the kite shields in their hands were raised before them, forming a solid wall. Long spears protruded from the gaps between the shields, pointing at the incoming enemies. The second line was made up of skeleton warriors, with their knight swords firmly gripped in their hands, waiting for the ensuing battle. This time, Fang Hao did not bring any skeleton mages. Apart from the slow speed of the skeleton mages, he did not expect to encounter such a large number of enemies. Bang bang bang. The fearless corpse ghosts crashed into the shields, pierced by the long spears, like dry cured meat, not a single drop of blood was spilled. The corpse ghosts roared in rage, swinging their weapons, hitting the shield wall again and again. The skeletons behind, stepping over the bodies of their fallen companions, broke through the shield wall. They began to fight with the skeleton warriors in the rear. Neither side felt pain, nor feared death. The undead, it's so damn scary. The battle between the undead lasted almost an hour. When the blood hunter's longsword shattered the last corpse ghost, the battle finally came to a pause. The skeleton warriors on Fang Hao's side also suffered heavy losses. Fang Hao glanced at the 4 unopened copper coffins in the distance and said to Blood Hunter, "You take our men back to a safe area first, I'll go back and bring Angia and the others here." The Blood Hunter's combat style was marked by extremely high mobility. In this narrow tomb, his combat power was greatly diminished. Despite not struggling against the Stone Mound leader, he was delayed for a considerable amount of time before killing the enemy. The presence of 4 copper coffins ahead foreshadowed the possible appearance of 1 or 2 heroic enemies, which would be difficult to deal with. Although Fang Hao wasn't worried in his god's present state, Blood Hunter had already changed from a vampire to a skeleton and could indeed die if killed again. It would be safer to bring Angia and Fireblade along. Okay, sir. Blood Hunter, without showing any dissatisfaction, begins to command the remaining troops to pull back to the previous area. Meanwhile, Fang Hao exits his god's present state and wakes up on the bed in his room. He takes a sip of fruit wine placed beside his bed, and leaves the room. Downstairs in the main hall, Era was conducting culinary training with several maids. The maids listened attentively, their big eyes round with interest. "Master." The maids hurriedly greeted him. Fang Hao nodded, asking, "Where is Angia?" "She is at the backyard." "Shall I call her?" Era answered. "No need, I'll go find her myself. You all just continue your work." "All right, sir." Exiting from the back door of the Lord's house, here was a courtyard. The courtyard was not a part of the mansion, but a beautiful little garden filled with flowers blooming around the rejuvenation spring, maintained by the maids and carrying a scent of floral fragrance. Although birds did not dare to approach here, a lot of butterflies were still seen flying in the courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, he saw Angia practicing boxing with a sandbag on a lawn not far away. Sweat trickled down her neck, revealing her fit body that had a unique beauty to it. When Angia saw Fang Hao, she put her punching to a halt. "Have you finished over there?" "No, I ran into a bit of trouble and need you to come with me," answered Fang Hao. "Let's go then." Angia, wiping off her sweat, agreed readily. "All right." Angia returned to her room for a quick gathering, then waited outside. Fang Hao went back to his room to re-enter the god's present state. The two of them mounted a bone dragon and flew towards the city where Fireblade was. After much detour, they returned to the location of the ancient tomb in the mountains. The 3 of them followed through the excavated tomb passage, meeting up with the Blood Hunters. New skeleton soldiers had been replenished in the tomb passage, replacing the fallen ones. "It's those 4 copper coffins up ahead. We're not sure what kind of enemy is inside, so we need to be cautious." Fang Hao briefed Angia and Fireblade. With 3 heroes now, Fang Hao was quite confident. Even if there were 4 enemy heroes inside, he still had a large number of undead soldiers, enough to overwhelm them. "Yes, my lord," Fireblade responded. Angia, on the other hand, folded her arms and didn't say much. Next, after Fang Hao had arranged the battle formations, he let a skeleton approach the copper coffins. The closer the skeleton got, a series of thump-thump, knocking sounds rang from the copper coffin, as if someone inside was hammering against the sealed coffin lid. "Prepare for battle," Fang Hao ordered. All the skeleton archers entered a steady shooting stance, aiming their arrows at the trembling copper coffins. The skeleton archers were arranged by Fang Hao on both the open ground in the middle and the stone beds reaching the ceiling on either side, each filled with numerous archers. The plan was to make sure that as soon as the bodies inside the coffins showed themselves, they would be greeted with a special welcome. The trembling of the copper coffins grew more intense. Bang! With 4 loud bangs, the coffins were pried open, revealing the vicious monsters inside. Dusk Banqueters, level 10. They still retained a human-like form, their blazing red eyes emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and their twisted lips revealing sharp fangs. They were dressed in exquisitely embroidered gowns, which had become tattered and weathered over the endless ages. These were 4 real Blood Clan soldiers, not the undead they encountered outside. Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief. They were merely 4 level 10 soldiers, not hero units. Ah! The Dusk Banqueters let out an unseemly howl from their dry throats. While they were still adjusting their bodies, Fang Hao gave the order. Fire! Swoosh! Swarms of arrows, with a whistle in their flight, headed straight for the 4 targets. Bang bang! The 4 figures that had just stepped out of the coffins were instantly shot back into them, their bodies riddled with arrows. Reload. Free fire. Swoosh. 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 Hail of arrows fell like rain, continuously striking the bodies of the 4 targets. Until the arrows covered the coffins completely, making it impossible to see or hit the bodies buried underneath. "They're not dead, are they?" Angia asked from the side. Clattering. As soon as Angia finished speaking, the 4 bodies within the mound of arrows shakily stood up again. Fire. Swoosh. 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 No sooner had they risen than they were shot back down into the pile of arrows. Fang Hao again signaled to stop firing and watched the targets from afar. Clattering. Fire. Swoosh. 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 It wasn't until the arrow supply was running low that Fang Hao turned to the 3 heroes at his side. "Try not to cause too much damage. We need the bodies intact," Fang Hao instructed. "Okay." The 3 heroes moved swiftly, charging toward the 4 figures struggling to get up. With the addition of the 3 heroes, the pace of the battle was quickening. The Blood Hunter, leading the charge with outstretched bat wings, pierced through an enemy's body with a longsword before they could emerge from the pile of arrows. Fireblade and Angia followed closely behind. With Fireblade's flaming longsword and Angia's tiger's claw, they killed the enemies filled with arrows. The whole battle was not as tough as Fang Hao had imagined. It was even much easier than facing a group of corpse ghosts. There was no loss of personnel. 4 bodies were pulled out from the pile of arrow shafts. This time, unlike the corpse ghosts, they did not disintegrate into ashes but were completely preserved. "Clear the battlefield and collect all the arrows," Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton warriors began working, collecting the arrows. The arrows embedded in the bodies of the 4 Blood Clan members were also removed, leaving dense wounds and dark, viscous red blood seeping out. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Soon, the spoils of war on the battlefield were collected. Weapons used by corpse ghosts, human gold coins, keys. 102 death traces, 3 bloodstones, and 85 shadowstones. This was quite a decent harvest. With these shadowstones, he could upgrade the buildings of the Undead faction when he went back. A golden treasure chest was then discovered and brought to Fang Hao. He opened the treasure chest. Obtain. Fortress Blueprint, Bronze Coffin Manufacturing Blueprint, Noble Cane Sword Manufacturing Blueprint, 12 Bloodstones, and 117 Warfire Coins. The harvest from the golden treasure chest was substantial. Building blueprints and production blueprints also appeared. Among them was a blueprint for a bronze coffin, which meant he was one step closer to conducting funerals. Viewing blueprint properties. Fortress. Category. Building blueprint. Description. Fixed military facilities that can be built in key places of strategic passes and frontier cities for stationing troops and setting up checkpoints. Construction requirements. 3,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,500 stone bricks, 500 iron, 120 metal parts. The purpose of a fortress doesn't need much explanation. The city where Fireblade is stationed is currently serving the function of a fortress. It is garrisoned with a large number of troops, guarding against the Skullcrusher tribe in the northeast and also protecting the Bronze Bull's Manum Market. If there is an attack, that will be the first battlefield. If Manum comes under attack, it can also provide rapid support, rather than having to rush from the main city. Therefore, the use of a fortress is very important. Even without any attacks, a fortress can also serve as a checkpoint to the main city, inspecting teams going to and from the main city, increasing internal security in the territory. This building blueprint can indeed be very practical. Bronze coffin for nurturing the dead. Purple, 10 copper, 5 copper plates, 10 hard resistant wood, 6 thick leather, 20 cotton, 10 fine cloths, 2 death traces. Description. A special coffin made by the Eternal Night clan to better preserve bodies under special circumstances, and nourish its users' spiritual power. This isn't the first time Fang Hao has acquired a coffin for nurturing the dead. The one he obtained this time was a copper coffin, which also consumes a large amount of material. It can be used under special circumstances. Just as he thought, in the sunless cavity of this mountain, wooden coffins would have rotted away long ago. Noble Cane Sword, blue, 2 hard resistant wood, 3 iron, 3 cast iron blocks. Description. Be wary of the canes in the hands of hypocrites, or another hole might appear on your body. Not bad. It's a blue weapon, and it does not require much material. After storing the spoils of war, Fang Hao and the others continued on to the next bronze door. He turned the key and directly opened the door. As the door opened, the nightstones in everyone's hands began to dim gradually. This was a more spacious area. There was no stone bed from the previous area, nor any enemies and coffins. Above the space was a round copper mirror, tilted downwards. Carved around the mirror were patterns resembling sunlight, and on those patterns were 4 pieces of solar essence. The copper mirror was shining a beam of sunlight on a stone platform standing in the center of the space. Atop the stone platform was a shriveled, gray-white heart. Surrounding the space were walls covered in painted designs. There was no copper door leading to the next space. Presumably, this was the final space in the ancient tomb. Damn, what in the world is this now? Fang Hao cursed. The current scene was more bizarre than simply having 2 enemies standing in front of them. The sun shining on a heart. After so many years, the copper doors were covered in rust, even air-dried meat should have turned to dust by now. What is that? Angia craned her neck, straining to see what was ahead. It looks like a heart. Fang Hao guessed. Who could be so cruel to dig out a person's heart and then leave it hanging like that? Fang Hao didn't respond to Angia, instead he summoned another skeleton and said, "Walk around the room." Upon receiving the instruction, the skeleton warrior casually strolled around the room with its sword and shield, then returned to Fang Hao's side. Not a single movement occurred in the room, neither enemies nor traps made an appearance. Walk around 2 more times. The skeleton went in again, made 2 more laps around the room. In the meantime, Fang Hao also had him tap on the walls, or move around some of the burial accessories. Everything was still quiet. Not a single change had occurred. Could it be that there was no guardian assigned to this tomb? After several checks, with no changes discovered, Fang Hao finally gave more orders. Do not touch the heart, but take out all the other burial objects. All the skeleton soldiers outside the room entered and began removing the burial objects. Time had eroded the cloth and paintings, but some gold and silver articles were still well preserved. Fang Hao went to the side to examine the designs on the wall. The appearance of the blood stone and the warriors from the blood clan confirmed a certain connection with vampires. However, the raised patterns drawn on the walls depicted human life and rituals. Agriculture, weaving, as well as other everyday activities. It wasn't as if the blood clan didn't do these things, but in the overall design, a dazzling sun had been painted at the top. If this were a place occupied by the blood clan, why would they deliberately show daylight and the sun? This puzzled Fang Hao. Crack. Just as Fang Hao was earnestly analyzing the contents of the raised drawings, a crisp sound came from above. Fearing a collapse, Fang Hao quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the center, one skeleton was standing on the shoulders of another, a huge round copper mirror now in its hands, and it was striving to dig out the solar essence next to the mirror. Fang Hao's heart tightened. He immediately looked nervously at the heart on the stone platform in the center below. Thump. That shriveled heart twitched slightly. So did Fang Hao's. Quick, get out, Angia, get out first, Fang Hao shouted loudly. As a living creature, Angia, in certain situations, was easier to harm than the undead. Everyone hastily left the room. Meanwhile, outside the door, the bodies of the 4 twilight revelers, who were already dead, began to shake violently. Thick, syrup-like blood gushed from their wounds, flowing towards the heart in the chamber. The blood seemed to be drawn by some force, transforming into a river of blood, rushing towards the heart in the center. By the time Fang Hao noticed the anomaly, 4 bodies had already withered, shattered into a fine sand. When all the blood currents were swallowed by the heart, the original shriveled, gray heart also started to grow increasingly red, full, and robust. Thump, thump, thump. The heart began to beat intensely, like a youthful heart, filled with strength. It's a bit scary. Angia peeped over again. It's okay. Fang Hao wanted to comfort Angia, only to find that his own voice was trembling slightly. Everyone stood at the doorway for a while, watching the heart beating ceaselessly, but showing no other changes. I'll go and check, seal up the door if anything strange happens, said Fang Hao. No chest was found in the whole room. But a powerful organ might bring him extra gains. As for why he had to go in himself, the reason was simple. He was in the state of God's presence, he could afford to die, and more importantly, he could see the information of the items. Whether the heart was peculiar or not could only be detected when he approached it. Several heroes nodded, and Fang Hao boldly approached the heart on the stone platform. As he got closer, Fang Hao also checked the information about the heart. Revival heart. Category. Organ. Effect. Consumption of heart blood can transform you into a vampire. Description. That night, the cunning city lord hosted a grand ball, inviting all the noblemen and wealthy merchants in the city to taste his treasured wine. The red wine, faintly giving off a fishy smell, turned them into fang creatures under the moonlight. Task. Beating heart accepted. Description. Find the complete body, and there is a chance to recruit a dark gold level hero. Good heavens, dark gold level. Fang Hao nearly gasped in surprise. Wait, is dark gold higher or is orange higher? Aren't they both the same color? It seems that dark gold is a bit higher. He would have the chance to ask Nelson when he went back. After the excitement, Fang Hao began to analyze the task information. According to the task description, he needs to help this heart find the remaining body. That is to say, this dark gold level power was dismembered and buried in different places. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the dark gold level isn't too powerful after all. He was even dismembered. This mission was the second task that Fang Hao took outside of the system. The first one was Little Yu's unfinished business, requiring the collection of 12 swords of absolution. He has only collected 2 so far, and now there's another task to collect body parts. Each task is weirder than the last. Of course, these tasks have no time limit and don't seem to carry any penalties. If it doesn't work out, Fang Hao will go back and let Nelson seal the heart directly into the viscera jar to see if it triggers any special attributes. All clear. No danger, Fang Hao called out, continue to move things out. Also, take the heart back. All the skeletons came back in, continued to move the burial accessories out. The heart was directly thrown into a pottery jar for easy transportation. When Fang Hao crawled out of the cave, the sky was becoming increasingly dark. The sun has slowly sunk below the horizon. Exploring the ancient tomb actually took a whole day. Once everything was ready, Fang Hao ordered to start the journey back. Outside Pruel City. Clop, clop. The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out. A mercenary entered the city just before the city gate was closed. Ignoring the guard's muttered warnings, he left his horse behind and headed straight for a room on the second floor of the inn. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he gently knocked on the door. Who's there? A low voice came from inside the room. It's me, Lyle. Come in. The door opened, revealing 5 well-equipped, burly men sitting inside. These men weren't locals but mercenaries who had arrived here not long ago. The bounty for locating the ancient tomb at the tavern was issued by these people. Any news? A man with a large beard asked in a deep voice. They had been here for 3 days already, without getting any news at all. Neither they nor anyone else had any information about this ancient tomb. Yes. Lyle picked up a pottery cup from the table and took a sip. All eyes instantly held their breaths, and everyone stared at Lyle, asking, who found it? Is the location reliable? Has that person been killed? Lyle's task was to monitor whether anyone had discovered the entrance to the ancient tomb while out and about. If discovered, and the rumor confirmed, he would kill the person to prevent the information from leaking out. Of course, even if Lyle made a mistake and the discoverer came to claim the bounty, the approach would be the same. Leave no survivors. It's pretty strange, you won't believe what I saw. An army of undead, at least tens of thousands of them. Lyle took another sip of water and continued, they moved the funerary objects away, heading north. Why would there be any undead here, Lyle? Are you trying to deceive us and keep everything for yourself? Another man said in a deep voice. Screw you. If I wanted to deceive you, would I still come back? Wouldn't it be better to take the stuff inside and run away? Lyle retorted loudly. Although this man was just talking, deep down, he didn't believe Lyle would lie. But the idea of such a large force coexisting with the many human settlements here was hard to accept. You said they moved the funerary objects. An aged voice resonated from within the room. An old man clad in fancy clothes, leaning on a cane, walked out. The mercenaries nearby immediately gave up their seats for the old man to sit and converse. Yes, Mr. Ifu, I saw the undead pushing carts loaded with many funerary goods. Lyle replied respectfully. The old man pulled out a key from around his neck, expressing confusion. The key to the tomb is with me, how did they get in? All eyes were on Lyle, waiting for him to provide a plausible answer. I don't know, the number of undead was too large. To avoid being noticed, I only followed from a distance. Lyle replied. The old man nodded. Lyle had no reason to deceive him. Even if he wanted to trick him, he wouldn't make up something as unbelievable as an undead army. Did you spot anything special among the funerary items? Old Ifu asked again. Something special? What do you mean? Like corpses? All the mercenaries looked puzzled. Was Ifu hiring them to look for bodies in the ancient tomb? It was quite hard to understand. Mr. Ifu, I didn't see any corpse. After all, the distance was quite far and they were all undead. Even if there were corpses, it would be difficult to notice. Lyle continued. Old Ifu nodded, paused a moment, and said, we'll go up the mountain tomorrow to take a look. If we still can't find what I'm looking for, we have to be prepared to deal with the undead. The mercenaries looked grave. They were used to walking a tightrope with death, but didn't have any aspirations for suicide. They weren't fans of dealing with tens of thousands of undead creatures. The bearded mercenary took a deep breath and said, Mr. Ifu, you should tell us the secrets of this tomb now. You promised us eternal life and wealth. Gazing directly into old Ifu's eyes, if you don't reveal what you know today, I'll opt out of this mission. You only need to pay me for the distance I've traveled. The other mercenaries joined in, stating that if old Ifu could not convince them, they would part ways. Old Ifu was becoming frail. With his current physical state, it would be difficult to accomplish the ensuing tasks without relying on these mercenaries. Hence, he needed to keep them and gain their obedience. Fine, I can tell you, but you need to know that achieving eternal life requires a complex ritual. Only I know how to achieve it. Old Ifu glanced around at them, reminding them in a low voice. The mercenaries nodded to indicate they understood. Old Ifu took out a notebook tied up with a thin jute rope from his bosom and said, an eternal night monarch, just drink her fresh blood following the method, and you will achieve eternal life. The eternal night monarch. The mercenaries wore solemn faces. They had dealt with plenty of strange occurrences in their money-making endeavors. Among them were those who had dealt with the Blood Clan. The term, eternal night, was something they were all too familiar with as it signified the Blood Clan. In the same way, they were not averse to the idea that the price of immortality would be to become a vampire. In their treatment of the weak, they were no kinder than the Blood Clan. Mr. Ifu, can I? The mercenary with the big beard looked at the notes on the table. He asked if he could take a look at their contents. Old Ifu nodded slightly. He had brought it out so that everyone would believe his words. The man with the big beard picked up the notes, carefully undoing the thin hemp rope tied around them. The notes were so old that they were afraid they would crumble if they handled them too roughly. As the notes were opened, their content was revealed. These were the notes of a commander. The first few pages told of his day-to-day life, which girl he fell in love with at what age, and the day he confessed his feelings, only to find the girl playing a game with a nobleman, bearing their buttocks. At what age a traveler came to town and he began to learn swordsmanship. Another year, a beautiful girl came to town. She was so beautiful that she enchanted everyone. Compared to this beauty, the girl who had exposed herself before the noble looked like a lustful village girl. The men of the city, overnight, became rivals in love. In the latter half of the notes, at the age of 40, the author became the city's commander and could potentially advance to become a hero. He planned to work until spring, then resign and go to a city with a merit training ground to attempt to advance. In his final year, he led his soldiers in defense of the city while the city was preparing to celebrate the new year. The old city lord had sent bottles of grape wine to each household, including theirs. The notes end here and a few pages remain blank. It was only after turning 3 pages that they saw new content. Damned old man, he deceived everyone. My soldiers started to shed their skins, revealing the flesh beneath. He turned us all into damned monsters. In the last layer of the notes, there was a hand-drawn map. This commander asked his friends, according to the map, to find and rescue him. What does this prove? The man with the big beard passed the notes to the next person, then asked a question himself. A single notebook, and the contents did not mention the method to achieve immortality. What could it say? Old Ifu continued, the commander's friend was just a merchant. He returned to the city under the guise of a traveling merchant. The once old and should have been dead city lord looked increasingly young, like a gentleman of 30 or 40 years. His friend, the commander, had truly disappeared. During his few days' stay in the city, members of his team started disappearing one after another. Carrying all his goods, he left the city under the noon sun on a deserted street. Later, the merchant continued to pay attention to the matter, gathering a lot of information, including the monarch and the key. The mercenaries turned towards old Ifu. Mr. Ifu, are you the merchant in the story? Old Ifu was a merchant, and a wealthy one at that, so people naturally associated him with the character in the story. No. Old Ifu continued, this is a story of my great-grandfather. So you believe this story? The man with the big beard asked. If it had been any day before today, whether the story was true or false, as long as old Ifu was willing to pay, they were willing to play along with him. But now, with the implications of fighting against the undead and the secret of immortality, they wanted to get a clear answer before proceeding. The key, the ancient cemetery, they have all been verified, haven't they? Old Ifu retorted. The mercenaries looked at each other. Mr. Ifu, shall we visit the ancient cemetery tomorrow? The man with the big beard asked quietly, his attitude reverent again. Yes, let's go and see tomorrow. Old Ifu got up and returned to his bedroom. Don't let this out, or we'll be in bigger trouble. All right, then we won't disturb your rest. After everyone said goodbye, they left the room, closing the door behind them. On the way back, Fang Hao dismissed his god's presence. Sitting on the bed, he first contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, your orders. Zhang Bin's reply was as prompt as always. I'm going to have the blood hunter send you a kind of animal called iron claw rat. It can help the farmers to loosen the soil. When you get them, distribute them among the villagers and have them care for the animals separately. Oh, all right. How many will there be? 505. Once you get them, distribute them to the villagers. Keep an eye on them. These little guys like to dig holes. Ah, oh, okay. Zhang Bin was a bit confused, but he agreed anyway. As the conversation ended, Fang Hao left the room and went downstairs. He hadn't eaten all day and he was hungry. Master, just a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Era showed a sweet smile. Okay. Fang Hao gave a reply and then walked straight out of the castle. As soon as he stepped out of the main entrance, he saw Nelson sitting silently on a bench, waiting. A skeleton orc stood beside him. Scholar Nelson, you're out of seclusion, huh? Fang Hao immediately approached. After offering his respects, Nelson introduced, my lord, this is Blackthorn. The skeleton hero behind him stepped forward, dropped to one knee and said, Blackthorn pays respects to the lord. Fang Hao understood. So, the commander of the 300,000 orcs army is known as Blackthorn. Blackthorn, Amiri. Now, he could only be called Blackthorn. Blackthorn, 5th level hero. Faction. Undead. Template. Blue. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light. Army talent. City defense, infantry commander, ranged attack commander. Skills. Camping, thorns, torture, conversation with the dead. Innate abilities. Advanced defense mastery, intermediate tactics mastery, intermediate command mastery, intermediate single-handed weapon mastery. City defense, for units under his command in defensive battles, morale is increased by 5%, and defense is increased by 1%. Camping passive, efficiency of setting up camp or building fortifications for units under his command is increased by 20%. Torture passive, he is proficient in torture, causing the morale of the tortured to drop to 0. Thorns active causes 50% skill damage to the target. Conversation with the dead active grants a corpse the illusion of life, a brief return to life, allowing it to answer questions. Prerequisites. The corpse must have a mouth, and cannot be undead. Description. Product of the immortal corpse which, not confirmed by the god of the undead, this hero cannot advance. The attributes of Blackthorn were a bit weird. He didn't seem like a leading hero, but rather like an executioner who was suited for torture. I'm glad I won that battle. If I fell into his hands, could it have been good? I would have been tortured to death. Alright, you get up for now, and when the team returns, I'll give you a task. Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord. Blackthorn stood up and respectfully stepped aside. Nelson and I had a little chat together, and the returning army also entered the territory. There wasn't much of a body to transform this time, but we got quite a few gold and silver utensils. They are being delivered to the warehouse cart by cart. The weapons dropped by the corpse ghosts could be repaired by the blacksmiths and sold at a good price. Most importantly, we achieved a lot in terms of blueprints and rare materials. Blueprint scrolls include Scroll of Heroic Strike Skill, Fortress Construction Blueprint, White Steel Two-Handed Sword Manufacturing Blueprint, Bronze Corpse Rearing Coffin Production Blueprint, Noble Wand Sword Production Blueprint. Rare material types include Death Trace 244, Bloodstone 27, Shadowstone 160, Wriggling Spine 1. Only one Wriggling Spine was dropped by the 3 Dusk Banqueters, the rest belonged to corpse ghosts, and couldn't be dropped. I took the backpack that Angia handed over and took in all the blueprints. By the way, Mr. Nelson, we found a heart in the ancient tomb. Should we keep it or get a better deal by making it a viscera jar? Fang Hao suddenly thought of the dark gold hero's heart. If the sealing of the viscera jar can obtain a strong skill, it's not out of the question to consider it. The heart was still stored in a pottery jar and was carried back by a skeleton. Let me take a look, Nelson replied. The skeleton held the pottery jar, and Fang Hao and Nelson looked inside it. The heart was still beating, and it was quite strong. Where did you get this? Nelson asked. Fang Hao retold the whole story to Nelson, even how he got the information in the human city, in detail. Nelson nodded slightly after listening and thought for a moment. Lord, do you want to make it a viscera jar? Can I first see what will happen? Fang Hao asked. The heart has a special mission. Fang Hao wants to see what properties it would have if stored in a viscera jar. If the attributes are good, he won't do the mission. If the attributes are average, he may keep the heart for the mission. It all depends on which one would bring the greatest benefit. Sir, I don't advise you to make it a viscera jar. This will bring a disaster to the territory, Nelson whispered. He spoke lightly, but Fang Hao could hear the severity of the problem. A heart he picked up will bring disaster to the territory. Is his hundreds of thousands undead army vegetarians? What do you mean? Please be frank, Fang Hao frowned. Ordinary blood clan members do not have such strong vitality. This heart possesses the purest power of the blood clan. It must belong to someone very close to the blood clan ancestor. Sealing it is like making a time bomb. Once discovered, the blood clan will retaliate, Nelson said seriously. The blood clan has a strict hierarchy. Not everyone with fangs and bat wings are recognized by the blood clan. They have their own clans and inheritances. But no matter which clan, they all share a common blood clan ancestor. This heart, being related to the blood clan ancestor, also marks the seriousness of the matter. Even if Fang Hao can offend any local power, he cannot offend this one. Besides, he has a second option, to complete the mission of the heart. One is to make a friend, and the other is to make an enemy. After Nelson's introduction, Fang Hao felt it would be better to set aside racial differences and help each other. Okay, then keep this heart with you for now, see if there's a way to help revive it. Fang Hao chose to do the heart mission. Yes, my lord, Nelson took the pottery jar with the heart in it. After all, a beating heart placed in the Lord's mansion is really scary. Leaving it with Nelson avoids a lot of hassle. After sorting everything out, Era came to inform him that dinner was ready. After dinner, Fang Hao upgraded the underground cemetery, burial grounds, undead hallway, undead mage tower, all to level 6. They caught up with the level of the Lord's mansion. After everything was processed, Fang Hao returned to his room and went to sleep. The next morning, Fang Hao sat up, got out of bed and left the room. Era was always an early riser. Master, Sir Dujin came to see you this morning. Oh, okay. Dujin is a skeleton merchant. If he's looking for him, it's most likely because he has a new order. Walking out of the Lord's mansion, he headed straight for the Trade Alliance building. Dujin was standing at the counter, assigning tasks to the other skeleton merchants. Lord, yes, there's a new order? Asked Fang Hao. Yes, sir, today we received 2 orders from the dwarves. 2, both from the dwarves. Yes, sir. Last time, Fang Hao received 50,000 units of gunpowder. This time, there are 2 more orders. One order was for black gunpowder, the second was an order for white steel fire guns. Order. Request. 5,000 units of black gunpowder. Trade gains. 500 warfire coins, white steel plating manufacturing blueprint, dwarf influence +10. Order. Requirement. 2,000 white steel fire guns. Trade gains. 200,000 warfire coins, dwarf influence +10. What are the dwarves up to? They can't really be at war, the requirement for equipment and gunpowder is too large. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much to him. Dujin, we can't produce the white steel fire guns, we don't have a blueprint, said Fang Hao. He also wants white steel fire guns. Even at the green quality, these are tier 4 damaging. They're quite fierce. But he doesn't have one. Sir, you have an order you haven't filled in, it's about to expire. If you do not also need something else, you can fill in the white steel fire gun. Maybe someone will sell the blueprint, Dujin reminded. Oh, right. Fang Hao slapped his forehead. The Trade Alliance sends 2 orders every 7 days. Last time, he filled in the undead soldier type building blueprint, but he has not received it yet. There's one left that he hasn't used. If he doesn't use it, it will expire. It will be overridden. Oh, then write down the white steel fire gun. He really doesn't have anything else to write. Even if he gets it and lacks the materials, it will still be an extension of the blueprint. All right, sir, Dujin said, wrote the white steel fire gun production blueprint on the order, and then put it into the mail tube behind him. Next, Fang Hao collected the black gunpowder order and produced 5,000 units of black gunpowder in the warehouse. The skeleton merchant took the goods and the order and disappeared. Fang Hao then began to get busy with his own matters. After breakfast, 2 bone dragons descended from the sky, and 12 tier 4 great sword infantry descended from them. They looked a bit pale. Their eyes occasionally glanced at the passing skeletons. Lord, the great sword infantry recognized Fang Hao and immediately came forward to salute. Yes, have you eaten breakfast? Fang Hao asked. These people were transferred from Zhongbin's territory. Today, they are going to Prul City to handle the opening of a shop. He needed some manpower to escort the carriage, so he transferred these people over. We have eaten, sir. The great sword infantry answered respectfully. All right, wait a little longer. Once everything is ready, we will set off. The great sword infantry carefully stood aside. Fang Hao then opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the Merchant Caravan Cart in the creation list. Merchant Caravan Cart. Wood 200, hemp rope 70, leather 50, iron 10, metal parts 12. The caravan cart blueprint was obtained by Zhongbin from last time's wild boar clearing. Fang Hao recorded it. Production quantity. 1. Production. 100x amplification triggered, 101 merchant caravan carts obtained. One cart after another appeared out of thin air, scattered around the vicinity. The merchant caravan cart was bigger and more stable than a flatbed cart, and there was a leather canopy above the wagon box. It could carry more goods and provide shade from the sun and the rain. All right, load up the barrels of wine and dining utensils from the warehouse and we'll set off soon. Yes, sir. All the great sword infantry sprung into action, loading all the necessary items onto the carts. Once everything was ready, the large convoy set off again, heading towards Prule City. 3 hours later, the caravan finally entered Prule City. The unfamiliar convoy and the attractive bunny girls and fox girl maids attracted a lot of attention. People gathered on both sides of the road, whispering to each other. Little White, do you remember this road? From now on, you will be in charge of the stores here. Fang Hao sat in a caravan, speaking to the fox-tailed Little White who stood beside him. Little White was a maid with a business talent, alongside her were 10 rabbit girl maids. They were responsible for the store. Tier 4 Great Sword Infantry was brought along for security. After all, it's a legitimate business, they needed people to guard if drunkards harassed the maids or if anyone caused trouble. The defensive commander of Prule City was only a Tier 5, assigning a Tier 4 as security should be enough. I remembered, Master. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Little White clenched her fist, making a promise. Good, I trust you. The convoy stopped in front of the store, and Fang Hao went to the Lord's mansion to handle the paperwork with the money box. Upon paying, he received the deed to the place. From then on, the store belonged to Fang Hao. The store's doors were opened, revealing the dusty floor and furniture inside. After giving instructions, everyone started cleaning. Fang Hao stood outside and there was no place for him to intervene. He was not very strong himself, as long as he didn't add to the chaos, it was fine. Right then, the tavern owner from across the street walked over. Did you really buy this place? The owner came closer. Yes, from now on we are neighbors. Please take care of me. Fang Hao smiled. The owner once again sized up the young man. He was really wealthy. This shop cost tens of thousands of gold coins, and he bought it without a second thought. He also brought a large group of people to clean it. What are you planning to do? We're opening a restaurant, replied Fang Hao. Just food? Queried the owner. Ah, and some drinks, but mostly food. The owner shook her head when she heard this, whispering, you won't make much money that way. You could run a hotel, guests would eat at your place. How many people would come for food alone? These words were from the owner's years of experience running a tavern. She ran a tavern and sold some dishes to go with the drinks, but it would be hard to make a living selling just food in this place. Unless what you're serving is so delicious that people couldn't stand not to eat it for 2 days, just like alcoholics couldn't live without alcohol, otherwise, it would be hard to break into the market. Well, let's try it first. If it's not working, I'll sell daily necessities, Fang Hao said nonchalantly. The owner glared at him helplessly. Wealthy people really are hard to deal with. Come on, sit at my place for a while. You can't keep standing here, can you? The owner walked towards the tavern. Her slim waist and round hips moved gently as she left. It was hard not to take a second glance. Fang Hao couldn't stand there all the time, so he followed the owner into the tavern. Sitting at the front desk, he suddenly noticed that the bounty on the wall had changed. The quest to search for the ancient tomb has been replaced with a quest to find the undead gathering place in the north, and the reward amount has also been increased to 5,000 gold coins. Seeing this quest, Fang Hao squinted. Prule City was 3 hours north, in the correct direction, you could find his territory. Damn. Indeed, damn. Those mercenaries must have lost their minds, claiming there are packs of undead in the north. The owner was standing behind the counter, muttering to herself. You didn't believe them, but you still posted their bounty. Fang Hao asked. Ah, they paid for it, I couldn't refuse the money, could I? The owner poured a glass of beer and pushed it over. What kind of people are these mercenaries? What does it matter to them if there are undead in the north? Fang Hao asked curiously. Who knows, they said there was an ancient tomb before, and this morning they changed it to the undead. The owner complained. If they didn't pay a decent amount, she would have refused to post their quest. The credibility was low, and it was causing the reputation of the tavern to decline. Are they staying here? They rented a few rooms on the second floor, quite the rich folk, they eat and drink well when they arrive. The old man they're protecting is obviously wealthy. The owner's eyes were quite keen, she could see the ins and outs of what was happening. I want to post a bounty too, what's the fee? Fang Hao asked. Sure, it's 1 gold coin for 5 days, and you can't post it for less than 5 days. If the bounty is completed, the tavern will take 10% of the reward, but that's after the bounty is completed. The owner said while cleaning the table. Okay, then post. Looking for information on Swords of Absolution, 100 gold coins per piece of information. Fang Hao took out 5 gold coins from his pocket. Let's start with 25 days. Alright, you write it. Will you write it for me? My handwriting is not good, Fang Hao said. The owner put down the cloth in her hand and stood in front of the notice board, writing down the bounty posted by Fang Hao. Thump. The tavern door was pushed open roughly. 6 well-equipped mercenaries, escorting an old man, walked into the tavern. The group was silent, only saying one sentence when they approached the owner: prepare lunch for 7 people, send it to our room. Alright, we'll send it up when it's ready. Without uttering another word, the group headed straight to the second floor. Mercenaries? Fang Hao asked quietly after they left. The owner nodded, and then started to prepare lunch for the mercenaries. When they came in, Fang Hao got a good look at these mercenaries. All 6 of them were tier 6 or 7, quite high-ranking among humans. Watching them go upstairs, Fang Hao's expression darkened. It seemed these people could not be left alone. They must have discovered the skeletons in his territory. If they kept messing around, it would cause a lot of trouble for him. After bidding the owner goodbye, he left the tavern. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Having left Little White in charge of the shop, Fang Hao returned to his territory with Angia. As soon as they dismounted, Dujin approached. He said, Sir, here are the blueprints obtained this morning. The Warfire coins have been handed over to Miss Aira. Dujin handed over 2 blueprints. They were the blueprint for the manufacture of white steel plate, rewarded from the order, and the blueprint for the white steel handgun, obtained from the order he placed. The manufacturing type blueprints are easy to come by. Orders placed in the morning are filled by the afternoon. Contrarily, not a single person has given him undead architectural blueprints in response to his first order. Fang Hao received them and recorded them in the Book of Lords. White steel plate. 2 white steel ingots. White steel ingots are required. Following the model of cast iron production. White steel ingot seems unlikely to be something crafted from a blueprint, but rather, something produced using a furnace. White steel handgun. 1 white steel plate, 2 white steel ingots, and 3 metal parts. Description. A common weapon for gunmen. Simple manufacturing process makes it suitable for mass production. Despite its green quality, the white steel handgun provides tier 4 damage. Such an unprecedented damage, if equipped to skeleton archers, could imperatively double their power. Forming a skeleton gunner regiment would not only be formidable, but also very cool. The material demand isn't high either. All that's missing now are white steel ingots. Dujin, does the Trade Alliance have blueprints to produce white steel ingots? Fang Hao turned to Dujin. Such universally used construction, utilized by all races, shouldn't be hard to get, right? Not yet, but I'll keep an eye out. I'll buy it directly should such blueprint appear. Dujin replied. All right. Fang Hao, left without other options, could only hope the Trade Alliance replenishes the blueprint next time. Or, if there's a way to procure white steel ingots in nearby human cities, buying the finished product would also work. Dujin turned and left, while Fang Hao returned to his manor. Upon returning to his room, and placing the Starfire wand on the weapon rack, he noticed the sound transmitting shell had logged a new message. Fang Hao had 2 shells in his possession. One was given by the slave trader to notify him of when to buy slaves. The other sound transmitting shell was reserved by Fang Hao for the Bronze Bull, to inform him whenever there is news from the Skullcrusher tribe. The shell that currently held a message was the one that carries the news transmitted by Bronze Bull. He held the shell up to his ear, and instantly, Bronze Bull's deep voice carried through. Lord, We've captured 2 spies from the Skullcrusher tribe. We found a map of our layout on them, and they are being sent to the city where Sir Fireblade is stationed. The sound-transmitting shell could store only limited information. The content was brief. They've captured 2 spies planted by the Skullcrusher tribe. He didn't mention much else. Fang Hao could only re-don his armor that he had just taken off and leave the manor. He beckoned Angia and Blackthorn, mounted the bone dragon, and flew over to the city where Fireblade was stationed. It was about a 30-minute journey. The bone dragon was already hovering over the city. This erstwhile human territory had been converted into a temporary fortress. Undead patrolled densely outside the city day and night. There were countless checkpoints on the road to the main city. Unless one decided to take a massive roundabout, it would be difficult to bypass the checkpoints and directly attack the main city where Fang Hao resided. The bone dragon landed, and Fireblade and Bronze Bull came forward to pay their respects. Lord. The city was filled with a multitude of undead skeletons standing on standby like terracotta warriors, neatly arranged. On one side, several Tauren warriors were huddled in the corner, guarding something. Fang Hao dismounted from the bone dragon and asked directly, "Where are the spies?" "Over here, sir, follow me." Bronze Bull led the way to where the Taurens were standing guard. In the corner, 2 mutilated corpses lay openly exposed under the sun. "My lord, it's these 2. Bronze Bull pointed out the bodies. "Dead." "Yes. The guards found them drawing a map. There was a fight when we tried to capture them, so they were killed," Bronze Bull explained. He wanted to capture them alive, but they had entered a state of blood rage, and since they were in the Manum market, they had to be killed for safety reasons. So now, the best they could do was to gather as much information as possible. "Where is the map you mentioned?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. "Here it is." Bronze Bull brought out a map. The map crudely marked the Manum market, the location of the Fireblade's base city, and some checkpoints around it. Though rudimentary, the positions of each checkpoint were quite detailed. It was clear that these 2 had been investigating the area for some time. Bronze Bull was also feeling somewhat apprehensive. Fang Hao had instructed him to dispatch people to spy on the Skullcrusher tribe. But instead of gaining information about the Skullcrushers, they had caught spies lurking in Manum who had detailed maps. If these were the spies they had caught, who could guarantee that there weren't others? He was afraid that Fang Hao would blame him and that it would impact the interests of the Tauren tribe. In recent times, the Tauren tribe had received significant support from Fang Hao. Various weapons, city infrastructure, the roads had all been paved with stone slabs. Even if it rained, they didn't need to worry about muddy roads anymore. The Manum market had improved considerably from before, and this improvement would continue as long as Fang Hao was willing to support them. "My lord, I am responsible for this, Bronze Bull began to speak. "We will discuss your matter later." Fang Hao put away the map and called out softly, "Blackthorn." Blackthorn, the newly joined skeleton hero, who had been following behind Fang Hao, stepped forward, "My lord." He was dressed in a suit of metal plate armor, with a black iron knight's sword around his waist. Both Bronze Bull and Fireblade took a closer look as they had never seen him before. "Interrogate them. Ask about the plans of the Skullcrushers, their troop strength, and the like." Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." After Blackthorn completed his statement, he began to draw strange runes around one of the bodies. The Tauren showed expressions of uncertainty. When Fang Hao said, "Interrogate," did he mean to interrogate the corpse? How could one interrogate a dead man? Soon, Blackthorn completed the rune drawing. "My lord, I am ready. I need the blood of 2 warcrafts." Fang Hao nodded. "Bronze Bull, arrange it." "Yes, my lord." Bronze Bull agreed and gave the order to his subordinates. Soon, 2 unicorns were brought over. In front of the runes, the throat of the unicorn was slit with a sword, and the fresh blood flowed along the runes, merging into the first body. Woo! The dead body sat up instantly, sitting in place with a somewhat vacant look. Whoosh! The surrounding Tauren retreated several steps in an instant, looking at the suddenly sitting body with some fear. "Where is this? Who are you?" The revived orc asked with bewilderment. "You are already dead, now you need to answer my questions." "All right." The orc replied stiffly. How many spies has the Skullcrusher tribe deployed? I don't know, I only know about the two of us. What other plans does the Skullcrusher have against the undead? Blackthorn stared into the orc's eyes and asked quickly. The great chief has contacted the troll tribe, planning to join the troll tribe Anda. Bang! The next instant, the body exploded, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Fang Hao's expression turned serious. Bring another 2 unicorns over. The information obtained from the first corpse wasn't plentiful. However, some vital information was revealed. The Skullcrusher tribe was still eager to wage war, having contacted a troll tribe to cooperate in launching a continuous attack on Fang Hao's territory. This news hardened the heart of Fang Hao, who was planning to live a peaceful life for a few days. Their willingness to cooperate meant they have strength superior to the previously 300,000 strong force to deal with Fang Hao's undead army. This time, a one-horned sheep and a dying wild boar were transported. Both were thrown in front of the second corpse and the bloodletting began. Whoosh! The second corpse sat up again, with a bewildered look in his eyes. You are already dead, now answer my question, which troll tribe has the Skullcrusher tribe contacted? Blackthorn directly asked. The corpse answered, it is the Bloodthroat tribe on the other side of the mountain. What powerhouses are in the Bloodthroat tribe? I'm not sure, but I've heard that the chieftain of the Bloodthroat tribe is an orange hero. The blood in the rune began to rise like steam, and the resuscitated orc's body also began to swell like a balloon. Apart from the orange chieftain, who are the other heroes in the Bloodthroat tribe? I don't know. How many troops will the Skullcrusher dispatch? Blackthorn's questioning pace was accelerating. I don't know. How many troops does the Bloodthroat tribe have? I don't know. The orc's body was already like a balloon, and his facial features began to deform. Blackthorn continued to ask, tell me, what's the full name of the Bloodthroat chieftain? Meatfist Caius. Bang! With a muffled sound, the orc's body exploded, and the scattered flesh fell from the sky like raindrops. Sir, all questions have been asked. Blackthorn saluted once again. Let's go inside and chat. In the hall, Fang Hao was sitting in the main seat, with a few heroes below. With the exceptions of the Bloodhunter and Nelson, the remaining characters were all present. These two spies did not know a lot of information, and moreover, some things were hearsay from within the Skullcrusher tribe. The authenticity of the information needs verification. However, the matter of the Skullcrusher tribe aligning with the Troll tribe is 99% true. Because with the current strength of the Skullcrusher, it is impossible to compete with Fang Hao. The only way to fight is to seek external aid. And the Troll tribe on the other side of the mountain would be their aid. It seems that his territory has once again entered a tense state of war preparations. Telok, what news have your spies returned to you? Fang Hao looked at Bronze Bull. Since the enemy's spies have come in, his spies should have sent back some information, right? Sir, few pieces of information about the scattered tribes in the Frostwind Mountains and the map have been sent back, but there is not much information about the Skullcrusher tribe. Bronze Bull stood up and replied. The Skullcrusher tribe has united the major and minor tribes of the Frostwind Mountains. A small tribe may have a few hundred people, while a large one may have a few thousand. It's not like Fang Hao, where almost all of his forces are concentrated near a few major cities. Moreover, the roads in the mountains are rough and the environment is harsh, making it very difficult to draw up a map. Then do you know about the Bloodthroat tribe of the Trolls? Fang Hao continued to inquire. I've heard of them, they are a troublesome tribe, was the response. Tell me what you know. I've only heard some stories that the Bloodthroat tribe used to be powerful and had attacked this continent. They were later siege attacked by the Dragon Clan and the Elves, and almost completely annihilated, with only a small number able to hide inside the mountains, Bronze Bull said. He didn't know much, after all, it's not an incident from his time. What he heard was passed down from the older generation, and the authenticity of not just the information but even the story couldn't be confirmed. From that point, it's very probable that the opposing clan leader being an orange hero is true. Fang Hao rubbed his chin. Very likely. Just now the corpse mentioned the mountain range of the Bloodthroat tribe. Which mountain range was it talking about? Fang Hao continued to inquire. Bronze Bull replied, "It's called the Bloodshed Mountain Range, and it actually belongs to the same mountain range as the Frostwind Mountain Range, but because the mountain range is too long and has been occupied by different forces, it is divided into the Frostwind Mountain Range and the Bloodshed Mountain Range." Fang Hao took out the Book of Lords and opened the map. "Point it out to me on the map." Bronze Bull pointed on the map and easily located the mountain range. In fact, Fang Hao had been to the Bloodshed Mountain Range before, where the Tomb of the Dragon was located. It was full of jagged rocks and indeed a barren land. Located north of the Pigmen tribe, if the trolls attacked from there, he would really need to make careful arrangements. Otherwise, they would be direct at his doorstep. Bronze Bull, you go back and keep an eye on gathering information. Fireblade, keep an eye on patrolling and be careful of spies arranged by Skullcrusher, Fang Hao instructed. At present, both sides are in a stage of gathering information. It's not yet time to deploy troops on a large scale or to close the market. Yes, sir, the two men replied. After discussing the plans for the future, Fang Hao returned to his territory with the two heroes. He returned to his territory. He took Era along with him to visit the Information Guild. The Information Guild was an intelligence agency, where he could buy the information he wanted in exchange for money. Upon entering, the place was empty. Fang Hao walked to the counter, opened the mailbox and took out the information form from within. Era, right, Frostwind Mountain's Skullcrusher tribe. On this, and write their recent war plans and numbers of soldiers in the content box, Fang Hao instructed. Era took the pen from the counter and started to fill out the form as Fang Hao instructed. Fang Hao brought over a second form. Write, Bloodshed Mountain Bloodthroat tribe. On this, and fill in the content box with hero levels, war plans, and numbers of soldiers. Era filled out the second form as well. Fang Hao threw the two forms into the mailbox and silently waited for 2 to 3 minutes. Clang! There was a noise from the mailbox. When he opened it, there was a metal tag inside. It read, 500. This meant that these two pieces of information would cost 500 Warfire coins. The price was rather steep. Arrangements were made to prepare 500 Warfire coins, which were all stuffed into the mailbox in one go and the lid was replaced. When he opened it again, there was nothing inside. This way, the operation should be considered complete, and an agreement reached between the two parties. All he needs to do is arrange for someone to wait here and inform him when the results come in. Era, arrange for a maid to watch here. Once there's information in the mailbox, have her bring it over to me, Fang Hao commanded as the two of them were leaving the Information Guild. He was just unsure when they would deliver the information. It shouldn't be collected on a monthly basis. By the time the war's over there won't be any message yet. Understood, Master, Era nodded her head. Night fell. Under the cover of night, a bone dragon soared towards Cruel City. The Blood Hunter's dark deception allowed the bone dragon to blend into the darkness, evading all the guards. And easily entered the airspace above Cruel City. Fang Hao extended his withered finger, pointed towards a room on the second floor of an inn from a distance. The Blood Hunter nodded slightly, leapt from the bone dragon, spread out his huge bat wings, and directly dived into the second floor. Who's there? Ah, help. Following which, the sounds of fighting and wailing emerged from the room. Fang Hao sat on the back of the bone dragon, listening to the screams emanating from the tavern where the lights had been extinguished. If it weren't for the affairs of the Bloodthroat tribe, there wouldn't have been any urgency in killing them. But given the threat that had emerged in the north, he couldn't afford to have a potential hazard lurking in the south. Thus, it was their misfortune to provoke Fang Hao at this time. The killing cry only lasted for 5 minutes, then a blood hunter carrying an old man leapt out of the window. The gigantic bat wings flapped, landing on the bone dragon that was hovering midair. Only by now, candle lights arose from the first floor of the tavern, with the bartender's voice raising queries. Sir, is it this old man? Yes, let's head back. The blood hunter gently patted the neck of the bone dragon, which then set off in the direction of their territory. The city lord's hall. Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne, under which an old man in pajamas knelt, still in shock. You're the young man from the tavern this morning. The old man immediately recognized Fang Hao. Your eyesight is commendable, Fang Hao praised, continuing, the bounty you issued has caused me quite a bit of trouble. I want to know how you came to know about the ancient tomb, and why you issued the bounty. Old Yifu looked around. Aside from a beastier hero, the entire hall inside and out was filled with white bone undead. Sir, I'm Yifu. My great-grandfather left behind a diary and a key. The bounty for you was a misunderstanding of the mercenaries I hired discovered the whereabouts of your team and issued the bounty. The old man's body slightly trembled, not out of fear, but from excitement, a kind of zeal. Without waiting for Fang Hao to reply, he continued, Lord of the Undead, I offer my loyalty and everything I have, in exchange for your allegiance. Old Yifu kneeled on the ground, his forehead touching the floor. Now he had figured it out. The one before him wasn't any common young man, but rather, a magnificent undead. The human form he had seemed to be merely an illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting on a throne made of bones, commanding legions of the undead beneath him. When Fang Hao heard the old man's words, he slightly furrowed his brows and turned to look at Nelson. What's going on? Had he encountered a believer of the god of the undead? Or was the old man just obsessed with bones and overly excited? Nelson, sensing Fang Hao's questioning gaze, whispered in his ear, his life force is already exhausted. He wants to become immortal. Fang Hao nodded to show that he understood. Immortal was how the undead referred to the act of becoming undead. This old man was too old, even the finest ginseng wouldn't help him live long. That's why he was so desperate to find a way to prolong his life, be it becoming a member of the blood clan or the undead, as long as he could continue his existence. Show me the diary and the key, Fang Hao spoke. Old Yifu took out an age-old notebook from his pocket and handed it to the beastier hero nearby. She then passed it over to Fang Hao. Sir, the key was used this morning. We went to the ancient tomb and used the key on the first bronze door. When we found it couldn't be pulled out, we left it there, explained old Yifu. Fang Hao perused the notebook, taking a quick look at 2 pages. It did indeed contain some information about the ancient tomb. So, you are searching for this ancient tomb in order to find a way to prolong your life. Fang Hao closed the old notebook. Yes, I dare not deceive you, sir. Old Yifu was still respectful. Do you know where the rest of the tomb owner's remains are? Other remains. I don't know, old Yifu shook his head. Could it be that the body in the ancient tomb is not whole but fragmented? Fang Hao nodded once more, and said, fine, take him away. Although the old man was cooperative, he was no easy puzzle either. Moreover, bringing him back yielded no useful information. The diary was the only thing he had gained. Once he had the time, he would carefully read through the contents to understand the story within. No, sir, give me a chance to serve you. I don't want to die, sir, I am willing to give you all my fortune. I have many slaves in my manor, who can serve as sacrifices for you, old Yifu shouted loudly. His desperate search for the ancient tomb was due to his sense of impending death. Now that he had come into contact with the undead, he was even more unwilling to die at this moment. Fang Hao looked at the old man who was hoarse from yelling, shook his head slightly and said, all right, take him to the transformation pool. Afterward, you will be undead and serve me. A look of joy spread across old Yifu's face, and he stopped shouting and struggling. He stood up gracefully, bowed, and willingly followed the skeleton towards the transformation pool. After the old man left, Nelson and the others each returned to their own dwellings. Under the light of the nightstone lamp, Fang Hao began to carefully read through the diary again. From beginning to end, apart from a few missing pages in the middle, he understood the rest. The city lord in the story was indeed a ruthless character. Fearing death and wanting to transform into a member of the blood clan, he was fearful of being discovered and harmed by the people in the city. He simply turned all the people in the city into the blood clan. This city lord must have planned this long ago. Everything he had done was in preparation for the last step, delivering wine door to door. By the time all the city's inhabitants had transformed, any remaining stragglers wouldn't matter. Amazing, Fang Hao commented. He also noticed a line in the diary. Damn Chester, damn liar. This Chester must be the city lord's name, so it appears he didn't gain nothing after all. After reading through the entire diary, Fang Hao returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. The following day, after breakfast, a bone dragon landed straight in Pigmen village, causing a commotion. When they saw Fang Hao and Angia on the dragon's back, a pigman immediately went to notify clan leader Petty of the Pigmen clan. "Lord, I did not know you were coming in person." Petty hurried over to greet them. Normally, Fang Hao would only use God's presence to communicate, rarely visiting in person. One reason was the distance, another was a safety issue. Who knew what peculiar things could happen in this world, threatening his life? "Come, let's talk inside." Once they entered the clan leader's hall, a pigman brought over some fruit wine. Petty, curious, asked, "My lord, do you have any instructions for us?" If Fang Hao had come in person, naturally, it must be to convey something important. How many orc villages are there from the north of the village to the Bloody Mountain Range? How strong are they? Fang Hao asked. Petty paused, estimated roughly in his head, and replied, "The northern villages are scattered and we have limited interactions with them. There are about 10 villages or so, and they are said to be at war during this period. That's just the way with the orcs. Today there might be 10 nearby villages, and tomorrow due to raids, that number might be reduced to 5. Then wandering tribes could move in, and the number of villages would increase again. This was the constant cycle, war and migration never ending. As the Pigmen village now had the protection of the undead and was currently focusing on low-profile development, it had been a long time since it had any dealings with the other villages. Therefore, it was quite hard to ascertain a precise number. Try to gather all the clan leaders from those villages. Since we are all neighbors, it's about time we got acquainted. Really? Petty saw that Fang Hao wasn't joking. But getting to know the neighbors didn't seem like something Fang Hao would say. Yes, and time is of the essence. Ideally, we should have these people together by tomorrow, Fang Hao emphasized. Petty's expression turned serious. It seemed something significant was about to happen. "Sir, may I know the reason?" With Fang Hao's character, his sudden concern for the area around Pigmen village must mean something has happened. "I can tell you, but don't disclose it to anyone else," Fang Hao said. "I understand, sir. Have you heard of the Bloodthroat tribe in the Bloody Mountain Range, north of the Pigmen village?" Fang Hao asked. Petty shakes her head. "Sir, the Pigmen village relocated here. We are not very familiar with the surrounding area. Well, the Bloodthroat tribe is a troll tribe, and they might attack us. To ensure safety, I want to eliminate any potential risks, including scattered tribes north of the village," Fang Hao explained. Petty's expression turned grimmer. She had never expected that the troll tribe would attack from the north of the village. In that case, the village would be the first to get involved. "See, sir, what should we do?" Petty was momentarily flustered. The first thought that crossed her mind was to relocate the village. Or maybe hide until the battle was over. "Don't worry, we're not at the point of warfare yet. For now, try to summon all the clan leaders from the north." "All right, sir, I will take care of it right away." Petty nodded in agreement. Having given instructions, Fang Hao stepped out of the clan leaders' hall, whilst Petty started contemplating the reasons to summon these clan leaders. Since they barely interacted on regular days, inviting them for dinner seemed unrealistic. She needed to think of a reason enticing enough to draw them over. After leaving the clan leaders' hall, Fang Hao headed straight to the center of the Pigmen village. He brought out the Book of Lords and turned to the construction section. Tower of the Fallen purple, 3,350 hardy wood, 4,500 stone bricks, 1,200 iron, 120 death traces, 30 shadow stones. The Tower of the Fallen was a blueprint that Fang Hao had previously won as a reward. At the time, he was short of shadow stones, so he didn't construct it. Now that he had obtained enough shadow stones from the Blood Clan tomb, he could finally start building. Having chosen a suitable location, he immediately began the construction. A purple beam flashed, and a towering structure emerged before his eyes. Tower of the Fallen purple. Category: Undead structure. Ability: enhances the range of God's presence. Description: A special structure for the Undead faction can be built in cities, villages within your territory. It enhances the range of God's presence. The Tower of the Fallen resembles a modern communication signal tower. It transmits signals to farther locations. Previously, Fang Hao had to use God's presence in the Pigmen village to control troops at the edge of the Bloody Mountain range. Now, with the Tower of the Fallen, he can use God's presence from his territory, without needing to go to the Pigmen village himself. Lord, the people getting in touch with the other clan leaders have already left. We should have their replies by this afternoon. Petty walked over and whispered. What reason did you give? To gather these guys, a compelling reason was needed. The right to excavate a large mine. Pigmen village has found a mining area which we lack the resources to mine by ourselves. We need the cooperation of the other villages, who we will partner with must be negotiated in person, Petty calmly explained. It was indeed a good idea. In this region, mining was both profitable and plausible. Can you confirm the time? Fang Hao asked again. Tomorrow noon, at Pigmen village. Seeing Petty's worried expression, Fang Hao said, Good, you don't need to worry. I'll arrange for the negotiations. All right, sir. After settling things in the Pigmen village, Fang Hao and Angia once again mounted the bone dragon to return to their territory. After lunch, Fang Hao and Angia swapped their mode of transportation to a giant lizard and headed for Prul City. The moment they entered the city, Fang Hao felt a palpable tension enveloping the area. The number of guards had significantly increased and their patrols had become more frequent. As they passed the tavern, they noticed it was closed, with guards stationed all around it. It was clear that the events of the previous night had caught the city lord's attention. Master. Upon their arrival at the shop, Little White saw Fang Hao and came out to greet him. The cleaning up process was progressing quickly. That day was committed to the renovation and repairs of the exterior walls. What happened over there? Fang Hao pointed to the tavern. I heard someone died in the tavern opposite us, not just one, but several. Guards have been here several times since morning, asking questions, Little White replied. The maids didn't know what Fang Hao had done. All they knew was that people died across the street, and they had nothing to do with it. Didn't any eyewitnesses see the murderer? Fang Hao looked towards the direction of the tavern. I'm not sure, but based on the circumstances, it seems the identity of the murderer is unknown, otherwise the guards wouldn't still be investigating, Little White continued. If the culprit's identity was known, action would have been taken immediately. Instead, they're still door-to-door asking for information, indicating that the murderer is not certain. I see, Fang Hao nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Just then, a team of guards approached from afar. They stopped in front of Fang Hao and said, Mr. Fang Hao, Lord Cyril would like to see you. Fang Hao raised an eyebrow. He just entered the city and they came to invite him. Seems the city lord has been waiting for him. Could they have discovered that he was the one responsible for the murder last night? It was impossible unless the old man could predict the future. Let's go. I have business with the city lord anyways, said Fang Hao. Under the escort of the guards, they were able to enter the city lord's mansion unimpeded. In the council chamber, City Lord Cyril was seated at the head, waiting. City Lord, Fang Hao greeted with a smile. Fang Hao was pretty certain that the city lord knew nothing about his involvement in last night's murders. So he no longer felt worried. City Lord Cyril returned the smile and replied, Mr. Fang Hao, have a seat. Fang Hao and Angia took their seats to one side. There was some trouble at a tavern in the city last night. Have you heard, Mr. Fang Hao? Cyril asked directly. Fang Hao frowned and replied, I heard from my staff when I entered the city. Have they caught the criminal? Not yet. I wanted to ask how many servants did you leave in the city last night and how powerful are they? Cyril stared into Fang Hao's eyes as if to ascertain the truth of his words. Without hesitation, Fang Hao immediately replied, 12 Tier 4 infantry, the rest are Tier 1 orc maids. You surely don't believe I did it, City Lord. I'm a businessman. I dislike conflict. Cyril scrutinized Fang Hao's expression but found nothing out of order. He then said, then it seems the mercenaries' deaths were due to some internal feud. Even though mercenaries have a legal status, they are often involved in unethical practices. Many mercenaries are simply bandits under a legitimate name. The likelihood of their deaths resulting from retaliation is higher than casualties on duty. It appeared that Cyril, unable to get to the bottom of it, attributed the murders to a feud between the mercenaries. Fang Hao did not want to dwell on this topic with him. He cut in, interrupting Cyril's train of thought. By the way, Lord Cyril, do you have any white steel ingots available here? You need white steel ingots. Cyril didn't expect that Fang Hao, with his background and wealth, would be lacking such a thing as white steel ingots. Yeah, a blueprint for forging white steel ingots would be even better. I'm willing to pay for it. The blueprint for the white steel blunderbuss had already been collected. Only the white steel ingots were missing. If they could receive the blueprint for forging white steel ingots or even just the finished white steel ingots, it would be fine. First, produce a batch of white steel blunderbusses to deal with the imminent potential battles. Cyril rubbed his beard, falling into silence. A thought sprung up in Fang Hao's mind, seeming like Cyril actually had white steel ingots. What's the matter, Lord City, is there a problem? Asked Fang Hao. Cyril, looking a bit troubled, answered, we do have some white steel ingots stored in the city, but they are already in the military repository. It might be difficult to sell to you. Lord City must have a way around this, wouldn't you share it? If he really couldn't give it to Fang Hao, he would have refused outright. Judging from his troubled look, there must be a way. I can't sell it to you, how about this? I'll issue a bounty. If you bring me the murderer, I will pay you the white steel ingots as a reward. Cyril's eyes suddenly narrowed, his voice bearing a solemn tone. A murderer. Fang Hao naturally understood Cyril's plan. It was nothing more than using the white steel ingots as a bargaining chip to make him deal with the so-called murderer. His visit today was probably about this matter, but he just mentioned the white steel ingots in advance. The murderer who killed the mercenary in the tavern last night. If you bring them to me, the 1,500 units of white steel ingots stored in our warehouse are yours. How about it? Cyril smiled, wrinkles piled up at the corners of his eyes. Murdered the mercenary? Fang Hao exclaimed. Yes. Didn't you say there were no clues? No, there are clues. The other group of mercenaries in the manor outside the city. I intend to execute them publicly when the time comes to maintain the city's stability. Cyril replied. It seemed that the mercenaries of the manor outside the city had offended this city lord in the past, so this unsolved case without clues was directly pinned on them. If the events of last night weren't done by Fang Hao himself, he might have believed Cyril's words. After all, confronted by a city lord and a group of mercenaries, more people would believe the city lord. The name of the mercenary, the location of the manor, what is the military situation like? Fang Hao decided to take on this task. Fire Wolf Mercenary Group, this is the manor's location, they only have a few dozen soldiers. Cyril handed over a single-page map that had already been prepared on the table. Accepting the map, Fang Hao memorized the name of the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group. All right, I took up this task. How many people do you need? I can't bring back all of the dozens of people, can I? Fang Hao pocketed the map casually. A few leaders, the more the better, it would be more acceptable to the public. Cyril was still stroking his beard. Okay, I'll try to bring back as many as I can. Fang Hao stood up. I'll go and prepare then, and won't disturb Lord City any further. Yes. Fang Hao left the city lord's mansion, returning to his own shop. The shop was still hanging their sign, on it was written the shop's name, Fishy Delights, in the human clan's language. A straightforward, appealing name. Fang Hao took pride in this name which took sleepless nights and endless thought to devise, even resorting almost to calling up his language teacher. As Fang Hao admired the sign, the tavern matron approached. She handed 5 gold coins to Fang Hao. I'll return the money first. When the tavern reopens, you can place your bounty again. With the tavern sealed, the bounties on the tavern's notice board weren't effective anymore. One was the bounty of mercenaries, all of whom died on the 2nd floor last night. The other was Fang Hao's bounty for finding the Swords of Absolution, a total of 5 gold coins. Fang Hao pocketed the gold coins, pretending to be oblivious, and asked, "I heard someone died." "Damn it, those goddamn mercenaries, they brought such misfortune upon me by dying in my tavern." The matron cursed through gritted teeth. The sudden outburst surprised Fang Hao. It seemed this incident brought a significant impact on the tavern. Not only was it sealed, but for a long time, it was likely no one would dare to stay in the rooms on the second floor. "How many days is the tavern sealed for?" "I don't know, until they catch the murderer." The matron sighed. "Would you like to assist me? I'm short on manpower," Fang Hao offered. The matron's eyes flickered. She giggled. "Little rogue, I see what you're aiming for. You're still young, be careful not to hurt yourself. Anyway, your tavern is closed, why not help me out?" "My tavern is only closed for a couple of days, it's not like it's shut down," the matron corrected. "All right, come help me when you go bankrupt." The matron was annoyed. Why should she go bankrupt? Fang Hao, with a smile on his face, approached and inquired in a low voice, "Ever heard of the Fire Wolf mercenary group?" You know someone from the Fire Wolf mercenary group?" the matron unintentionally asked. "I've heard some things about them, aren't they unpopular in Prul?" "You know about that?" the matron exclaimed in surprise. Few citizens in the city knew about this information. Yet, Fang Hao, who had just arrived a few times, was aware of it. "Those guys, they caused such a big trouble and the city lord didn't even kill them." Fang Hao sighed. "Yeah, the city lord had a late-life baby, and it's probably hard for him to have another one." The matron made a decisive diagnosis. Fang Hao's gaze shifted. "The city lord's son should be getting better by now, right?" "Not at all, we haven't seen him for many years, I suspect it's not going well." The two chatted softly while watching as the shop's sign was hung up. Through the matron's words, Fang Hao could guess a few things. For some reason, the Fire Wolf mercenary group had injured the city lord's son several years ago and the injury had been worsening. He probably wouldn't live much longer. For some reason, the city lord had, up until now, not made a move against the mercenary group. This time they seemed to have seized an opportunity, pinning the city's murder case on the Fire Wolf mercenary group. After chatting for a while, the soldiers came to search the tavern again, and the matron left. Fang Hao and Angia mounted the giant lizard again, returning to their territory. They quickly returned to their territory. Fang Hao dismounted and started checking the soldiers he would bring. The manor where the Fire Wolf mercenary group was located was already shown on Fang Hao's large map. Seeing that they only have a few dozen men, there was no need to bring too many soldiers and draw attention. The heroes were Angia, the Blood Hunter, 100 bone dragons and 5-tier skeleton trolls filled to seating capacity. The Blackthorn had city defense skills and was just right for minding the fort. In high-altitude flight, they wouldn't draw the attention of people on the ground, plus they were fast and could finish the fight before the night fell. Fang Hao uses God's presence to mount the bone dragon. Patting the dragon's neck twice, the bone dragon soared into the clouds, flying towards the manor of the Fire Wolf mercenary group. The bone dragon was flying through the clouds, the sound of the wind roaring in its ears. From this high up, the city below seemed as tiny as a matchbox, its busy inhabitants looking like hardworking ants. Soon, the bone dragon had drawn close to the estate of the wolf mercenary group. The outline of the city was visible, as were some bustling crowds. Upon closer inspection, however, Fang Hao noticed something strange about the property. This wasn't just a simple estate. Clearly, it was a city that a city lord had upgraded to the 3rd tier. The central area had the city lord's mansion, civilian dwellings, armies, and even 2nd-tier city walls that had been constructed. Could it be that this wolf mercenary group was established by another transmigrator? Almost immediately, Fang Hao dismissed this thought. He saw that on the open space in front of the city lord's mansion, several men were skinning and butchering a beast manually. If the lord of this place were still alive and free, he would not resort to such primitive butchering methods. It seemed that the mercenary group had seized this area a long time ago and made it its base. As for the city lord's fate, it was not hard to guess. Fang Hao hoped that the Lord had managed to escape, instead of falling into the hands of these brutes. Ready the dragon breath, and let's end the battle quickly. With a roar, the bone dragon folded its wings and descended straight down from the clouds. 100 bone dragons rapidly closed in on the city below. As the dragons spread their wings again and flew over the city, they let loose beams of black energy, signaling an attack. Poorly numbered and without a hero among them, this was a battle with a foregone conclusion for the enemy. The bone dragon circled above the territory. Gigantic skeleton trolls dismounted from its back and began cleanup operations. All right, don't kill the rest. Tie them all up, said Fang Hao. Fang Hao needed to bring a few back to City Lord Cyril to prove that he had indeed crushed the wolf mercenary group. In the ensuing cleanup, 6 members of the wolf mercenary group were left alive. One of these was the leader of the mercenary group, a level 6 warrior. He was rather high level. Sir, did the wolf mercenary group somehow offend you? We can talk things out, it's negotiable, pleaded the leader of the wolf mercenary group while kneeling. He had felt uneasy all day, and it turned out his worries were well founded. Where is the original owner of this city? Fang Hao asked. They were all in this transmigration business together. If the city lord had been held hostage, he could at least try to rescue him. The leader of the mercenary group glanced around and promptly replied, I think you're mistaken. This is the base of our mercenary group. Who are you looking for? Clearly, the city lord wasn't in the hands of the wolf mercenary group. Whether he had managed to escape or had been killed by them, there was no point inquiring further. All he could do was speculate. Fang Hao didn't ask anything else. Instead, he instructed the skeleton trolls, watch them. Kill anyone who tries to escape. The skeleton trolls closed in around the 6 men, lowering their heads to maintain a vigilant gaze on them. With this matter settled, Fang Hao entered the mansion of the seized city. The wolf mercenary group was quite affluent. A box was filled to the brim with gold coins, silk cloth, gold and silverware, and more. The hall here was much more substantial than the one from the bandit camp they had cleaned out a few days ago. Hey, this sword looks quite a lot like the one you bought recently, exclaimed Angia, suddenly holding up a silver longsword. Without even examining its properties, its material and design alone evoked the image of the swords of absolution that Fang Hao had bought a couple of days prior. Let me have a look, Fang Hao said, taking the longsword from Angia. Swords of Absolution purple. Type. Longsword. Damage. Tier 3. Description. A longsword that killed its own master. Legend has it that whoever obtains this sword will endure unbearable torment till death. What an unexpected find. Another of the swords of absolution was here. Really? Angia asked curiously. Indeed. Then we'd better search thoroughly. These guys were loaded, Angia suggested, excited to embark on her treasure hunt. She ransacked every box and overturned every rug to see if there were valuable items hidden underneath. All valuables were gathered and placed in the courtyard. In a room on the 2nd floor, they found a silver treasure chest. Perhaps due to limited manpower or some other reason, the chest was only silver tier. They opened it immediately. Acquired. Blueprint for the white steel scales plate armor, 2 hero hearts, 5 soul crystals, 21 warfire coins. White steel scales plate blue, 3 iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 5 white steel sheets, 5 thick leathers. Description. A protective covering made of overlapping scales. A single piece of armor protects the entire body. This is great. The blue tier quality ensured a defense standard of at least tier 3. It was also a suitable replacement for the current plate armor worn by Fang Hao. He continued inspecting the next item. Hero Heart. Category. Hero Equipment. Description. A proof of one's achievements to be acknowledged as a hero. Only with a hero heart can one undergo the test at the merit training ground. There was already a merit training ground in his domain. The merit training ground provided trials for advancing ranks, applicable to troops of rank 10 or higher, and heroes. As for the hero heart, it was the proof necessary to participate in these trials. Of course, it was also sold in the Trade Alliance's shop, albeit quite expensively. With all the items secured, Fang Hao then left the building. All the goods had been organized and collected outside the building. The collection included furniture, furs, and even coins, silks, golden and silver jewelry, and more. All right, let's bring these people and head back. The bone dragon dropped some cumbersome furniture and furs off near a village. Carrying the remaining valuables, they returned to the clouds and began their journey back home. As dusk was falling, within Prul City's City Lord's mansion, City Lord Cyril was looking at the 6 bodies laid flat on the ground. They're all dead. One could tell that these people had surrendered from the bindings on their bodies. However, Fang Hao had brought back corpses instead of captives. If these were 6 living men, and City Lord Cyril publicly declared their crimes and hung them from the gallows, they would have been a stronger statement than 6 dead bodies. I had originally planned to bring them in alive, but as soon as we got close to the city, they started yelling, claiming that you had slandered them and that your son's injury had nothing to do with them. I was worried about damaging your reputation, so regrettably I had to bring back their bodies instead, Fang Hao explained regretfully. These 6 men had seen Fang Hao's undead army. To avoid causing trouble, Fang Hao naturally wouldn't let them fall into the hands of City Lord Cyril alive. He provided an excuse corresponding with the fabricated story he had provided earlier to the lady boss. Right, someone, prepare a horse-drawn carriage for them, and transport the white steel ingots from the army warehouse to them, ordered Cyril. Immediately, a guard acknowledged his order. Sir, miss, please follow me. Until next time, Lord Cyril, Fang Hao said with a smile as he followed the guard out. In front of the military supply warehouse, the giant lizard lay on the ground. Batch after batch of white steel ingots were loaded onto the carrying saddles under Fang Hao's watchful eye. Thankfully, the lizard was enormous. Otherwise, they would need 2 horse carts to transport all these steel ingots back to his territory. White steel ingots. 1510 units. Apparently, Cyril's 1500 estimate was not exact. The actual total was 1510 ingots loaded on the giant lizard. Mr. Fang Hao, this is your bounty. Please count it, said a soldier, approaching him. There was no need for that. The quantity was already displayed. No need, I can take these away now, right? Fang Hao asked. Of course. They're yours now, the soldier responded. Fang Hao nodded and led the giant lizard away. While passing through the city center, they had to slow their pace significantly. They gradually moved forward, blending in with the crowd. By the roadside, the members of the Fire Wolf mercenary group were hanged high on a gallows. On the platform, an official was loudly reading out their crimes and the murder that had occurred in the city the previous day. When the citizens heard that those who had died had been the result of a vendetta between mercenaries, they started a commotion, discussing it privately. Despite the commotion, the official kept on loudly proclaiming the crimes of the deceased and the nobility of the city lord. Do you think the citizens will believe it? Angia whispered. I don't know. Most people probably will, just like Cyril said. The citizens are more likely to trust the city lord rather than the mercenaries, Fang Hao replied. He wasn't sure if the citizens would believe it. Certainly, many would suspect that this was City Lord Cyril's revenge against the Fire Wolves. However, this didn't matter. No one would demand justice for those who died. After all, they had committed enough evil deeds. After passing a shop and inquiring about anything unusual, the giant lizard departed from Prul City, rushing towards its territory. By the time they returned to their territory, the sun was still setting. After instructing the skeletons to unload the steel ingots into the warehouse, Fang Hao headed to Little Yu's residence with the censure Longsword. Good evening, Lord, Little Yu greeted. Today we eradicated a group of murderous thugs and found a censure Longsword. This should be a good fit for you, Fang Hao said, handing over the sword. The moment Little Yu touched the sword, her body emitted a blinding light. Immediately after, Fang Hao received a system prompt. The unit under your command, Wandering Spirit, has successfully been promoted to a hero unit, incomplete matter mission, no requirement for hero evaluation. Disaster Song Hilda, green level 2 hero. Faction. Undead. Template. Green. Race features. Undead, ethereal, vulnerable to light attacks. Skills. Soul Possession. Dark Void, Incomplete Matter, Shadow Stealth. Innate abilities. Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate All-Weapon Mastery. Shadow Stealth becomes one with the shadows. Including, but not limited to object shadows, living creatures, shadows. Note. They are confined here, neither eating nor sleeping, continuously experiencing the pain close to death. Seeing Little Yu's stats, Fang Hao frowned. Little Yu even had a name now, exactly the one named after her in the story, a female countess. After becoming a hero, she reached green level 2 hero. The skill Shadow Stealth was unlocked, and her innate ability was All Weapons Mastery. Shadow Stealth seemed like an ability of an assassin from the games he used to play. Striking a critical blow while invisible. Little Yu's skill was similar, it could hide in the shadows, gather information, and assassinate, making it very useful. Imagine a figure suddenly emerging from a shadow and stabbing a sword into your back. That would be a completely unpredictable attack. Who could guard against their own shadow? All Weapon Mastery was a rarity. It was intermediate level, meaning she had some knowledge in all the weapons but none in which she was particularly strong. The only drawback was the title, Disaster Song. The prefix didn't sound very auspicious and was not as pleasant as Dujin. Lord, I have become a hero. Little Yu spoke calmly. It seemed as if becoming a hero was just an ordinary matter, with no emotional changes. Fang Hao looked at her and noticed changes as well. Little Yu's body was now nearly solid, no longer a transparent phantom floating in the sky. She now resembled a person more closely. The illusory clothes she used to wear had also disappeared, leaving her standing naked in front of Fang Hao. Little Yu, do you want to put on something? Even though this is your right, said Fang Hao. Following Fang Hao's gaze, Little Yu finally noticed the subtle changes to her body after becoming a hero. She quickly retreated back to her room, donned a linen gown, and walked back out. Being able to wear clothes suggested that Little Yu could also wear equipment now, right? Lord, I apologize for my earlier appearance, Little Yu apologized. Yeah, it seems you've chosen a name for yourself. Do you want us to call you Little Yu, or Hilda? We'll respect your choice. Little Yu. Okay, Little Yu. Since you can now wear equipment, will there be any problems when you use Shadow Stealth? Fang Hao suddenly thought of this issue. When you use Shadow Stealth and merge into the shadows, wouldn't it be a problem if your equipment suddenly fell to the ground? The enemy would notice, wouldn't they? Or would she have to come out naked to assassinate, which wouldn't be very serious? If the deceased remained excitedly engorged at the time of death, it would also affect their reputation. Let me try, Little Yu replied, disappearing into the darkness, her body seeming to melt like ink. In the next moment, Little Yu appeared behind Fang Hao, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Lord. Fang Hao turned around to find Little Yu still clothed in her long linen gown. It proved that Little Yu's equipment would also be affected by her ability, eliminating the possibility that she would vanish, leaving her equipment behind. Tomorrow we'll have Soy prepare a few sets of everyday clothing for you. Thank you, sir. I like the black and white dress that Era and the others wear. Could you get me one? Sure, you can ask Soy for it yourself. Fang Hao was curious. It seemed that the girls in his territory liked maid outfits a lot. He decided to ask her what else she needed so he could prepare it in advance. Previously, Little Yu was a pure spirit, so many of the furniture, carpets, etc., were of no use to her. She didn't even need to open doors, as she could simply float through them. Now, however, she was almost corporeal. After chatting with Little Yu for a while, Era's dinner was ready. After dinner, Fang Hao went directly to the Trade Alliance building. Dujin was still busy arranging work, and Skeleton's merchants were moving around the shop. Sir. The group of skeleton merchants bowed respectfully. You guys continue with your work, don't mind me. Fang Hao sat down at the counter and asked Dujin, is the order for the steel firearm still available? Yes, sir. Bring it out and let's sign it. The materials are ready. Also, check if there are any blueprints for firearm bullets, said Fang Hao. Wait a moment, sir. Let me check. Dujin took out the order, then opened the counter behind him to check for the blueprints. Fang Hao took the order and double-checked it. Order. Requirement. 2,000 steel firearms. Trade Alliance earnings. 200,000 Warfire coins, plus 10 dwarf influence. After confirming the order information, Fang Hao signed his name, making the order official. Sir, there are blueprints for firearm bullets. Firearm bullet 50, green grade, cast iron block X1. The blueprint this time was for 50 firearm bullets, consuming 1 block of cast iron. It was quite reasonable, not consuming the materials on a 1:1 ratio. After purchasing and collecting the blueprint, Fang Hao took the order to the warehouse. Steel firearm. White steel plate X1, white steel ingot X2, metal components X3. Description. A commonly used weapon for firearm squads. It has a simple manufacturing process and can be mass-produced for equipping. 40 in production. 100 times amplifier triggered, obtained 4,040 white steel fire guns. 4,000 white steel fire guns appeared next to Fang Hao, piled up messily at one side. Take 2,000 and send them to the dwarfs. Yes, my lord. The skeleton merchant disappeared with 2,000 white steel fire guns and the order for delivery. The remaining 2040 would be used to arm the skeleton archers. He continued producing 20,000 units of bullets and 5,000 units of gunpowder. And began equipping the existing skeleton archers. In the shooting range, Fang Hao selected 20 skeleton archers, each holding a white steel fire gun, already in a steady aiming mode. Each of them stood at their positions, aiming their guns at the straw man target. Fire. Bang bang bang. With the concentrated booming sound, the straw man at a distance was blown open, scattering straw fragments everywhere. The bullet punched through the straw man, making hollow holes on the stone wall behind. The power was indeed impressive. Even Fang Hao's best bows and arrows couldn't achieve the power to shatter the straw man target and penetrate the stone wall. This could be considered the most powerful weapon in Fang Hao's arsenal. Clatter. Clatter. The skeleton archers began reloading, loading the gunpowder first, then the bullets. For the somewhat rigid skeleton archers, this series of work was rather slow. 5 minutes to load, instantaneous to fire. What's that sound? Not far away, Angia came closer. Testing the fire guns. What are they fumbling with? Angia curiously watched the skeleton archers. They are loading the ammo. Only after loading can they continue firing. That's slow. How many times can they fire before a battle is over? Probably 2 or 3 times. As the two chatted, the skeleton archers had completed reloading, automatically taking up the steady aiming stance again. Fire. Bang bang bang. Another round of gunfire shattered the stone wall, debris flying everywhere. The power is not bad. Angia nodded. The reloading speed is indeed a problem. Battles don't have the time to wait for reloading. Fang Hao stroked his chin. Isn't that easy to solve? How to solve? Make 100 guns for each person. Shoot 1, switch 1. Shoot 1, switch 1. Angia, you're truly a top-notch genius. Fang Hao gave a thumbs up. Right. After testing the power of the fire guns, Fang Hao had the skeleton archers return to their posts. They would continue to use the blue, 3-tier damage, high-speed hardwood shortbows as their standard equipment. The fire guns would be held off until he found a solution to the reloading problem. As Angia went to find the blood hunters, Fang Hao continued to open the Book of Lords, flipping to the production page. White steel scale armor, blue, 3 iron cast blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 5 white steel slabs, 5 pieces of thick leather. Description. Slabs of armor are connected, covering the body like scales. He used the remaining white steel ingots to produce white steel scale armor to increase the combat power of his soldiers. Under the influence of the 100 times amplifier, a large number of white steel scale armor appeared, filling the surroundings. On the other side, the Coldwind Mountain Range, Skullcrusher tribe. The night was deep, but Skullcrusher Shah was still listening to the reports of his subordinates. The scouts he had sent out had begun to relay quite a bit of news back. How many bone dragons do they have? Is it really a human who's leading the undead? Shah asked seriously. Great Chief, Based on our observations over the past few days, they have close to 100 bone dragons. The one leading the undead is indeed a male human. The scout responded. More than 100, Shaw murmured, his expression growing even darker. With the number of bone dragons reaching this figure, even if another battle were to break out in the Frostwind Mountains, victory would be impossible. When the time comes to attack with the Bloodthroat tribe together, he would need to find a way for the trolls to deal with these bone dragons. Any news on the total number of troops? And also, has the Bronze Bull truly sided with the undead? Shaw inquired somberly. Great Chief, the information we've gathered suggests several hundreds of thousands, but the exact number cannot be confirmed. It is confirmed that Bronze Bull Telok has succumbed to the undead, replied the scout. Bronze Bull, the traitor of the Beast clan, Shaw cursed through gritted teeth. Great Chief, there's more recent news. Speak. The undead have been mobilizing a lot recently, and Bronze Bull has frequently visited the undead's city. We suspect that the undead may be planning an attack, the scout said in a low voice, head bowed. Boom. Shaw hammered his fist heavily on the armrest, his face turned even more unsightly. Pushing us too far. Great Chief, do we need to arrange more scouts? No, the intelligence we have is sufficient. Relay the message directly to the Bloodthroat tribe and tell them to set off early tomorrow morning. We will launch an attack on the undead territory, Shaw declared stoically. The undead are gathering their forces, potentially preparing to assault the Frostwind Mountains. In that case, he would end up being the one holding off the undead's main force, whereas the trolls would get off lightly. Therefore, the plan must be brought forward. In any case, he had to get those trolls to attract the attention of the undead's army. Yes, Great Chief, I will go immediately, replied the scout, exiting the room. Shaw sat in his seat brooding for a lengthy duration. He stood up and said, bring her in. Great Chief. Bring in the woman sent by the tribe. Yes, sir. Shortly after, a strong-boned female orc with a large mouth and large tusks walked in, her shy gaze fixed on Shaw. Furious, Shaw grabbed hold of the female Beast clan member, gently stroking the thick fur on her legs. In the female Beast clan member's surprise, she was pushed down in an act to relieve his pent-up frustrations. The next day, Fang Hao woke up early. He dressed and went downstairs, where Era had already started preparing breakfast. After running a circuit around his territory, he visited the tailor's shop, the blacksmith's, the silk farming house, and the Faceless One's hut. Satisfied that nothing had happened and that no intelligence had been relayed from the Faceless One's hut, Fang Hao even questioned whether the other party had forgotten his task, or perhaps he had been duped into financing a service that would never be rendered. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the Trade Alliance shop and walked in. Fang Hao's Trade Alliance shop was open 24/7. The skeleton merchant did not need rest, and Dujin kept a round-the-clock vigil. During his free time, he would go and chat with others, play some mahjong but without the need to sleep and restore energy. Despite having observed the game twice, Fang Hao found it uninteresting and thus paid little attention to it. Lord, Dujin greeted fervently. Dujin, are there any new orders? Fang Hao was still rather keen on earning money. He was waiting to amass 1,000,000 Warfire coins to go to the Trade Alliance's shop and buy an orange-colored piece of equipment. Sir, there are no new orders, Dujin responded. Take a look if the shop has any slave scrolls, hero scrolls. Fang Hao requested. All right, Dujin pressed the counter button. All the shelves behind him opened, revealing the goods inside. Indeed, there were slave scrolls available, and not just from one vendor, but several. Buy all these slave scrolls. Very well, sir, Dujin said without any unnecessary chatter, securing several slave scrolls from the shelves. Fang Hao counted them, a total of 21. That's a sound transmitting shell, isn't it? Purchase that too, I'll take it with me when I go. Fang Hao pointed at the sound transmitting shell on the counter. This device was essentially a pager of this era. It allowed the two parties to keep in contact with each other. Dujin handed it over to Fang Hao. Having verified that there were no other necessities, he promptly left the Trade Alliance and returned to his mansion for a meal. After breakfast, Fang Hao, accompanied by Blackthorn and 20 bone dragons carrying skeleton trolls, headed towards the edge of the bloody mountain range. After about an hour's journey, they finally reached their destination. First, they rode the bone dragons to fly over the mountain range, carefully observing the area. "My lord, if you wish to attack the Bloodthroat tribe you mentioned, this is their only way," Blackthorn said, pointing to the map as the bone dragons landed. The map showed the nearby mountain ranges. The area was surrounded by towering mountains. The only path lay under their feet, which was also the path they took to get to the tomb of the dragon last time. There was another way, which was the secret tunnel inside the mountain they used when exiting the tomb of the dragon. Fang Hao had already sent people to acquire black gunpowder to block that passage. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, flipping to the construction page. He found the blueprint for the fortress. Level 1 fortress. Wood 3000, stone 2000, brick 1500, iron 500, metal parts 120. He chose to build it between the two mountains. With a flash of light, a fortress was built. He quickly upgraded the fortress to level 6. Level 6 fortress. Category: defensive structure. Ability: stronghold. Stronghold. The building defense durability increases by 1%. Upgrade required materials: tough wood 3000, brick 5000, iron 3200, metal parts 500. Upon reaching level 6, the fortress gained the stronghold ability, increasing its durability by 1%. It wasn't much, but hopefully, it would be enough to withstand the trolls' attack on the battlefield. To Fang Hao, the fortress resembled a medieval castle, with thick walls connecting the two mountains to form a defensive barrier. In the center of the city wall was a massive, heavy gate to ensure regular passage. The top of the wall was more than 5 meters wide, suitable for positioning archers, mages, or various defensive weapons. The interior could house barracks, civilian houses, weapon shops, and there were no restrictions on what could be built. It was not much different from a small city. Wait a minute. Fang Hao slapped his forehead. Since all these can be built, then arrow towers and defensive magic towers should also be buildable. Once again, he opened the Book of Lords and built arrow towers and defensive magic towers. With a flash of light, the two types of defense towers appeared. Having upgraded the arrow towers and magic towers on the city wall to level 6, all that was left was to arrange the corresponding soldiers. Blackthorn. My lord, Blackthorn came over. They both stood on the city wall, looking into the depths of the northern mountains. What else do you think we need to prepare if we are to hold off the trolls here? Asked Fang Hao. Blackthorn had city defense skills and had spent years leading an orc army before his death, so he should have plenty of experience. Fang Hao hoped that Nelson had not wiped out this aspect of his knowledge. Blackthorn stood beside him, thought quickly and said, "My lord, trolls have strengths in size and power. The height of this wall is enough for defense, but we also need to delay the speed of trolls getting close to the wall to increase the time for attack. Should we build some obstacles? But they can easily be destroyed. I fear they won't hold out for long," pondered Fang Hao, shaking his head self-denyingly after bringing up the possibility of obstacle construction. He had experience with ogres and was aware of some of their combat techniques and physical strengths. They were strong and tough. Unless their vital spots were attacked, even being pierced would not have a big effect on them. These mass-produced obstacles worked well against human-sized units. They could also impede trolls, but the effect would be much smaller. "No, my lord, I was thinking of a trench that would be difficult for trolls to cross to slow their advance," explained Blackthorn, looking down below, "but I'm afraid the project may be quite large. This is the Cold Wind Mountain Range. Even the ground beneath one's feet is hard rock. If the fortress wasn't constructed using blueprints, it would be quite difficult to even excavate the foundation with human labor. Digging dirt and chiseling rock are two different degrees of labor. And besides, the enemy's attack is imminent. Digging a large pit to obstruct the trolls, Blackthorn fears there isn't enough time. But Fang Hao feels that this proposal is pretty good. Who says the project is too large? He doesn't feel that it is. This proposal is good. You study the location and length of the traps, I'll go call people, Fang Hao said. Oh, okay. Blackthorn agreed and walked down the city wall to plan the position of the traps and their depth and width needed to obstruct the trolls. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, you're up so early. I'll send someone to pick you up soon. Bring all the Iron Claw rats over. Oh, okay. After that, Fang Hao ended their chat. Not long after, the Blood Hunter flew over on the Bone Dragon. As soon as they landed, huge skeleton trolls jumped off the back of the Bone Dragon. They were clutching barrels of explosives. Master, where should these explosive barrels be placed? The Blood Hunter asked. Here, I'll take you there. Fang Hao led the Blood Hunter to a mountain tunnel that led to the outside world. The explosive barrels were thrown inside. After a loud boom, the tunnel collapsed, entirely sealed off. Blood Hunter, go to Zhang Bin's territory and bring him and the Iron Claw rats here, Fang Hao continued. Yes, Master. The Blood Hunter left again on the Bone Dragon, heading for Zhang Bin's territory. About 2 hours later, when the Bone Dragon returned again, Zhang Bin had brought a group of Iron Claw rats with him. As soon as the wooden barrel was put down, the Iron Claw rats instantly scattered, craning their necks to get a good look at Fang Hao, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Fang Hao also curiously inspected the Iron Claw rats. These little guys had changed a lot since he first saw them. Some had rings around their necks, some wore leather safety helmets, and some even had fitting clothes. In any case, each one was different, but were all adorable in their own way. Boss. Zhang Bin walked over. By now, he was used to riding the Bone Dragon and nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Is this an animal beauty contest? Fang Hao looked towards the Iron Claw rats, their necks stretched out, full of curiosity. Oh, they were distributed to the residents house by house, right? Everyone added some markings to their Iron Claw rats to make them distinguishable, Zhang Bin explained. All the Iron Claw rats look similar, so the residents were afraid they wouldn't recognize their fattened rats. So they each added distinguishing marks, hats, collars, and some even shaved their fur off their hindquarters. All right, you command them. Dig the traps according to Blackthorn's plan. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can finish work, Fang Hao pointed at Blackthorn. Oh, okay. Zhang Bin directed the Iron Claw rats out and started digging traps in the ground according to the plan. Soil and rocks flew up. The sight of over 500 Iron Claw rats digging was indeed spectacular. At this moment, 2 more bone dragons descended from the sky. Angia leapt down from one dragon, with Petty following behind her. The second dragon carried 9 orcs, who were thrown down from its back. Upon landing, they immediately fell to their knees, weakened. Here, these are the slave contracts. There were a total of 9 tribes, we've just defeated 4 of them. Angia handed over a stack of slave contracts. Under Fang Hao's guidance, Petty used the excuse of discovering a large iron mine. He called over all the clan leaders of the orc villages to the north. By early this morning, they had all gathered in Pigmen village. Of course, due to the temperament of the orcs, they wouldn't discuss the mining rights peacefully. As soon as they arrived, they were already shouting and fighting. Some even brought their troops, intending to occupy Pigmen village and use the inhabitants as slave laborers. At the height of the chaotic scene, when Petty was sweating profusely, Angia, yawning, led her undead army to surround all the orcs. At this point, the orcs who had been shouting about killing everyone realized they had been deceived by the pigmen. There was no mine, it was all a ruse to lure them here. After Angia killed a few disobedient clan leaders, the whole field fell into silence. They all silently signed their slave contracts. Their detachments were then dismissed, and the clan leaders were taken to Fang Hao. Fang Hao took the slave contracts and immediately stored them in the Book of Lords. He was brought 9, but he heard that 4 were killed. He was somewhat surprised. That many were killed. There was no choice. They wouldn't behave if I didn't kill a few, Angia said helplessly. Fang Hao muttered in response, turning his attention back to the orc clan leaders kneeling beside him. They were indeed very obedient. It was most effective for Angia to administer them. According to orcish tradition, you are now my slaves. I can decide your lives or deaths, but I can also protect you from harm by other races." The 9 orcs remained silent, just kneeling with their heads bowed. "A massive troll army will attack from the north soon. I need all of you to stop fighting amongst yourselves and unite to fight against the troll army. After we succeed, you will continue to live in your respective villages, and I will protect your safety as your lord," pronounced Fang Hao loudly. You could say the orcs are greedy, or that most of them are simple-minded. If Fang Hao didn't deal with this situation first, these orc tribes that he didn't even feel like interacting with would, like silly roebucks, come trotting up to harass you. Oriented to see what you're doing here, whether they could mess with you a bit, steal something good. They wouldn't have the foresight to consider that if they couldn't resist the trolls, their own villages would also be plagued. "Are you all mute? Speak up." Fang Hao was getting a little angry. No, we will follow Master's commands," a furry orc said. "Just call me Lord." "Okay, Lord." Blackthorn. Fang Hao called lightly. Blackthorn approached. "Yes, my lord. These people are your responsibility now. Assign them tasks. Don't let them idle," instructed Fang Hao. "Yes, my lord." After the bloody fortress was established, Fang Hao chose to leave Blackthorn as the city's defending hero. Apart from the orc soldiers who were being mobilized to head to the fort, many more undead were also on their way here. They would be here in time to withstand the trolls' attack. The problem wasn't too big. Fang Hao still had the bone dragon. Undead, flight, dragon breath, he had all the advantages. He shouldn't be overrun by the trolls. As for that orange troll hero, as long as he depleted the enemy's troops, it wouldn't be difficult to surround and kill him. Leaving everything in Blackthorn's hands, Fang Hao and Angia returned to their territory. The bone dragon just landed. When a rabbit maid ran up anxiously. She said, "Master, there's a message from the Faceless House." Fang Hao paused, then quickly headed towards Faceless House. Indeed, there were 2 letters on the counter. He opened one. It was information from the Skullcrusher tribe. 320,000 orc troops, 3 orc heroes, set off early this morning. The route map is uncertain map. Looking at the number of 320,000 orcs, Fang Hao's brows furrowed again. Was the reproduction rate of orcs this strong? They had wiped out an army of 300,000 last time, and this time they had gathered 320,000 again. Where did they get so many soldiers from? Following the normal marching speed, they would reach the vicinity of the territory in about 3 days, and if there was a boost in the marching attribute in the orc army, it would be faster. Having finished the first one, Fang Hao continued to open the second one. 480,000 troll troops, 2 troll heroes, set off, Blood Ridge route. Fang Hao's heart tightened involuntarily. The troll race was naturally not of low rank, and their number turned out to be 480,000. Would they be going all out to exterminate him? Did all men, women, and children from their homes join? "Go and call Scholar Nelson," Fang Hao said. Soon, Nelson walked over. "Lord, what are your orders?" Fang Hao handed him the intelligence in his hand, saying, "The orcs and trolls have set out, and battles are expected to take place the day after tomorrow." Nelson took over the intelligence and started to look at it seriously. The development speed of Fang Hao's territory had always been fast. As long as they continued to develop steadily, becoming the top power in this area was only a matter of time. Therefore, both Fang Hao and Nelson have been improving their territories in a peaceful way, rather than at the cost of looting like the orcs. Now these 2 savage tribes have launched an attack regardless of everything, and if they cannot resist, the advantage they once held will shatter instantly. How does the Lord want to arrange it? Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Obviously, the focus should be on the Blood Ridge where the trolls are, and the east where the Skullcrusher attacks will be relatively easier. Fireblade and Bronze Bull will defend the east side, while the rest will focus on dealing with the troll tribe." Nelson slightly nodded and said, "Lord, you need not worry too much. With the current troop strength and reserve resources of the territory, there isn't a major problem." The total strength of the territory's army was around 700,000, and the stock of wriggling spine in the warehouse was more than 110,000. As long as this battle was fought normally, there would be no problems. At most, it would be a problem of how many troops were lost. The most crucial point was that Fang Hao must not die unless the enemy carried out a decapitation action and succeeded. Otherwise, this battle would not be lost. Even if Fang Hao died, they had to ensure that his body was preserved for Nelson to directly perform the conversion ceremony. Yes, let's hope so. Fang Hao thought for a moment. Scholar, I will recruit some troops later, and you immediately take your troops to Bloody Fortress to enhance the defense of the fortress. I obey the Lord's command. Nelson saluted again. After a brief chat, Fang Hao felt more settled in his heart. Nelson was right, even if the enemy was an orange combat leader, the stock of wriggling spine in his own warehouse was very sufficient. Now, the battle might not necessarily be a bad thing. It was better to root out all hidden dangers as soon as possible. Nelson went back to the Viscera Museum to prepare to go to Bloody Fortress. Fang Hao directly went to the barracks to recruit troops. Today he had to gather all his forces to defend. The first stop was the skeleton conversion field. The unlocked troop types were Skeleton Beast Tier 1, Skeleton Soldier, Tier 1, Skeleton Wolf, Tier 2, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Warrior, Tier 4, Skeleton Minotaur, Tier 4, Skeleton Troll, Tier 5, Bone Dragon, Tier 10. The Tier 4 Skeleton Warrior was converted from a Tier 6 Human Bandit. Skeleton Warrior. Wriggling Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Soul Crystal 1. It required the consumption of Death Trace and Soul Crystal. And the Skeleton Warrior itself did not have special skills. It was not a big factor in an army of hundreds of thousands. Fang Hao was not planning on recruiting. This time, he still wanted to recruit the Tier 3 Skeleton Giant Bat and Tier 4 Skeleton Minotaur.